Dear guests, please note that the 2023 MENA Climate Week will be conducted in English. Arabic and French translation will be available through the headset devices available next to the entrance of the hall. Welcome to the 2023 MENA Climate Week opening ceremony. Please take your seats and make sure to keep your phones on silent. In case of an emergency, the exit doors are located on both sides of the hall. Welcome to the 2023 MENA Climate Week opening ceremony. Please take your seats and make sure to keep your phones on silent. In case of an emergency, the exit doors are located on both sides of the hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Saudi national anthem.
Our life today was shaped by choices made yesterday.
Our life tomorrow will be shaped by choices the world makes now.
Between then and now, these choices will shape our tomorrow.
How are you saving the planet? Are you able to protect the environment while meeting people's needs? How can technology help reach our climate goals?
How can humans and societies ensure a more sustainable future? Will you be able to lower emissions? Will there still be clean air when we grow up? Will you stop temperature from rising? And will you use renewables and clean energy? How will you mitigate all this climate change? And what makes the CCE the best solution for a cleaner tomorrow?
The answers to these questions will define our future. Ensuring a sustainable future for our children means protecting the planet we all call home today. To achieve this, we must all come together. As the world stands at a pivotal moment, it is through inclusive and cooperative efforts that we can address the most critical climate challenges of our time. Through advancing circular frameworks, developing technological solutions, and deploying new energy systems, we will pave the way for a cleaner tomorrow. Governments, industries, and all sectors must collaborate to achieve the ambitions set out in the Paris Agreement. It is our responsibility to take action and lead the way. For us, the journey has already begun. To meet climate goals across sectors to reduce emissions, the adoption of a circular carbon economy approach, which encapsulates all sources of energy, is crucial for our collective success. The framework accelerates the implementation of renewable energy. And when using hydrocarbons, reduces emissions through carbon capture, utilization, and storage to capture millions of tons of CO2 emissions at source or from the air and store them underground or recycle them into useful products. Ensuring cleaner energy in the future depends on an orderly energy transition. We are switching various sectors to natural gas and developing solar and wind energy projects to reduce liquid fuel usage as part of our commitment to accelerate the development of renewable energy projects. Similarly, hydrogen is part of the solution. The Kingdom's ambition extends to leading the exportation of clean power and hydrogen to the global market, as well as investing in the development of clean hydrogen solutions, empowering the advancement of hydrogen plants to help others meet their climate goals. Simultaneously, we are committed to investing in nature-based solutions through the conservation of our ecosystems and habitats by planting trees, rehabilitating degraded land, enhancing biodiversity, and supporting global marine protection efforts. Together, we continue to map the road ahead as we set the stage to advance regional and global climate action. Collaborative and inclusive solutions will drive change, transform our vision into reality, and accelerate meeting our climate commitments. For this generation and the next.
Your Excellencies, this is our opportunity to make an impact.
Today, we outline our future, and I believe we are safe in your hands.
Your Excellencies, honorable guests, good morning. My name is Aslid Al-Bassam, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for this week's event. As we commence our event today, I want to emphasize the profound significance of MENA Climate Week for 2023. This remarkable event is unfolding in the vibrant city of Riyadh until October 12th, and it stands as a pivotal milestone on the Global Climate Action Calendar. It's essential to recognize that MENA Climate Week serves as a platform a platform for dialogue, innovation, and collaboration in the pursuit of climate solutions. The discussions that will be held today and throughout the week are a testament to our shared commitment in addressing urgent challenges posed by climate change. As we are gearing up towards COP28, MENA Climate Week provides a unique opportunity, an opportunity for us to come together, share insights, and collaborate on a path towards a more sustainable future. It's a beacon of hope, a catalyst for action, and a testament to our unwavering determination to safeguard our planet. Get ready for what lies ahead in the coming days. An abundance of knowledge, innovative solutions, and collaborative initiatives that will pave the way to a more greener and eco-friendly world. Your commitment is valued, so let us embark on this crucial journey together. And with that, I leave you with a short video. Thank you.
As the world grapples with the climate change and the urgent need for eco-friendly solutions, Saudi Arabia has emerged as a visionary nation. A desert-covered nation, once known for its oil reserves, is leading the way towards a greener future.
A global leader in all forms of clean energy, encompassing hydrocarbons, renewable, clean hydrogen, to complement our traditional skills in oil and gas.
From wind farms to solar plants to planting 10 billion trees, breathing new life into the land. Driven by ambitious projects and the passion and ingenuity of its younger generation, taking this green revolution forward. Together, the entire nation is working hand in hand to build a sustainable future, embracing the responsibility to give back to the world and guide us towards a brighter tomorrow.
Go to the alleys, go to the streets, walk into the offices building. See the real energy of Saudi Arabia. It is the youth of Saudi Arabia. It is the women and men that are making these things or will make these things a reality. Never bet on someone like me, but bet on the young people that have every reason to work hard and laboriously to achieve these goals. Because I will not be there to see it, but they will be there to feel proud that they were part of the new Saudi Arabia. And they are the creator, with our leader, the new Saudi Arabia.
Thank you all. And now I'd like to invite to the stage His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy, to give his welcoming remarks. Your Royal Highness, the stage is yours.
I'm certainly misfortunate to come after Asil. She's an eloquent colleague of mine, and you will see quite a few of them as you progress today and tomorrow and the rest of the week, because at the Energy Ministry and the energy ecosystem, we're so proud to have so many of these young, inspiring, aspiring and inspiring women and men working in this sector. Without much ado, I know the bigger story would not be told by myself. The bigger story would be told by a selection of young, we call them cadets from the ministry and the ecosystem. They will give you a bit of a feel of what we are doing and what we shall be doing in the future. So I asked them that they do the presentation, not myself. And respectfully, I asked them if they can hold their breath until we go through the usual speeches, because also we are lucky to have the host of COP27, His Excellency Sameh Fahmy, is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. We are also fortunate to have Sultan today. He is going to be carrying the mammoth task of handling the COP28 in Dubai. And our friend of Simon of the UNFCCC, he will be carrying the bigger burden of the various COPs to come in the future. I've been working with them for quite some time, and I will continue working with them in the most laborious way, because again, as the first video had said, we really need to work hard to make sure that Dubai COP28 becomes not only a successful COP, but a remembered COP for all of us. The stakes are big, the ambitions, as you have seen, are big, and the accommodations and the practicality and the inclusiveness are a must. On behalf of the custodian of two holy mosques, King Salman, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prime Minister Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and on behalf of every Saudi that you saw and every Saudi you will see, both female and male, we welcome you here in Riyadh. To those of you who hadn't been in Riyadh for some time, Riyadh had underwent a serious and massive transformation, and this is the core anomaly of transformation that we want to have for everywhere and every corner in this country. This is the Riyadh that is transforming to a more ambitious Riyadh, a more invigorated Riyadh, a more youthful Riyadh, a more determined Riyadh, and a city of hope, a city of joy, and it's the city of the future to come. I have no more to add, but say again, you're more than welcome, and please give me the chance not to tell you what we will do. I honestly believe I have better sample of the young women and men that I am not only fortunate, but I'm honored that I work with them. They are not working with me, I work with them. And I'm sure the sample you would see would not be enough. So make sure, please, that in your dwelling into these facilities, keep talking to them. They're really prepared to tell you and give you the menu of their ambitions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your valuable insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome His Excellency, Mr. Sameh Shukri, Egyptian Minister of Foreign Affairs and President of COP27, to the stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Your Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to join you today for the MENA Climate Week 2023, held in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one of the most active and engaged Arab countries on climate change issues. It has been a matter of pride for our Arab region to host and lead the multilateral climate negotiations for 2 consecutive years, especially at this crucial time for our region, the developing countries, and the world at large. Egypt, with full and clear support during COP27 from developing nations, particularly our brothers and sisters in the Arab and African groups, successfully hosted and led negotiations which yielded historic outcomes that support international collaborative efforts to address the climate challenge. These outcomes emphasize several principles. Foremost among them is the common but differentiated responsibilities, equity, right to development, and climate justice. In this context, I would like to highlight some key elements which I deem vital to be addressed by the MENA Climate Week. The negotiation tracks related to climate change have witnessed strong attempts to shift from the agreed approach of emission reduction to a focus on phasing out, transitioning away from fossil fuels. Additionally, emphasis has also shifted from building resilience to the responsibility of nations to incorporate the impacts of climate change within their national development plans. At the same time, discussions have also evolved from supporting developing nations in order to become part of the climate change solution to imposing additional responsibilities and commitments that may surpass their capacities and affect their developmental prospects. These are developments which are serious and which I hope during this session will be adequately addressed for the success of the multilateral system and that we move forward together. During COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh, we strived to establish and launch the Loss and Damage Fund for developing countries. We succeeded in launching a program on just transition pathways to ensure that our discussions on the social and economic impacts of the desired transformation within the framework of the Paris Agreement would fully take into consideration the socio-economic dimensions. As we approach COP28, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund. It is imperative if we are to maintain confidence in the negotiating process. Equally, greater emphasis must be given during the negotiations to the support mechanisms needed to effect just transition efforts. At Sharm, we ensured that developing nations had the opportunity to voice their positions. Furthermore, we emphasize the importance of ensuring everyone's participation in reducing the carbon footprint of energy-intensive industries, while restoring the balance in funding between adaptation and emission reduction. We also advocated for restructuring international financial institutions to achieve 3 main objectives: increased funding, facilitate access to it, and rely on concessional and grant financing instruments. If we are to truly meet the climate challenge, it is time that we translate these commitments into practical measures to achieve these objectives. Merely reiterating them from one COP to another would only contribute to the erosion of the process itself. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, at COP27, we endeavored to strike a balance in the conference outcomes between rights and duties, scientific recommendations, and the responsibilities outlined in the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We believe that the vision outlined by His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber at the COP28 President-designate reflects a conscious and comprehensive view of various international climate debates. It is important to note that our success during Sharm relied on the solidarity of developing nations and the unwavering support of all countries for the Egyptian presidency, as well as the trust that they have placed in its ability to secure consensus in the final hours of the conference. This is a crucial factor that I do emphasize for supporting the upcoming Emirati presidency to ensure that the COP28 concludes with historic results that demonstrate our Arab world's ability to lead complex negotiation tracks and affirm its commitment to effective and equitable participation in the global effort to combat climate change. I am certain that the MENA Climate Week deliberations will play a key role in this regard, and I look forward to engaging closely with all of you in the upcoming 2 days. I thank you, and I thank His Royal Highness for allowing us and giving us this opportunity to be with you this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, UAE Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology and COP28 President, to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have the opportunity to address this esteemed gathering. May I begin by thanking His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, for inviting me to join you today and for his wise remarks. I'd like to also thank our hosts and organizers for their warm welcome and hospitality, and for giving us such a timely platform in the lead up to COP28. I would like to also acknowledge the President of COP27, my dear brother, His Excellency Sameh Shukri, for sharing his valuable insights, for his continued support and guidance. Thank you, sir. Allow me also to thank the UNFCCC Executive Secretary, my dear friend and partner, Simon Steele, for co-hosting this very important gathering and event. And it is indeed a great honor and a pleasure to be here in Riyadh today and to see so many friends, colleagues, and partners at this very important gathering. I stand before you representing the 4th MENA country to host a COP. Doha set a timeline for a global climate agreement. Marrakesh established the framework for greater collaboration between cities, regions, businesses, and investors. And Sharm el-Sheikh delivered a big win for the Global South by agreeing the Fund for Loss and Damage. And I have no doubt, with your help and support, COP28 will deliver transformational outcomes for this region and for the entire world. Excellencies, you may ask what gives me this confidence. The answer lies with all of you, and in fact, with the people of the MENA. Over the course of my lifetime, I have seen firsthand the transformative abilities of our region. I have experienced our resilience in the face of global challenges, and I have witnessed our desire to grow and transform our young societies and economies. And I have felt our individual motivation to drive real progress through enlightened and positive leadership. This leadership has in fact inspired programs as ambitious and as meaningful as the Saudi and Middle East Green Initiative that is driving positive environmental impact and improving the lives of countless communities. And I can tell you that the track record, actions, and political will of the United Arab Emirates leadership and the COP28 team's determination to build a better future is absolutely unwavering. For these reasons, I am filled with confidence that this region has the vision, the commitment, and the capacity to shape a better future, not just for the Middle East and North Africa, but for the whole world. Excellencies, with just 53 days to go before COP28, I am committed and determined to rally the world behind a pragmatic, ambitious, and a comprehensive climate agenda. An agenda that puts the world back on track to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement across mitigation and adaptation through a balanced response to the global stocktake. And an agenda that keeps 1.5 within reach while delivering pro-climate, pro-growth development for the people of MENA as well as for the world. We live in a region of extreme heat, water scarcity, and food insecurity. We are also suffering harsh climate impacts, from droughts to the devastating floods of Derna. To deliver for our region, we must put adaptation front and center of the climate agenda. Donors must double adaptation finance and replenish the Green Climate Fund. Old promises must be kept, including the $100 billion pledge made over a decade ago. Old institutions like the World Bank and the IMF that were built for the realities of the last century must update their mandates and their charters for the climate realities of today. And the private sector must step up to invest not just in the opportunities of the global north, but also, and more importantly, in the needs of the global south. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had 27 COPs, and you might be surprised to learn that 17 of them have been hosted in fossil fuel producing countries. The fact is, energy is just of paramount importance. It is fundamental to everyone and everywhere. And figuring out a fair, just, equitable, responsible, and well-managed energy transition is essential for economic and climate progress. And that's why I approach this challenge with humility, with a deep sense of responsibility, and a great sense of urgency. I approach this challenge with a clear realistic, and sober mind. There are no simple solutions. We cannot unplug the energy system of today before we build the new system of tomorrow. It is simply not practical or possible. We must meet the energy demands of our growing populations while providing access to the 800 million people that don't have access to energy today. And we must rapidly build the clean energy system of the future while we decarbonize the system of today. To do this, we must ramp up all new clean energies. That is why I have set a global goal of tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency by 2030. And I am pleased that 85% of the world's economies, including the G20, have endorsed this very important and game-changing goal. In parallel, I have called on all oil and gas companies, IOCs and NOCs, to align around net zero or before or by 2050 and to zero out methane emissions by 2030. So far, over 20 companies, IOCs and NOCs, representing all continents, have stepped up, and I continue to engage and ask everyone to get on board by COP28. And if we're going to make a real dent in emissions at a gigaton scale, we must also engage and partner with the heavy emitting industries like steel, aluminum, cement, and help expedite their transitions and drive down their emissions. This cannot and will not happen without the support of governments. We need smart policies to scale up and commercialize hydrogen. We need to cut the cost of carbon capture and storage. And we need to incentivize all other new technologies to be adopted. Excellencies, a critical pillar of the COP28 agenda is focused on people, lives, and livelihoods. We must make the fund for loss and damage that was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh a reality in Dubai. In addition, I am calling for all countries to sign up to COP28's transformative declarations to climate action. This includes a declaration on food, agriculture, and climate aimed at feeding a growing population without overheating our planet. We are partnering with the United Nations Environment Programme to deliver a global cooling pledge to reduce the energy used to cool our homes. And COP28 will be the first to put global health on the climate agenda with a political declaration in partnership with the World Health Organization. And here, let me invite all countries of the MENA region to sign up to these game-changing declarations. Excellencies, to make truly game-changing progress, we must separate facts from fiction, reality from fantasies, impact from ideology. And we must ensure that we avoid the traps of division and destruction. Let's rise above the noise. Climate change does not recognize political divisions or national boundaries. It affects everyone, everywhere. Let's respect the science. The size of the challenge requires everyone to show up to step up and to up their game and to contribute. That is why I am inviting 1,000 mayors to share what's working at the local level in a special summit at COP28. I am also hosting a special summit to engage the private sector, businesses, and philanthropies in driving practical, impactful climate solutions. We will include the energy and the voices of our youth, the wisdom of indigenous peoples, and the peoples of all faiths. In simple terms, I am calling for unity. I am calling for global solidarity to deliver global breakthroughs. Your Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests, this region has the resources, the leadership, and the experience to create a climate-positive future of new industries, new technologies, new businesses, new jobs, and more importantly, new hope. Let's apply our capacities. Let's apply our capital and our know-how and scale to deliver positive and game-changing outcomes at COP28. Maximum ambitions, zero emissions. Success through solidarity. Let's show the world that this region is a true climate leader that can deliver truly inclusive climate progress. COP28 is our moment. It is our opportunity. Let's seize it together. Let's unite, let's act, and let's deliver. I thank you all, and I wish you a very successful Climate Week here in Riyadh. And I look forward to welcoming you all at COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you. Those were insightful words. Now please join me in welcoming Mr. Simon Steele, the UN Climate Change Executive Secretary, to the stage.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, honourable delegates, civil society and youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen. As a co-host, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this Regional Climate Week. And I want to make special recognition to Your Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, COP27 President Sameh Shukri, and COP28 President-designate Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. We are meeting at a critical moment for our planet. I would like to thank our Saudi Arabian hosts for providing us with the opportunity to come together at the regional level, celebrate progress being made, and discuss the next steps that need to be made. When I wake most mornings, I feel the weight of responsibility of another headline about another climatic event or report demonstrating that we're careening off a precipice, or data showing us that we're hitting higher and higher temperatures much sooner than predicted. I am not willing to give up on a 1.5 resilient future. In the Caribbean, we have a saying we use, which is holding strain. It refers to when conditions are against you, when you must pull through the most difficult of moments in the most difficult of circumstances in order to come through the other side. I am not willing to give up on a 1.5 resilient future. I can hold strain, but I can't do that alone. This region has found ways to thrive in a challenging natural environment. It has shown ingenuity and ability for adaptation for centuries and turned those skills into prosperity. It is a region that is facing the challenges of energy transition and reducing its carbon footprint while adapting to the consequences of climate change that are already making themselves felt. Economic diversification has, too, been a priority of the countries in the region. Some countries have started leveraging on emerging technologies such as carbon capture, use and storage, and hydrogen to boost their efforts in diversifying their economies, although no substitute for phasing out and transitioning away from all fossil fuels. The MENA region can set an example to countries in other regions whose economies depend on single or limited commodities by demonstrating how technologies can be utilized to accelerate economic diversification. For example, with shifts into economies with, for example, flourishing tourism or financial services. It can also provide leadership for those other fossil fuel producing countries elsewhere in the global north, in the global south, who face the challenge of transition whilst providing energy security and prosperous economies. Transition away from burning fossil fuels is a very difficult task in a world that has built its industry, its transport, and its infrastructure around exactly that. No one knows this better than this region, yet we have no choice. It has to be done, and it has to be done fast. The upcoming COP must show the world that we're ready to make hard decisions, that we're able to seek solutions rather than point to the failures of others, to find common ground, and to commit to action. The global stocktake has set out clearly what we have to do. While it's still technically possible, to succeed will take tremendous amount of political courage and the ability of our peoples and our economies to adapt to the rapid change that is necessary. I welcome the solutions offered by the region that support the 1.5 pathway, and I'm hopeful that we will see a productive engagement in the outcome of the global stocktake, which provides a view of the future for all of us. Our job is to support you. Through the Response Measures Workstream, the UNFCCC has played and will continue to play an important role in enhancing countries' understanding of the impacts of the implementation of climate actions. The UNFCCC, as the custodians of the agreements, will continue to support all parties in delivering on their commitments and provide the neutral convening for parties to come together to hold strain. I wish you all the best in your deliberations over the course of this week. I thank you.
Thank you all for your valuable insights. The speeches today have been truly enlightening, and thank you for your valuable presence with us today. And as promised by His Royal Highness, I would like to introduce to the stage my fellow colleagues who play an active and crucial role in achieving our ambitions. Taking us through the emissions transition is my near and dear colleague, Noura Al-Isa. Noura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Asil. And of course, I'd like to extend my thank you to His Royal Highness for always giving us the opportunity to talk about the work that we do and our passion for this in our own words. Excellencies, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, we are faced with a global climate challenge, an emissions challenge that requires all hands on deck, every solution at our disposal, and no time to waste. The science is very clear. In this critical decade, we need accelerated emissions reduction, but also emissions abatement and emissions removal. The science also tells us that the best and most appropriate strategies will depend on national circumstances. So what does this mean for us in responding to global urgency and the need to cater for our national circumstances? It means that in addressing climate change, one size will not fit all. To enable real transformation, we must allow different regions and different countries as well to choose their own paths for just and inclusive transitions and prosperity and sustainable development for all. Reduction of emissions at scale, as was already mentioned, is a strategic and overriding priority for all of us through renewable energy, energy efficiency, and low emissions fuels. Simultaneously, dear colleagues, the science also very clearly illustrates that hydrocarbons will remain in the global energy mix for decades to come. So, if we are serious, and I know that we are serious and are capable to contend with this reality, we must pursue efforts for 1.5 on the ground and not in theory. And in doing so, we must address emissions associated with hydrocarbons and advance the cleaner utilization through scaling up abatement and removal technologies in this critical decade. Because I know that we are also fighting to keep 1.5 alive. In addition, colleagues, we must close the loop. We must also address life cycle emissions associated with renewable energy that are often the elephant in the room, lost in complex value chains. So this is why, dear colleagues, excellencies, when we talk about the circular carbon economy, it is not just theory or some sort of framework that we discuss outside of context. It is the real driver and enabler for us to advance at scale emission reduction, abatement, and removal, and most importantly, to ensure that we are channeling innovation and investment across all of the pillars of the CCE, and not just one over the other. So, colleagues, excellencies, when we are speaking to the world this year and through the GST, we need to truly raise ambition across every single element and course correct as such. One of the most crucial enablers at the global level is international cooperation. The Kingdom launched the Middle East Green Initiative as a key regional leaders level platform to advance protection of the environment as well as climate action at scale. And we are also part of various international initiatives to support action and implementation on the ground. Excellencies and colleagues, let's make sure that when we get to COP28, the resounding message we send to the world is of inclusion. And it is of unity around every single solution to ensure that we will not leave a single person, a single region, a single country behind, and the partnerships to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Noura. That was very insightful. The emissions transition on its own is incomplete, and a critical missing part of the story is the materials transition. and its role in advancing additional reliable solutions. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague Najla Sderi, who will take us through the materials transition.
Thank you, Asil. Good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Beyond what you would typically think as climate mitigation, we in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have prioritized indirect solutions as well, which we call the materials transition. Reports show in 2022, CO2 emissions have reached its highest level from the building and construction industry. As cities and communities grow, the industry will for sure grow alongside of it. But that does not mean mitigation is not possible. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has put in place the right enablers to ensure our building and construction industry grows responsibly. And that is through the adoption of non-metallic materials. For example, concrete requires and utilizes high levels of water. We, at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, are introducing polymer concrete admixtures where water consumption can be reduced by 30% in some cases. Taking steel as another example, it is the second generator of CO2 emission across its life cycle. And the Kingdom is spearheading change in both the local and global landscape to introduce and codify fiber-reinforced polymer rebars, where 50% less greenhouse gas emissions potential is expected. But of course, we're not stopping there. In the packaging sector, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is working on reducing environmental impact through replacing wooden pallets with plastic pallets. And please allow me to give you a bit of clarity on the impact. Wooden pallets can utilize up to 56 million trees, as well as 8 billion cubic meters of water footprint annually. A transition to polymer pallets creates a circular economy that enables not only reusability, but sustainability for the sector. And of course, most importantly, reduce environmental impact. In conclusion, the materials transition should be of priority to all. It enables a sustainable construction, packaging, and building sector. Sustainable non-metallic materials, which are corrosion-resistant, reliable, lightweight, require less installation time, and have longer lifespans across its life cycle, thus reducing CO2 emissions, can be the solution to your challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Najla. Now, what does this mean in action, and what are we doing about it in Saudi Arabia? Demonstrating climate action, reduction at scale, renewable and geothermal energy, presented by my colleague Nof Abdel Ghani.
Thank you, Asil. Good morning, Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends. When it comes to demonstrating climate action, there are great efforts to advance tripling renewable energy capacity globally. For the Kingdom, we are increasing our renewable energy capacity not only threefold, but 50-fold by 2030, to account for 50% of our power generation, adding a total of 130 gigawatts to our power generation capacity, which is, of course, subject to demand growth. In addition, liquid fuel will be displaced from the remaining 50% power generation capacity and replaced with natural gas coupled with carbon capture. This is taking place with the ultimate aim of displacing more than 1 million liquid fuel consumed daily by 2030. We know we will not be the only ones in need of clean energy in the future. Therefore, we are committed to leveraging our strategic advantages to lead the production and export of renewable electricity and clean hydrogen to all global markets. For export, we will be willing to meet up to 150 gigawatts or more for both green electricity and clean hydrogen. We are ready to work with all willing countries to aggregate both the supply and demand. In addition, necessary incentives for off-takers, as well as operate on flexible business models across the value chain, from production to transport via pipeline or ships to customers everywhere. This, ladies and gentlemen, will stand a better chance to reduce costs as we capitalize on economies of scale. And with the objective of diversifying our energy mix, we will leave no opportunity to be unexplored. We are currently conducting studies to assess geothermal potential in the West Arabian Shield and Harrat volcanic fields for commercial scalability or applications in the power generation or heating and cooling. In addition, we are also exploring the role of SMRs in providing low emissions energy. In conclusion, we are working effortlessly to reach our net zero targets, and we will make sure to include and be inclusive of all technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Nof. And that's not all we're doing. More on demonstrating climate action, reduction at scale, for energy efficiency and hydrogen, I'd like to introduce to the stage my colleague Reem Sultan, who will take us through it.
Thank you, Asil. Good morning, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, your esteemed guests and friends. Moreover, in demonstrating climate action, and very importantly, is the hydrogen revolution, which is core to enable large-scale transformation in some of our most challenging sectors. We are committed to lead the production as well as the export of clean hydrogen to the world to support transitions everywhere. Speaking about hydrogen, our plant in NEOM is set to be one of the world's largest hydrogen plants. It produces around 250,000 annual capacity by 2026. And to promote the use of clean hydrogen in the transport sector, the Kingdom has launched a pilot trial for a hydrogen-powered train, first to be demonstrated in the region, which is now in its final stages, and it will be operational soon, inshallah. Talking about reduction, Saudi Energy Efficiency Center has also initiated several programs geared toward elevating energy efficiency within the Kingdom. Honestly, the energy efficiency represents low-hanging fruit we should all focus on. The efforts of energy efficiency alone in 2022 resulted in savings of around 490,000 of barrels equivalent daily, in which lead to avoid around 57 million tons of CO2 equivalent emissions annually. Really, we are proud. We are proud to have one of the lowest carbon and methane intensities in our oil and gas sector, not just regionally, but at global level. We have also joined the Global Methane Pledge to work with other countries to reduce the methane emissions and catalyze best practices. We will continue all efforts towards achieving our shared goals, bi'idhnillah. Thank you.
Thank you, Reem. Renewable energy, energy efficiency, and low-emission fuels are a top priority for all of us, and as they should be for all. But we all know that will not be enough to achieve the Paris Agreement. So we are all taking action needed to advance the technologies and the fuels of the future. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague Mazen Al-Ashwal, who will take us through abatement, removal, and innovation, the future of climate change.
Thank you, Yossi. Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness, esteemed guests, good morning all. In the Kingdom's deserts, we have some of the most suitable aquifers for deep geological storage for CO2, and we are planning to use it. By 2027, we will complete building one of the largest carbon capture and storage hubs in the world, which will capture and store around 44 million tons of CO2 annually by 2035. We are set to already be capturing and storing around 10 million tons per annum in 2027. In the western region of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are planning to deploy one of the world's largest carbon and capture utilization hubs to generate economic value and create new clean industries, such as green methanol, low-emission fuels, and fertilizers. We are also prioritizing innovation to support our net zero ambitions. Carbon-cured concrete, for example, will use CO2 to generate stronger building materials while using less water, which is very critical for the construction sector. Carbon capture utilization facilities will be strategically deployed to support various sectors manage their emissions. We are also committed to nature-based solutions, preserving and rehabilitating the kingdom's natural environments. Planting 10 billion trees is the equivalent of rehabilitating 40 million hectares of degraded land. And we are seeking to plant 10 billion trees in the kingdom in the decades to come, and an additional 40 billion in the region.
Thank you, Mazen. Making all of this happen requires a robust set of enablers to ensure effective implementation and buy-in. This can be seen through governance, investments, and climate action tools. And with that, I'll leave you with my colleague Mohammed Ayoub, who will take you through the enablers.
Thank you, Asil, and good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, and distinguished guests. And for those joining us in Saudi Arabia for their first time, you're very welcome. When it comes to enablers, the Saudi Green Initiative was launched under the leadership and through the political will of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, Mohammed bin Salman. And it continues to act as our comprehensive and consolidated national vehicle, driving climate action and environmental protection. SGI combines emissions reductions, afforestation, and the protection of land and sea in a way that embodies the kingdom's whole of society approach, bringing all stakeholders together with the full support from the highest levels of leadership. In the energy sector, a full ecosystem approach is also critical. In the Strategy House, or what we call our integrated energy strategy, we bring in all stakeholders. We take a look at all energy vectors in order to ensure the kingdom's energy security, to support our net zero vision, and to uphold our global role as a reliable energy supplier. Our approach combines think tanks and universities and places them at the center of driving science-based and locally led thought leadership that act as knowledge bases that power our climate ambition. Your Excellencies, in order for us to achieve our global climate objectives, we need to invest across all the pillars of the circular carbon economy. And we have an opportunity as an international community to embed inclusive finance approaches across the financial sector in order to unlock the finance that will accelerate the achievement of the objective of the Convention and the goals of the Paris Agreement. Distinguished guests, finance is the prerequisite for both ambition and implementation. Therefore, it must flow to all geographies, to all sectors, to all solutions at our disposal, including carbon dioxide removals. Finance is also a key enabler that can maximize synergies between climate action, sustainable development, and energy security. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I can stand here before you today and say that we are adopting this inclusive approach, and we're placing our energy, we're placing our efforts behind the most important metric for climate finance, which is emissions reductions. As an international community, we can show the world that we can work together to advance inclusive finance frameworks on the road to COP. And as I close, I would like to join others in joining His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz for providing us with the opportunity to share our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In the last few minutes, we have presented you with a small glimpse of what we are doing in the kingdom to address the global challenge and the social and economic transformation we are undertaking. Transformation in the MENA region at large has already begun, which will be discussed in depth during this week. This week, I encourage you to listen to new solutions and think transformatively. I ask that you keep an open mind and be ready to engage in dialogue and understand different country perspectives and circumstances. As we outline gaps, we need to underscore the region's opportunities for climate action, for sustainable development, and for effective economic diversification. And in doing so, and as we move towards COP28, we cannot exclude industries, perspectives, or any solutions that bring us closer to our collective mission, to confront the challenges of climate change and emissions head-on. This is a very important year for climate action, and the most important year for inclusivity. I wish you a productive and impactful week in the city of Riyadh. For all of our guests abroad, I hope you consider it your second home. Thank you all for your attention and for your dedication. And with that, I'd like to invite His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, His Excellency Sameh Shukri, and Mr. Simon Steele to the stage. تفضل. كلمي كلام. Microphone. Yes.
I'm grateful for our friends here. They all, I said, you know, the least we could do to our young cadets here is to treat them as the leaders of the future, and we have to congregate with them because you never know, one day we could say, I had the honor of being in this picture with them. I also, because of the excitement of the event, I forgot to make an announcement, and I was almost reprimanded by somebody here for not mentioning it, which is, I am eager to let you know, actually, that we have a very important announcement tomorrow. We will be launching our credible, transparent, and adaptable domestic market mechanism. I certainly would like to keep some of the excitement for tomorrow, but it will be an event that I think we will start with tomorrow morning. I also was corrected by my friend, dearest friend, Minister Saleh Al-Jasser, on the issue of hydrogen train. It will be, I think, on trial for next week, hopefully for the next few months. It will be, we will have the first hydrogen train in the Middle East. Thank you.
خلاص؟ Ladies and gentlemen, today marks day one of all of us coming together to share perspectives and together shape the trajectory of our energy future during this inspiring week dedicated to climate action. And as we step into the core of our deliberations with our first ministerial panel discussion that revolves around advancing inclusivity and circularity for just and equitable energy transitions. We not only confront the pressing challenges of our energy landscape, but also align our efforts with the broader context of the Climate Week. This session promises a deep dive into the world of just and equitable energy transitions, where our esteemed ministers will engage in thought-provoking exchange of insights. The ministerial panel on energy transition in the MENA region serves as an opportunity for ministers from the region to exchange insights, experiences, and best practices, fostering collaborative strategizing towards accelerating energy transitions in a just, inclusive, equitable, and affordable manner. The path ahead is one filled with exploration and discovery. And as we embark on this exhilarating journey, it is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our first ministerial panel, guided and moderated with expertise by Mr. Fahad Al-Ajlan, President of CAPSARC. We are poised to unravel the possibilities within this crucial topic. Now, let us embark on this exciting journey by welcoming our first ministerial panel, moderated by Mr. Fahad Al-Ajlan. Mr. Fahad, I invite you to the stage. Is it off? The monitor did not come on for a while. That's why I have to come back.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to invite our all-star ministerial panel. I'll start with the Honorable Mr. Raj Kumar Singh, Minister of Power and Renewable Energy from India. And also will be joining us His Excellency Hayyan Abdul Ghani Sawad, Deputy Prime Minister of Energy Affairs and Minister of Oil from the State of Iraq. Also, allow me to invite His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazrou'i, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure from the United Arab Emirates. And last but not least, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia. Thank you all for being with us here as we embark on an exciting week with MENA Climate Week. We've heard a lot about the challenge that we're facing, how we need to face it, and we need to balance between climate change, energy security, and economic development and energy affordability. Honorable Singh, I wanted to start with you focusing on the declaration that came just from the G20 last month. How do you feel that the G20 nations help in addressing this trilemma going forward and in the lead to COP? How did we manage to, preserve this balance between energy security, economic development, and then energy security?
Thank you. I think what has been initiated lies at the core of the challenge. The status is that there are about 750 million people who do not have access to electricity. That's a major issue. If you are talking about just an equitable transition, we can't just talk about the people who have been left out and do nothing about it. What has happened during the past discourse, in the past 15, 20 years, is that we have spoken about a just transition, but we've left it at that. We've not done anything to address that. There's also another aspect which needs to be addressed, and that is that the developing countries, the South, needs room to develop. The developed nations have already reached a stage of development. Now, development for those countries who are developing needs that they need to construct more floor spaces, they need to construct more industries, that will consume more steel, that will consume more cement. For example, my country, the consumption of steel will double by 2030 from 120 million tons to about 240 million. The consumption of cement will double. I'll need to add about 4 billion square meters of space, commercial as well as residential. And that goes for all the South. Now, you can't say that we'll not give space to the developing countries to develop, because it just won't happen. You can't say that you will compromise with energy security. Now, what was the discourse in the past 15, 20 years was that we talked about energy transition, we never talked about energy security. And you had Ukraine, and suddenly everybody started talking about energy security and forgot about energy transition. So energy security, nobody will compromise. Now, with all these, then we talk about energy transition. After having taken care of all these, otherwise energy transition is not going to happen. It's happening there in our country. In our country, we are a leader. We are the only major economy whose energy transition actions are consonant with the sub-2-degree rise in global temperature. We reached both our NDCs well in advance. One NDC was that by 2030 we'll have 40% of our capacity coming from non-fossils. We achieved that in 2021. Today I have 43% of my capacity, which is non-fossil. And that is 185,000 megawatts. And I have another about 129,000 megawatts under installation. I am the largest renewable energy capacity in the world today outside of China, and the fastest growing. And energy, energy efficiency is another aspect. Reduction of emissions intensity. We had pledged that we reduce our emissions intensity by 33% by 2030. We did it in 2019, and we are up to our ambition. But basically, these problems are problems which faces the world. We are getting investments, but Africa will not get investments. I mean, the sub-Saharan Africa will not get investments. And if you don't have investments, you don't have any energy access, you don't have energy transition. So we've been speaking about access to finance. It has not happened. It has not happened at all. We've just been talking about it. There's another discourse aspect of, which we need to change. We keep talking about phasing down and phasing out of fossil fuels. Now, that's not the goal. The goal is reduction of emissions, and the goal is doing away with emissions. Let's bring back our discourse on the real course. Reductions in emissions can happen by carbon capture, not necessarily only by doing away with fossil fuels. Reduction in emissions can happen by the changing feedstocks, green hydrogen, etc. But that will all take time, because we just don't have the solutions as yet. You are talking about green steel. I am doing a pilot for green steel. There is no commercial production of green steel right now. You are talking about green cement. I am doing a pilot for green cement. There is no commercial production of green cement now. So all these are solutions waiting to happen. You are talking about net zero. You can't have net zero without round-the-clock renewable energy. And the storage is expensive. It costs about almost 12 cents per kilowatt hour. My renewable energy costs about 2 cents, 2.5 cents. So the storage will have to become viable. There's no manufacturing capacity of storage. And then 90% of the storage manufacturing capacity, look at one country, so you have supply chain issues. 90% of the manufacturing capacity of solar cells and modules is concentrated in one country. So you have supply chain issues. We are building capacity. But all these are problems which need to be addressed. We just can't talk about adding more having transition and how we can't compromise the 1.5-degree goal. We need to address this challenge. Now the G20, they took note of all this. But at the same time, they decided to take the course. I think that is that's the right way to do. We must take note of it, we must address it, and I look forward to Sultan Jabbar when he decides over. Just carry forward the good work done by our friend, the president of COP27 from Egypt, and take forward the discourse in a realistic manner, and not just only talk about energy transition, how necessary it is. Let's do something about addressing the problems.
Thank you, Minister Singh. Maybe I'll turn to His Excellency Engineer Hayyan Abdulghani. You know, we hear a lot about the ambition of Iraq in developing its energy, developing its economy. And so if you can also maybe speak a little bit about the challenge of managing the economic development versus energy and climate action. Your Excellency, I think what we always hear about the ambition of Iraq in developing, especially economically. And so from Iraq point of view, how do you view the challenge of economic development versus climate action?
بالنسبة إلى الوضع في العراق كما تعلمون أن العراق هو أحد البلدان الرئيسية المنتجة للنفط الخام، ولكن إنه معظم الاقتصاد العراقي يعتمد على هذه الصادرات النفطية. وبالرغم من كل هذا فإن العراق خطى خطوات كبيرة تجاه الالتزامات الخاصة فيما يخص المناخ، ولذلك يعني أخذ إجراءات كبيرة فيما يخص التحول نحو استخدام الطاقة النظيفة وبالأخص الغاز. لذلك ركز العراق خلال الفترة السابقة والآن هو برنامج الحكومة الحالية هو استخدام هذه الطاقات المتاحة من الغاز لجميع المشاريع الرئيسية وبالأخص مشاريع الطاقة الكهربائية. إضافة لذلك فإن معظم الاستثمارات الآن تتركز على مشاريع الغاز لما لهذه المشاريع من مردودات اقتصادية زائدا يعني علاقتها بالمناخ راح تكون هي علاقة إيجابية حتما. ولذلك يعني تلاحظون بين فترة وأخرى هنالك دائما في يعني ننشر في الأنباء هنالك عقود جديدة توقع لاستثمار الغاز في بعض في هذا الحقل أو ذاك. والخطوة الأخرى أنه خطأ العراق خطوات كبيرة في اعتماد تحويل المحطات الكهرباء التي تستخدم الغاز إلى كومباين سايكل. وهذه الكومباين سايكل كما تعلمون أنه هنالك استثمار كبير لهذه الطاقات والانبعاثات الحرارية التي تذهب إلى الجو. الآن بدأت تذهب إلى الاستخدام واستثمار هذه الطاقات يعني تعديل كفاءة إنتاج محطات الكهرباء من 35% إلى 60%، وبالتالي تقليل هذه الانبعاثات الحرارية بنسبة كبيرة جدا. إضافة لذلك فإن في الفترة الأخيرة يعني يمكن سمع الكثير بأنه هنالك افتتاح لبعض المشاريع اللي تخص الغاز، وعلى رأسها مشروع البصرة NGL. هذا البصرة NGL أحد المرحلة الأولى منه ذهبت باستثمار 200 مليون قدم مكعب من الغاز، وبالتالي يعني وفرت كثيرا من الغاز الذي كان يحرق. الآن هسه بدأ نستفاد من عنده في تطوير اقتصاد البلد في هذا الجانب، إضافة إلى العديد من المشاريع اللي لها علاقة بالمناخ اتخذها العراق في هذا المجال أيضا. شكرا.
شكرا معاليك. Your Excellency Suhail, when we speak about challenges and opportunities in the MENA region that are specific to the MENA region, a lot of people see the UAE as a leading example. I think they can hear. Can you hear me? So UAE is seen as a leading example when it comes to climate ambition. We talk about net zero targets, we talk about renewable targets, we talk about having the first nuclear reactor in the region. Ship into COP28, and how do you think that the key opportunities and challenges in the Middle East to actually copy the UAE example for it?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Well, it's an honor to be here. Thanks, Your Royal Highness. And I'm so glad I'm with this distinguished panel. The UAE, as the owner, host of COP28, have worked on strategies. And for us, decarbonizing is something that is possible and something that we believe we are doing anyway. We started the transition, or working on the transition, maybe 27 years ago, when we decided that we will bring clean nuclear energy into the energy mix. And that's today, out of the 4 nuclear energy plants, we have 3 up and running, feeding the grid. And that's made UAE grid one of the cleanest, not only in the region, but I would say worldwide, with a carbon intensity of a target for 2030 to be 27 grams per kilowatt hour. And that's, I think, when we talk about decarbonization, that's what we need to talk about. How can we reduce the carbon intensity on the average? Because that's what goes to the environment and that's what's caused the climate change. So for us in the United Arab Emirates, we have a strategy update that we launched this summer, calling for 1, tripling the capacity of renewable energy in the country by the year 2030. In addition to the nuclear, we will have a contribution of around 30% of the clean energy into the energy mix. By the year 2035, we are aiming for at least 38%. And we are committing to net zero, of course, by 2050. We also launched a strategy targeting to produce 1.4 million tons of hydrogen, of which more than 70% is going to be green hydrogen. And we believe that part of that is going to be used by our heavy emission industrial manufacturing to reduce the emission target for the country. And part of it is going to be meant for export. So like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, today we are both a major hydrocarbon producer, and I believe with our plans, we will be a major exporter of clean fuel, which is hydrogen. So that gives you an example of what we are doing here in the region, not only to solve the climate change inside our countries and reduce the emission, but also to provide a solution and a clean fuel for the international consumers. In addition, I think decarbonization is going to come at a price. So we need to realize that affordability is going to be the major challenge that the whole world is going to, or the consumers need to decide on. We will be ready to provide cleaner solutions, and we are doing it. But I think the consumers as well need to be ready for the price for quicker decarbonization, and that's going to come. Therefore, what His Excellency have mentioned about India, about the need for a fair and just transition, That's, I think, something that we need to keep in mind. The energy fairness of the people to get equal and adequate energy sources is a must. We cannot just look at ourselves and forget people in Africa, people in different parts of the world. So we are, as the three of us here, as a major hydrocarbon producers, we have also a responsibility toward the world to provide, during the transition, enough amount of resources, hydrocarbon resources, to ensure that we are transitioning at a reasonably priced manner. And that is something that we are keeping in mind. That's why United Arab Emirates have decided as well to expedite its target for the 5 million barrels of oil through the year 2027 as a capacity. And I believe the kingdom as well, they are also investing in providing such requirements during the transition. We are a committed energy producer and we are doing our best, and I am optimistic about the technology. You, Fahad at Kapsar, you are working on the new technologies, testing it in Saudi Arabia, like direct air capture and other technologies, and also the utilization of the CO2. We cannot just assume that all of the CO2 capture is going to be injected. We need to be innovative in finding the solutions for it in terms of utilization. And we are also announced our target in terms of capturing CO2 as a country, and also we are working on direct air capture as one of the technologies.
Thank you for touching on this, Your Excellency. As you mentioned, we heard from Dr. Sultan today, the science is clear and the IPCC has already focused on a lot of issues. And one of the points in the IPCC report that the path to keeping 1.5 degrees C alive needs carbon removal technology. And so what the UAE is doing, for example, when it comes to CCUS and direct air capture is critical. And we cannot wait for it to actually develop in 2030 or 2040. We need to start today. Your Royal Highness, your team today did a wonderful job, and they took us through a long list of achievements. But I want us to, again, maybe focus a little bit on the removal side of the equation. And they mentioned that, the focus on establishing a CCUS hub with 9 million ton by 2027, going up to almost 45 million tons by 2035. As we see this technology develop, there is a lot of focus on decarbonization. How do we keep this development not only limited to Saudi Arabia or a small geographical area in the GCC? How do we make sure that this technology is adopted in Asia, in Europe, in the US, in North America, and so on?
Well, it's the usual thing. Somebody would have to lead by example. I think we, for example, with Aramco, we with Sabic, we're working on too many things. Not only carbon capture and sequestration, but actually in the western side of the country, we're working with Sabic and others on carbon capture and utilization. Simply because the structures that are available in the eastern province allow for sequester and storage, while in the western part of the country does not have that enabler, so we're talking about utilization. There is no meaningful way for us, as for example Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, I would say even Iraq, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, and other producers, then to invest the money, ensure that this technology does work, and ensure that the government will support these technologies through packages of incentives and enablers,
Because if we succeed with them, not only we're going to help ourselves, but we're going to help others, especially when we are all, I think, in agreement that the Paris Agreement is all about emission reductions of all greenhouses from all sectors. This is our commitment, and there is no way to just keep going around it without having to demonstrate your commitment to achieving these things. So it is a must. What is also a must is that, for example, we have advantages ourselves. When our young cadets talked about geothermal, it sounds like an alien idea for a country like Saudi to be engaged in geothermal. But if you ask Amin and around you, they will tell you, we are a big drilling company. We know how to drill for oil. We know how to go now horizontal for oil and gas. It's the same technology, different application, different challenge, of course, but it goes well with what Aramco had harnessed as a company, chunk of upstreamers that would like to use that. It helps us a lot, especially in areas where you don't have the energy sources that it would take you to move it to. So, is this a lost money? No. But I believe also we need to exploit the other things that we have, which is we have the sun. We're not as big in winds, but we still have a good potential in winds. And we would like to go through the transformation of the energy mix for ourselves. But actually, we believe that we could be an exporter of both, be it green hydrogen, be it clean hydrogen, and be it producing of exporting green electricity. That's why I have spent the last 3-4 months touring around everywhere on planet Earth. Even we have adapted to an approach which is quite a liberal approach by saying, come with your full force, do the upstream, which is the renewable, do the hydrogen if you want, do the transmission of this electricity, do the piping of that hydrogen, or shipping that ammonia that will be produced from hydrogen. Even more, move your industries that are yearning for clean energy in the form of green electricity or even green hydrogen. We are open to all of these options. There is a logic behind it. Because again, as Sir was saying, we believe the world will need all of the above. And we believe also that in the long term, the matrix of who is going to be producing oil will change. There are zones and countries and regions that will dry up and mature, their fields will mature, and therefore, at some point, their production will stagnate and most likely will fall, while others have the potential to continue for years to come. So, in general, even if the change and transformation happens, it would still keep countries, especially in this region, truly in the map, not only in the map, but actually capturing the biggest share of hydrocarbon produced, especially oil, and in the case of Qatar, of course, gas. So there is a case for us to be in oil, continue to be in oil, continue to be in gas, because as everybody was saying, that although the share of oil and gas may diminish, but
out of what? Out of a bigger energy system, double what it is by 2050. Let's not forget that energy use does increase. Possibly by 2050, it would double from what it is today. So percentages doesn't matter. What matters is the BTUs. Where are the BTUs going to come from? We are also creating, as our young cadets have explained, and before you joined CAPSUL, you were the leader of that program, the sustainability program, which what we call it our hedging, which is if, for example, conventional power move to different sources of energy, when we have the hydrocarbon in the molecules, and we could use it for make of it better use. That's why we are moving as Saudi Arabia. We're moving to oil to chemical directly. Government will be incentivizing that program. We need to, again, create a breakthrough with that. It is not a bad idea to have 2-3 million barrels of your oil going converted directly towards chemical. So if you, incubate yourself in an environment where you say, I will go for all options, all solutions. As you have rightly said in the beginning, as long as I meet my trilemma, that's fantastic. We cannot say and deny the fact that we want to be involved in all of the above. We're coming and going, we're a latecomer on nuclear, but again, it shows you that we are still interested in that all of the above approach, including SMR.
Thank you, Your Highness. And again, I think the team today did a wonderful job explaining all the efforts that are going in Saudi. Minister Singh, I wanted to come back to a point that His Excellency Suhail also touched upon, which is financing. How do you see financing develop? His Excellency, the COP27 president, talked about loss and damage as a major milestone that was achieved. However, what we have seen in the past is that the promise by developed nations to finance the energy transition, the $100 billion has not materialized. That overall climate finance has been very restrictive and going only to selected geography, selected projects. How do you see this? How do you see this energy transition and the financing needs? How do you see it from India's point of view, but also how do you see it from developing nations' point of view?
No, we are fortunate. We have had no need for finance because we are getting investments. So all this huge capacity, renewable energy capacity which has been set up by investments for the private sector. I just hold bids and people come and set up capacities and every major fund is invested there because they are growing, a huge economy. But no finance is going to countries which need it most. We don't need finance. I mean, countries in sub-Saharan Africa need finance. No finance is going there. So we need to sit down and think about it as to why no finance is going there. And the so-called finance which has to come from the developed world has not been coming at all, has not been forthcoming at all. So we need to think about what it will take to get the developed world to start financing. That is one question. Because without that, you don't have energy transition. Without financing one aspect. The other aspect, of course, is technology. Now, some technology has still to be developed. As I said, storage is still an evolving technology. We are going to have a bit of round-the-clock renewable energy using green hydrogen as storage. So this is evolving technology. The prices have to come down, volumes have to increase. Green steel is a technology which is still in the exploratory stage. Green cement technology is still in the exploratory stage. Now, carbon capture advances are happening. That needs to happen much more. So as we move forward, we need to, as humankind, need to together work on this technology. Otherwise, net zero is not going to happen. But I have another question. Another aspect. You see, I am just observing and thinking. Now, I notice that the main issues have not been addressed in the past 15, 20 years. Now, if you take the global rise in temperature, that's been about 1.07 degrees till now, from 1900 till date. Now, 85% of the total emissions load which has caused this has come from developed countries. And even today, about 85% emissions which have happened on a per capita basis is coming from developed countries. You know, the developed countries are emitting at 4 times the global average of emissions. So the global emissions average is 6.3 tons. And if you take the average of developed countries, they are emitting at the rate of 12-15 tons. Now, so we want to hear from the developed countries as what they are doing. What we are doing, we have said. As I said, we are we brought about, we are a leader in energy transition, largest capacity in renewable energy, fastest expansion of renewable energy capacity. We reduced our emissions intensity by 33% by 2019. Today it's almost near about 40%. We'll have reduced our emissions by 50% by 2030, above 45% which we pledged, all that. But what are the developed countries doing? Because they have reached the development plateau. And that those high emissions are only because of higher consumption. So they need to answer that. And the world needs, the global south needs to stand up and ask this question, that we are doing this. What are you doing? Because what you will do, or what you are doing, is the most critical factor. Because you have been responsible for the maximum of the legacy emissions, and you are responsible for the largest increase in per capita emissions. So that's the question which needs to be answered.
A lot of announcements around integrating between regions and especially between the GCC and Iraq. If you can just maybe explain a little bit about that.
فيما يخص الاستثمارات في مجال الطاقة، يعني لا يمكن أن نمضي بهذه المشاريع من دون التمويل. مثل ما تعرض زميلي ذكر بأن هذا التمويل هو مهم جدا لتنفيذ هذه المشاريع. لذلك فإن المضي بمشاريع الطاقة النظيفة وبمشاريع الحد من الانبعاثات أو التقليل من تأثيرات العمليات التي تستخدم الوقود الأحفوري تحتاج إلى كثير من الاستثمارات، وبالتالي فإن هنالك يعني الدول يجب أن يكون هنالك تعاون فيما بينها فيما يخص الاستثمار في مجال الطاقة النظيفة. أو لأنه أولا الطاقة النظيفة هو تكنولوجيا جديدة دخلت إلى هذا العالم، والهدف من عندها هو تقليل هذه الانبعاثات الحرارية وتقليل بصمة الكربون في كثير من العمليات. وبالتالي يعني نرى أن يكون هنالك يعني تعاون وتنسيق بين جميع الدول في هذا المجال. وفي نفس الوقت يعني أنه المؤتمرات التي عقدت كمؤتمر باريس وغيرها من المؤتمرات والتي فرضت كثير من المعايير وكثير من المحددات على الدول فيما يخص الانبعاثات الحرارية، عليها أن تساهم مساهمة أيضا في دعم هذه المشاريع ودعم هذه الاستثمارات باتجاه تقليص بصمة الكربون وباتجاه تقليل الانبعاثات. معظم الدول كما تعلمون، معظم الدول النامية يعني هي ذهبت كثيرا في مشاريعها، وهذه المشاريع معظمها ربما تولد انبعاثات غير صديقة للبيئة أو انبعاثات يعني تسبب يعني نيجاتيف امباكت على المناخ. فبالتالي انه على هذه الدول ان تساعد ايضا، يعني تساعد هذه الدول النامية، الدول الصناعية الكبيرة، الدول التي تمتلك رؤوس الاموال، يجب ان يكون لها دعم كبير لتلك الدول النامية في سبيل تحسين بصمة الكربون وتحسين هذه المشاريع باتجاه المشاريع الصديقة للبيئة. أنا الحقيقة يعني أحب أن أذكر ملاحظة هنا، عندما نتحدث عن تغير المناخ ونتحدث عن الفعاليات التي تحد من هذا التغير، دائما ننظر إلى العمليات يعني استخدام الطاقة فقط وآلية استخدام هذه الطاقة. هنالك عوامل أخرى غير الطاقة، يعني نتحدث دائما عن النفط والوقود الأحفوري وتقليص يعني الحد من عملية حرق هذا النفط أو عدم استخدام النفط في توليد الطاقة. في نفس الوقت المناخ لا يمكن أنه يتم تحسينه والمحافظة عليه من خلال الحد من عمليات الطاقة، وإنما هنالك عمليات أخرى بالإمكان على الدول أن تأخذها بنظر الاعتبار. وواحدة من هذه المحددات الأخرى هي عملية الزراعة لا يمكن، الزراعة لها تأثير كبير على المناخ، والزراعة لا يمكن أن تدام إلا من خلال توفر المياه. لذلك أنا أدعو من خلال هذا المؤتمر إلى أنه يجب على الدول أن تحافظ وتلتزم بالتزاماتها الخاصة بتوفير المياه إلى الدول المجاورة. كثير من الدول يعني مصادر المياه هي مو من داخل نفس الدولة وإنما من دول أخرى مجاورة، فعلى هذه الدول أن تلتزم بتقديم الحصص الكافية من المياه وبموجب المعاهدات، لأن هذه حقيقة وجود هذه المياه ووصول هذه المياه إلى هذه الدول هي أحد العوامل الأساسية للمحافظة على البيئة، وهذا جزء من يعني جزء من الالتزامات اللي يجب أنه نلتزم بها فيما يخص تطور المناخ. إضافة لذلك يعني نحن في حقيقة يعني أحب من خلال هذا المنبر أيضا أنه نحن في العراق أصدرنا الآن جولتين من جولات التراخيص التي تستخدم الغاز، استثمار الغاز. وكما تعلمون استثمار الغاز هو وسيلة من الوسائل الرئيسية للمحافظة على البيئة. لذلك أنا أدعو حقيقة من هذا المؤتمر ومن هذا المنبر جميع الشركات المتخصصة في استثمار الغاز. لدينا أكثر من 30 موقع للاستثمار في جنوب والمنطقة الغربية للعراق، ومعظم هذه المشاريع هي مشاريع منتجة للغاز، وبالتالي هي مشاريع صديقة راح تكون مشاريع صديقة للبيئة وتسهم في تحسن المناخ إن شاء الله.
green initiatives. And thank you very much. طرقت إلى شيء معين حقيقة، وهي محاولة إتاحة الطاقة، وهي أشكال جديدة من الطاقة وقد تكون أغلى وأعلى تكلفة مثلا مقارنة بما يقوم الأشخاص الآن بدفعه، يمكن أن تكون أغلى. وأعتقد هناك عدم ربط، هناك أشكال معينة ومختلفة من الطاقة، وأعتقد بأن الأشخاص الآن يتوقعون من خلال 10 سنوات القادمة أو 5 سنوات القادمة قد تكون الطاقة أقل من ناحية التكلفة. فكيف يمكن أن نرى هذا النقاش يركز على إمكانية إتاحة حلول الطاقة المستدامة ولكن بطريقة قادرة للتقديم؟
I don't think there is a disconnect. There is just wishful thinking.
أعتقد بأننا لا أرى بأن هناك إشكالية، ولكن أنا أقول بأن التكنولوجيا المتقدمة والمتطورة سوف تعزز لدينا المبادرة حول الالتزام، ويمكن أن تقوم هذه التكنولوجيا وتحل محل هذا.
There is some thinking that if we can drop, if that drops to $1, for example, per kilogram, then that is going to change. Of course, we need to work on the technology to ensure that is happening. But during the transition, we need to realize the affordability matter. And not every country that is used to a 2 cent or 3 cent going to have the same price for the cleaner forms of energy. If you are shifting from coal to, for example, cleaner forms of energy, even if it's solar. Solar is the cheapest now. But solar is an intermittent load. It needs a base load balancing. So the fact that you have gas sitting idle, or gas-fired CCGT sitting idle for 8 hours or 20% of the day, it comes at a cost. And when you combine all of those to calculate the country levelized cost of electricity, the price is not cheaper because you're using solar. It helps when you reach that stage where you cover all of the daytime availability for the country. That's why we need to triple the capacity of renewable energy, because it makes sense. But once you reach that level, then the result of all of that is not going to be a cheaper form of energy for every country. Definitely for the European countries, it may reduce a little bit because of their nature and the connectivity. One thing that is very important as well is interconnectivity. You cannot transition without transmission. And transmission now is very important. We, as a GCC countries, we are fortunate that we invested in this network that connects us. But for the future, it's small. We need to talk about gigawatts. That's why this project that we announced between India, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and hopefully even connecting with Europe is the level of the solution that we need to talk about. If we interconnect, then we can reduce the price of energy, because unfortunately, we're not using the same level of energy in the summer versus the winter here in the GCC. And in the winter, in some countries, we are only using 1/3 or 40%. If we interconnect with India, for example, we can leverage on that capacity, at least during winter, and help India not to overbuild. Overbuilding capacity that is not needed because we are not connecting with each other is actually harming the environment, because you will need resources, and the resources is going to, the extraction of these resources is going to harm the environment during that process. So producing enough materials without connectivity is, I think, going to do damage to the environment more than it solves the solution. So we need to work on so many of those, so many of those options for us to optimize. We didn't talk about demand-side management. We, as a generation, we need to prepare our children to use 40% or 50% less energy than what we are using. If we're not doing that, I can assure you, energy poverty is going to be a bigger problem. So today, we need to be convincing, asking our brothers in the African countries, asking a country like India, which has the largest population in the world, to use one form of energy is just not going to happen, because India, doesn't matter how much they install, India growth population is also a challenge. So, and they have a responsibility to ensure that energy poverty is fought as we fight climate change. So I think our countries are doing more in trying to invest, and again, tackling the investment question. Companies like Masdar and like Aqua Power and other good examples who are going and investing in different countries, spreading the renewable energy. I think I would argue that we are spending more money expanding renewable energy as a GCC countries more than any country in the world, and compared to any country and compared to any investment that we put in our countries in oil and gas. And I think that gives you the level of responsibilities that our leadership have taken on their shoulders in ensuring that we are a credible energy producers, not only an oil and gas producers.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Let me just supplement what my friend said, see, because we've been through it. Now, you can't do away with fossil fuels without round-the-clock renewable energy. As I said, for producing 1 unit of renewable energy, I need about $2.5 cents. That's the cost. For storing it for 1 hour, the cost is 10 cents. So the total cost of energy is 12.5 cents. Now that's way more expensive than using electricity made from coal or from gas. Way more expensive. So that is the problem. That's why it's more expensive. What my friend said is that transition means costs in the interim. That's what he meant. Transmission. Now we've added 190,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines in the past about 7-8 years in order to achieve this 185 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. We've added that capacity, transmission, and I'm adding transmission as I speak because I'm adding 50,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity every year. So I'm adding transmission as I speak. Now, so India gets investment. I mean, I get investment. I haven't had to put in a money of my own. Every fund is invested there. But other developing countries don't. So that money is important. And what my friend said is absolutely correct. The storage costs can be reduced by interconnection. Because, you know, when it is sun in India, when it is dusk in India, it will be shining in Saudi Arabia, UAE. Or similarly, when the sun is shining in India, it will be dusk here. So then storage costs comes down. That's why we've gotten to agreements with our friends, dear friends, Saudi Arabia and UAE, to have grid interconnections. And we are going to interconnect ourselves with the Asian grid as well. We are in talks.
Thank you, Minister Singh.
Fahad, you're succeeding in getting everybody excited.
بس سمونا أحب أضيف فد ملاحظة صغيرة أنه يعني تعقيبا على كلام زميلي فيما يخص الوقود الأحفوري أنه لا يمكن الاستغناء عن الوقود الأحفوري في هذه العجالة. يعني هذه حقيقة ويجب أن تؤخذ بنظر الاعتبار. والدراسات الأخيرة يمكن يعني العالم سوف يحتاج هذا الوقود الأحفوري، وللسنة القادمة هنالك ربما زيادة في حاجة العالم لهذا الوقود بما لا يقل عن 2 وربما ربع 2,250,000 برميل يوميا. وبالتالي فعلى العالم أن يفكر بطريقة أفضل لاستثمار هذا الوقود وبما يكون بطريقة أنه صديقة إلى البيئة وتقليل الانبعاثات. وعلى هذا العالم المتقدم والتكنولوجيا العالمية أن تأخذ مكانها في كيفية استخدام هذا الوقود بالطريقة الصحيحة وغير المؤثرة على البيئة أو بتأثيرات أقل على البيئة. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا معاليك. يعني I think we have a lot of questions that we need to go through, but I'm told يعني we're running out of time. But I just want one thing, maybe, Your Royal Highness. A lot of participants who registered that are attending this week are youth. And they are worried about climate, they want to make an impact. What words of advice would you give to those younger generation who want to get involved, who want to be involved, who want to make an impact, and make sure that they have, you know, make the future better?
As I said, you know, and also given what our young colleagues have shared with everybody, I don't think we are different from anybody. At least I can speak on behalf of Saudi Arabia. I think between Sultan and Suhail, they have discussed also and showed case that we are going for the same approach, which is going for all of the above, indifferent about who is going to be the winner, because we will be there chasing the winners. But we are all also subjugating ourselves, as our friend from India is saying, that we're looking for the economics of these things. We're not taking it personal that
oil or gas or what have you. But we're very careful about losing track of what is good for our economies. Our economies, even if you, let's say, just pretend for a second that Saudi Arabia is not an exporting country, or for that matter, Iraq and UAE. Just say that our endeavor is to ensure our own domestic requirements for consumption. Why should I forfeit oil and gas, and probably coal, if I can mitigate it? And if that mitigation can happen at a cost that is will not hamper my economy, what is wrong with that? And if you can expand that argument, whereby mitigating, everybody is mitigating, so what else did you have? Now, people talk about carbon sequestration is not untested technology and what have you. True. But also batteries are not tested. And large-sized batteries are not tested. And there are so many untested technologies that everybody is talking about, including hydrogen. I spent some time in Europe with so many companies. They talk about even the untested technology of how when you move hydrogen to ammonia and then you transport it. Now, if you want to use it, you will have to convert it back again and crack it into hydrogen again. There are serious people that talk about there is serious issues with this technology of conversion or cracking technologies. But it seems to me that the debate needs to become healthy, to say the least, which is to overcome the fact that we, the producer, are being stigmatized as a hydrocarbon producer, and we want to maintain the status quo. And also, we want, as ourselves, we need to avoid the stigmatization of those who don't want to have a hydrocarbon, that, again, their monolithic choice is devoid of any reasonable argument. I think both and all of these parties have reasonable arguments. What we have, I think, are reasonable ambitions. And what we have is a reality which says that human ingenuity can deliver us. I even talk about this transitioning. I said, I just cannot think of a day since God created Earth that we have not underwent a type of transition. Because if we didn't, I don't know what kind of medical services we would have today. I don't know what kind of road system or telecommunication or what have you. The world will continue to transition. It is not about transitioning because it's a God-given. It is about how can we transition, what would be the cost of that transition, what are the enablers required for that transition, who is going to bear the cost of that transition? Is it governments or the average person? Who is going to carry the brunt? And how much it will inhibit the economy as opposed to facilitate and enable the economy. That debate is not happening because, again, to be honest and to be candid, and hopefully in Dubai can have that serious discussion, it would happen only when people just calm down, talk about these things in a rational way, and allow, as our new young cadets have said, national circumstances should be allowed a space in that room. As long as people can accommodate to the endowments of each country and its ability to use its endowments, so long as it can mitigate and do the other things, which is the adaptation and the what have you, I think we are okay. But to go for the narrow band, as if you are going to be saying, if you are faithful, you do what we tell you. Otherwise, you are unfaithful to your commitment. That's not fair.
Thank you, Royal Highness. And with that, we end our panel. And can you join me, please, in a round of applause for our ministerial panel? Your Excellency.
Ministers, thank you for your insightful contributions. You have really enriched the discussion. We will introduce the next session in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next panel, we aim to explore and promote innovative financing solutions to accelerate climate action and sustainable development in the region. Now, we move forward and dive deeper into this vital discussion. It's my privilege to introduce our second ministerial panel, moderated by Maria El-Jishi, International Policy Advisor at the Designated National Authority.
Good afternoon, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our next panel discussion about inclusive finance and economic diversification towards the goals of the Paris Agreement. It is my pleasure to invite with me on the stage today His Excellency Dr. Saad Al-Barrak, Kuwait's Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Oil, Minister of State for Economic Affairs and Investment, and Acting Minister of Finance. if you could please join me on the stage. Also, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed bin Dana, Bahrain's Special Envoy for Climate Affairs, Minister of Oil and Environment, and the Chief Executive of the Supreme Council for Environment. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al Jasser, Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank. Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, COP28 High-Level Climate Champion. And Dr. Riyad Al Khrayef, Saudi's Deputy Minister of Finance for International Relations. Dr. Riyad Al Khrayef, Deputy Minister of Finance for International Relations. All right. Well, without further ado, I think we can begin our discussions. Thank you very much for joining us today, Your Excellencies. We're very happy to have you. As we all know, many countries in the Middle East and North Africa region rely on international finance support to implement their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. The means of implementation and support functions of the Convention and its Paris Agreement have not delivered to the levels that are necessary. While such support has not been delivered to all regions, it is unfortunate that the needs and priorities of the MENA region in particular are often overlooked. For example, the Standing Committee on Finance estimates that around $460 billion are needed by 2030 within the region to achieve the already existing NDCs. This is not even without a conversation about increasing ambition. And so, I'm going to be starting at home. Dr. Khrayef, how is Saudi Arabia setting up an enabling environment of supportive policies to promote increased investment and innovation in clean energy technologies?
Thank you very much, and I'm really pleased to be part of this distinguished panel. First, I believe when you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it is a success story. We have seen the launch of Vision 2030 a while ago, and with that, the whole government apparatus has been changing. We have seen governance reforms. We have seen setting up specific programs for specific economic diversification plans, and also we have seen setting smart KPIs. And during the COVID shock, which was the second shock that we have seen in our lives since the World War II, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been successfully dealing with that shock. So when we look at setting the right governance, it is extremely important for dealing not only with shocks, but also to advance the climate work. So I believe when you look at climate policies and unlocking financing, it is a confluence of factors. First and foremost, putting the right governance framework. Second, you have to start with strong fundamentals. And the Saudi economy enjoys strong fundamentals. When you look at fiscal policy, we have been using prudent fiscal policies with robust spending tools as well as revenue tools. These fiscal tools have helped us doing the planning, but also helping distributing the burden of the transition, but also to crowd in private investments. Also, the banking system and the monetary policy has been very resilient and credible. We have maintained a stable exchange rate for almost 4 decades This gives certainty to the private sector to invest in long-term projects. And more importantly, we have a successful track record of structural reforms. We have been able to achieve some of the vision targets ahead of the vision, and all of these, I believe, will contribute to an ecosystem for the private sector to unlock financing. I think that's, in general, a key theme of the private investment. But when it comes to the specific programs, you know, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have launched the Circular Carbon Economy Framework during the G20 presidency of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It has been endorsed by all of the G20 leaders. It is, in my view, the most inclusive framework where we see that the benefit of the carbon is taken into account. We see carbon as a merit rather than cost, and we have successfully launched this program.
Thank you very much for that. So, like you mentioned, there are many shocks to the financial systems, and there are many challenges to being able to access finance. And so, with your indulgence, I'd like to have a discussion with you all about the specific challenges that are related to scaling finance for both nationally determined contributions, or as we commonly refer to them, NDCs, or even national action plans and strategies, and enhancing resilience. So if we could start, I'd love to hear from you, Your Excellency Razan.
Thank you very much, Maria. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. So when we talk about the finance, it's important that we try to perhaps unlock what the problem is. And so what is the problem? We've got two key issues. The one is an issue of quantity, so quantum, and we can talk about that throughout our dialogue. But the other area is about quality. And what do I mean about quality? So within the climate change discourse, we need to address mitigation, but we also need to address adaptation. And adaptation, whilst initially was seen as something to do if we're not able to mitigate climate change, it is a reality today that climate change is happening. And it is important that we ensure that financing goes to adaptation. Today, the majority of climate change finance goes to mitigation. The second aspect of the qualitative framework of where financing is going is geography. So from a geographical perspective, again, the majority of financing is going towards the global north. And so in the context of climate change, in the context of growing populations, and where we see the fast-growing requirements for energy transition, this is happening in the global south. And therefore, we need to be able to redivert financing to adaptation and the global south, and also to the vulnerable communities on the ground. As high-level champion, I've had the opportunity to really engage with local communities across the globe. And when you speak to local communities that today, within their ecosystem, are inventing the solutions that are working for them today, do not and are not able to absorb the amount of money that is being discussed in global dialogue and global discourses. I am extremely lucky today to sit next to His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jasser, who is, of course, as you all know, the chairman of the Islamic Development Bank. And why do I say this? I have the privilege to working with his institution on the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture. And with this center, this is a center focused on adaptation. It's focused on small-scale rural farmers across the world, and it is providing financing and adaptation tools that is required today. Finally, my third point is unlocking finance is about true partnership between governments as well as non-party stakeholders. COP28 needs to be able to unlock finance in order for us to achieve the 1.5-degree aspirations. We cannot achieve this goal, as you said, We cannot implement it without climate finance, but also climate funding. And I see them as two separate, but not necessarily exclusive terms. At COP28, the presidency has set ambitious goals to ensure that governments deliver on their pledges. Because it's only by building on the existing commitments of governments that the private sector and the philanthropy can actually also enhance their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very apt quote that I've read recently when speaking about adaptation financing, or adaptation in particular, is that adaptation in nature is a process that happens ahead of the changing environment. Once the change happens, only the creatures who have adapted in advance survive the change. And I think that's very apt when we're talking about an issue such as climate change. Only the countries or the parties that adapt in advance will be able to survive the effects of climate change. So with that, I'm going to turn to you, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed bin Dana. We know that Bahrain is a developing country and an island at the same time. What are some of the challenges in mobilizing and accessing finance at scale to support the implementation of Bahrain's NDCs and national action plans?
Thank you, Maria. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank first His Royal Highness for having us here today. I think having a MENA week before COP to gather all the informations and the idea make us focus on this COP to make it a successful COP. This COP, which has been hosted by UAE, I think it's our responsibility as a region to make it a successful COP, because we do believe on climate change. We do believe, and we've seen the changes has been happening on this region. The desertification, shortage of water, the crisis we just had in Libya, and we're sorry for what happened there, shows exactly what is the climate change will look like on the future. That's why I think we have to be prepared for that. Bahrain, as an island, the sea level rise is one of the main issues we have. And we think that we have to adopt for it at least to by 2050. We have developed a model, a simulator on the impact of the sea level rise by then, and we put a budget to do that until 2050, but the budget will be 10 years' time. So this is a project that is not bankable, so it's not good for financing. This is a project that should be done through a grant, or the government will take the responsibility itself. Now, we're talking about the limitation of financing. The limitation of financing, the only arm we have now under the Paris Agreement is the Climate Change Fund. Hopefully, the Response Measure Fund will be established with the help of UAE to build the mechanism during the next COP. The $100 billion promised per year at 2020, I think we have to make sure that nobody is forgetting that it's $100 billion per year for 5 years, which means the fund has to have a $500 billion and a mechanism to fund and finance the project for the climate change. That's why this project, the sea level rise, became under the shoulder of the government, because they feel it is the responsibility towards the Bahraini people to do this project. Therefore, the challenges I think we face now is how to make this adaptation project bankable that could pay back to the financial institutions or to banks this amount of money back. This is the main challenge we have to unlock. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, we must not forget the Adaptation Fund as well to help fund adaptation projects. And I think it's very important to also draw attention to that. So thank you so much for that. Turning to Your Excellency, Dr. Al-Barrak, if you could share with us some of the challenges that you find in mobilizing finance at scale to support nationally determined contributions and national action plans.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I was hoping to be the last speaker in the first question, especially after Dr. Muhammad Al-Jasser, my great friend and guru, so I can learn a few things from him, as I did in the telecom days. But obviously my strategy failed now. I think the main challenge is the leading bodies of the world, the advanced nations, are not living up to their commitments that already well publicized in that regard. And them having such a negative example definitely impacts the whole issue of financing developments that will contain the negative effects of climate change. Yet, we have also a paradoxical challenge as producers. We are keen on investing as much as we can to expand our production and leverage the good markets and the critical markets in the world. Yet, we are asked to disinvest by co-investing in the development of climate change control. We are not saying that we do not like that, but we do not definitely, from an economic and development point of stage, we do not prefer it as a priority. This is the paradox that we are really facing as a big challenge. So I think we must evolve on a process of culturalization, a culture that cares about humanity and its future. We need to do much more learning and education and collaboration, and yet have the big guys playing fairly by living up to their commitments in that regard, because politics and economics sometimes are counterproductive against each other. We know that preaching climate change definitely is a sacred cause and attending to that, but at the same time we know that there are vested political interests in pressuring producers into a certain direction. So these are the challenges we have to deal with on both sides.
Thank you very much for that, which leads me to my question to His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Al-Jasser. If you could help us understand what financing mechanisms and approaches can effectively mobilize funds for climate and development projects in the MENA region.
Thank you very much, Sister Maria, and Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of my beloved country, Saudi Arabia, as well as the UNFCCC for holding this very important meeting in the run-up to the COP28. And I would like to thank His Royal Highness for including the Islamic Development Bank in this important discussion. Well, at the outset, I would like also to echo the views that were expressed by the earlier panel and just now also this panel, that we are after a just and fair transition. This is, we can talk as long as we want about climate, but really this is a foregone conclusion. We have a climate problem. Nobody will deny that. The issue, the challenge is how are we going to deal with it? And from our side, the Islamic Development Bank, which is the premier South-South financial institution, we see what is happening if we are talking about the MENA, but that goes for other members because we have 57 members. 29 of them are least developed countries. So you can imagine the challenge facing these countries as they try to adapt to these climatic pressures that are happening as we speak. We in the Islamic Development Bank pay a lot of attention to helping these countries in as many ways as we could from the financial point of view. For example, we have committed to ensure that 35% of all our financing will go into climate projects by 2025. We already have achieved 32%. So we're very close to meeting that. And also, we are committed to be consistent and to be operate aligned with the Paris Agreement also. We also have developed financing mechanisms like the sukuk. The green sukuk and the sustainable sukuk have proven to be very, very useful to deal with such projects that we are dealing with and such challenges that are facing our countries. We have also issued, as I said, about 5 billion of green sukuk and adaptable sukuk. But for example, because some people say, well, give me an example. What does that do? How does that translate into adaptation or mitigation of climate? There is a very important project that we are involved in financing, which is Egypt's high-speed railway, which is a very efficient railway. We are financing about $344 million of that. We also have embarked with other financial institutions, for example, the Arab Coordination Group, all of the Arab development institutions, the Saudi Fund, the Kuwaiti Fund, the Bahraini Fund, the Abu Dhabi Fund, all of them are involved. We in the COP27, we committed collectively $24 billion to be lent to deal with climate challenges. The Islamic Development Bank alone has committed 13 billion of those amounts. So we are trying our best to build partnerships also, for example, with the Green Lending Fund, which brings in private sector financing, and we are using that also to help some of our member countries cope with the challenges of financing climate change. The challenges for the more indebted countries are very severe, and I think any help we can provide will be good. The middle income and the higher income countries have been doing very well, actually, in dealing with that, and we heard from the ministers earlier what they are doing. But the smaller countries, the more indebted countries, they really need all the help they can get, and we are looking forward to COP28 to see what more the world can do. And again, I think what mentioned earlier, those who have polluted the environment and precipitated this climatic deterioration need to step up and try to do much more than just promises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and really appreciate the practical examples that you gave. I'm also a fan of numbers, so with your indulgence, I'd like to share a few with you. The international private sector investors have also overlooked the MENA region. In numbers alone, Western Europe and North America received 141 billion US dollars in private climate finance on average in 2019 and 2020. When you compare this to the 37 billion USDs that were received across South Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and South America combined, we can see that there is a glaring disparity in terms of finance availability to certain countries. And then if we break that down further, of the 37 billion US dollars, the Middle East only received 15. So if you take 141 billion and you 37 to the entire region and only 15 to the Middle East, considering all of the initiatives that are being taken place, and that the region is on the front lines of climate change and lies really at the center of the global energy sector, more investment is needed, not less, to ensure that low greenhouse gas and climate resilient development and inclusive development is made available, which leads me to my next question to Dr. Riyad. At the global level, what are the challenges in mobilizing and accessing inclusive climate finance at scale to support raising ambition and enhanced implementation of climate action?
Well, thank you for the excellent question. And I think I can start with the comment raised by Dr. Al-Jasser. He rightly emphasizes the word fair and just transition. And I think for international organization, it is extremely important to take into account the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities when we look at the membership. This is extremely important because a lot of countries, including low-income countries, they don't have enough fiscal space. They have competing priorities when it comes to public financing. And also, some of these countries, a large portion of their fiscal policy is gone for interest payments for a large debt. So that's the initial condition. It is extremely important when we have a discussion in the international arena, it is extremely important to differentiate between the countries who contributed to the climate shock versus the countries who did nothing to the climate, but they are bearing the cost of it. As you rightly mentioned, they're at the front line of the climate crisis. So that's number one. Number two, in each international organizations, it is extremely important to take country-specific circumstances into account, the stage of development, the social needs, and the political economy. It is really a bad recipe for the international organizations to start the top-down approach. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to economic policies, nor conditionalities. We have been working in the G20 Saudi Arabia, and we have led important international decisions and approaches, including the circular carbon economy framework, which is the most inclusive framework to address climate change. We also, relatedly, we have launched the debt service suspension initiative to provide liquidity to countries in need, and also we have launched the common framework to help countries with debt issues to have their fiscal policy in a sustainable path. So that's in general one thing. Another thing is for international organizations to work together. Sometimes everyone wants to do climate, which is really commendable, but the pieces of each sometimes is not greater than the sum. We need to have specialization, and I think Dr. Al-Jasser mentioned a good example with the Islamic development, with the Arab Coordinated Group. They have came together and committed to a strong amount of support for the countries in the region, and for the global south. I think this is extremely important. So in summary, it is extremely important to stick to your mandate in the international organizations, Second, to avoid the top-down approach. Third is to pay particular attention to the needs for low-income countries. Sometimes you have economic policies are good in plans, but when it comes to in practice, hasty climate decisions could lead to social issues and economic issues, and this is, I think, something important for the international organization to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned top-down approach and how important it is to maintain the bottom-up, and which leads me to my next questions to our esteemed excellencies. We know that there are many reforms that are currently taking place by multilateral development banks, and the reforms oftentimes take a top-down approach. So I'm very interested to hear from you, Dr. Al-Barak, Your Excellency. How do you see the impact of the current reform proposals that we have for multilateral development banks?
I think reforms objectives are impactful if they are executed in a timely manner, in a fair manner, in a collaborative manner. Without these three elements, reforms will not fly or will not fly as high as we aspire to be. So I think the issue here is the issue of credibility of collaboration and joint efforts to advance the agenda of this challenge of climate change and the environment. If this is the platform upon which reforms can work effectively, and without really fixing this platform of collaboration, understanding, and others, and limiting the biases and the top-down, transition, without such a credibly collaborative, passionate objectives and modus operandi to advance the agenda, which we don't see it as we wish. Without this, reforms will not be effective.
Thank you very much for that. Also curious to hear your views on this matter, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed bin Daina.
Thank you. Well, I think we have an example here of the Climate Change Fund. And that's why I've been looking at my dear friend, the Minister of Maldives, Amina's here. It happens to be that I was in Maldives during a workshop to attend the financing for the adaptation projects. And I heard something from her that I can't forget. Maldives is an island. The whole revenue comes from tourism. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody on this planet think that about their emissions because they are negligible. So nobody even can think that they don't need financing. But it took them 5 years to get a finance for a project from the Climate Change Fund. And it is not grant, it's financing. My concern with the multilateral funds restructuring and the role that should have been taken now by the IMF and the World Bank is the mechanism that will take to be approved for certain projects for the most needed countries like Maldives. I didn't speak about Bahrain. I didn't speak about the region. I'm speaking about the countries that is in need. So the mechanism, the approval, the structure to get accepted, it's getting harder and harder for the most needed countries. This is my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, despite the region and perhaps the world's greatest efforts to address emissions from all sources, we see that some approaches utilized by certain actors in the wider financial system adopt a restrictive approach rather than an inclusive approach. I'm curious to hear from you, Dr. Al-Jasser. What are the opportunities for regional and international collaboration in climate finance, and how can partnerships with the private sector, international financial institutions, and governments be leveraged to scale up climate action and development efforts in the MENA region?
Thank you again. You're right, without partnerships, it will be very difficult to make even a dent on the challenges that are facing us in the climate challenge. But these partnerships have to be built on very solid grounds. We in the Islamic Development Bank have been cooperating with many regional and international partners. As I mentioned the Arab Coordination Group earlier. Also, I mentioned the Green Climate Fund. We have also been dealing and coordinating with all of the MDBs, the multilateral development institutions, to coordinate our approach and our policies to deal with that issue. Financing, as I mentioned earlier, is the central point that is facing a lot of our member countries. So if we take these partnerships to a higher level than we have been in the past, I think we may help very needy countries in the MENA region and beyond. We work in Africa, for example. We know how difficult it is to get the financing needed to help these countries. But partnerships with multilateral development institutions hold the greatest hope, but also the relationships with the institutions, the Arab lending institutions. And I have to say, even though they're not as big as some of the multilaterals, but they have been more forthcoming in trying and collaborating. We use, to ensure the success of those partnerships, we use also South-South cooperation, which brings some knowledge and expertise in addition to some financing. And we have had very good experiences. For example, there is in Morocco, there is a very important center. It is called the Agency for Sustainable Energy. They have been helping provide some very affordable, bankable, renewable energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa. They have been very, very helpful. There is another center in Cairo. It's called the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, or RECRE. That's a very important center where they are now doing a very good study on energy resource centers in the MENA region. All of these, with the financing and with the South-South cooperation, we think that we can make a difference. But the challenge is huge, and we need the big guns to step forward and try to compensate for the serious damage that has been done over the past couple of 100 years since the Industrial Revolution.
Thank you very much. So I think one of our big guns is sitting on the stage, Her Excellency Razan Mubarak. My next question to you is, what are the gaps and opportunities related to scaling up climate finance in the region? But more importantly, how can these gaps and opportunities be addressed at COP28?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Jasser. We talked about collaboration and the need for enhanced collaboration. We spoke about the fact that, is it a bottom-up or is it a top-down signal that the world needs. And I suppose what I'm trying to say is that we need both. We need, as was discussed, for governments to come to the table at COP and make good the pledges that were made. And that is why we talked about the $100 billion $100 billion per year. Thank you for the clarification. We also talked about the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. We talked about the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. So all of those things are necessary, but will not take us far enough. So what will take us far enough? It's a true partnership with the private sector, with businesses and philanthropy that traditionally have been engaged, I would say, perhaps either as an afterthought or perhaps in a parallel process. So what is required is a much more collaborative approach that brings these three sectors in co-creating together the solutions that we need. And there is missed opportunities if we don't do that. For example, just the global asset management sector. This is a $30 trillion sector. Philanthropic capital. Philanthropic capital flow is estimated to be around $1 trillion capital flow per year. These are significant sources of capital that we have yet to fully unleash with respect to their opportunities for both climate and nature opportunities. And here I'd like to really perhaps raise awareness to the incredible work that is actually being done by both philanthropy and private sector in the real economy. The momentum is growing. But as you said, Maria, we need to ensure that this momentum is growing also within our region. Because as we said, the financial flows, neither in quantity nor in direction, are flowing to where we need them to flow. And from that perspective, I'm leading together with my co-champion, Dr. Mahmoud Mahieddin, 2 global campaigns. The first one, called Race to Resilience, has already gathered more than 12,000 companies, SMEs, small and large, educational institutions, financial institutions, all committing to net zero by 2030. On the adaptation front that I've also wanted to raise in this gathering, which normally gets less of attention, we need to continue to raise the importance of ensuring finance flows towards adaptation. And there is a plan. We have the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda, so we know where finance needs to flow, but there are also growing momentum in the non-state actor sectors that is moving towards that goal. And I'll give you another initiative, the Race to Resilience initiative. Today, we have 30 partners from government, but also non-party stakeholders, all committed to ensuring that we secure the lives and livelihood and adaptation measures for 3.5 billion people around the world. So the other operative words, so we have collaboration, we have top-down, bottom-up, but we also have scale, because we have no time to work on pilots. There are existing initiatives today that are working and that need to be scaled up, which brings me to my final point about nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions can be our greatest ally for climate change mitigation and adaptation. It's a technology that exists today, it's a technology that exists at scale, and it's a technology that exists within the world of local communities. The word of caution there is to ensure that when countries do engage on nature-based solutions, that they are high integrity. There are planting trees and there are planting trees. So we need to ensure that it's diverted into high-integrity, nature-based solutions, and to use existing standards to make sure that those are not wasted investments, but are investments that are flowing also in high-quality projects and programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Your Excellencies, for joining us. It has been a very informative discussion for me, and I'm sure for all of our guests here. I believe that all actors within the financial system have to understand that all solutions must be advanced in the global community to achieve climate objectives. And they must also understand that countries have different starting points when it comes to these objectives and the transition pathways and the needs. There is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to these solutions, and they will not be effective to enable ambitious climate action at the global level unless these are inclusive solutions that encompass everyone. So thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, Maria. Our upcoming session focuses on the urgent need for climate adaptation, highlighting vulnerabilities, opportunities, and best practices, and initiatives to foster regional collaboration. Let us all give a big round of applause to our third ministerial panel, who will be guided by Dr. Noor Al-Mansouri, Research Fellow at CAPSARC.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome to this crucial panel on adaptation towards a global goal on adaptation in a 1.5-degree world. In a world grappling with intensifying climate change impacts, adaptation is no longer optional. It is an absolute necessity. At a 1.1-degree temperature increase, we are already witnessing significant climate change impacts. However, the danger escalates considerably at 1.5 degrees Celsius. A mere 0.4-degree difference can have profound consequences. The urgency is clear. The IPCC predicts we are rapidly approaching this threshold, demanding a significant boost in our adaptive capacity. The Paris Agreement set the stage by establishing the global goal on adaptation, emphasizing the need to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change. This goal is a lifeline, one that speaks to the very essence of our survival and well-being in a rapidly changing world. Especially for developing countries, recognizing the vital link between climate adaptation and sustainable development. Our MENA region is one of the most vulnerable to physical climate change impacts, putting human activities and systems at high risk. Immediate action to accelerate adaptation finance is critical to address the climate adaptation gap and lessen or prevent climate change risks. Recent developments, including the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program and COP27 decisions, are pushing us closer to a comprehensive framework for the global goal on adaptation planned for adoption at COP28. So without further ado, let us begin this vital discussion, united in our commitment to adaptation as an absolute necessity. Together, we can pave the way for a more resilient and sustainable future where adaptation is not just a necessity, but a collective responsibility that we all share. Thank you for joining us today. Allow me to introduce our respected and distinguished panelists as they take the stage. His Excellency Adil Al-Jubair, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Climate Envoy of Saudi Arabia. Welcome. Her Excellency Shauna Aminath, Minister of the Environment, Climate Change and Technology of Maldives. Her Excellency Mariam Al-Miheri, Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the UAE. Her Excellency Layla Sheikhawi Mahdawi, Minister of Environment of Tunisia. Her Excellency Dr. Rula Dashti, Executive Secretary of the UN ESCWA. أهلاً. Hello and welcome, Your Excellencies. Your Excellency Adil Al-Jubair, if I could start with you, what are the potential co-benefits of adaptation actions in terms of sustainable development, equity, and economic growth? There's also another mic here.
A microphone. Well, thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. I think the issue is very simple. It has to be practical, pragmatic, long-term. It has to be sustainable. It has to be a whole-of-government approach and a whole-of-society approach. You have heard this morning presentation with regards to how we deal with construction sector, how we deal with tree planting, how we deal with carbon capture, carbon sequestration, how you design your cities to make them more efficient and more livable, which in turn reduces traffic, which saves people time, which reduces pollution, and which improves the quality of life. We have tremendous investments in terms of producing energy in a more clean and efficient manner, in terms of removing carbon and sequestering it and using it, recycling it. Programs in terms of tree planting and vegetation planting. Saudi Arabia has committed will allocate 30% of its land and water borders to be protected areas so that we have more natural capture. And then, of course, the issue of how we deal with life issues, the redesign of cities and what have you. I think the situation, as was mentioned earlier, is such that every country is different and every country has to do what is best given its circumstances, given its resources, and given its environment. And Saudi Arabia is adopting a circular carbon economy approach, a whole of government, a whole of society approach that includes all of the elements I mentioned. We have launched the Saudi Green Initiative that has more than 77 initiatives in it. We are allocating more than $186 billion to fund those various initiatives. They are works currently in progress. They're not ideas, they're not theories. We have launched the Middle East Green Initiative to have a more multilateral approach regionally to deal with combating desertification and planting of trees and shrubs and helping other countries in the region adopt a circular carbon economy approach so that we can all move forward in reducing the pollution and capturing carbon and making our world a better and safer place for everybody.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. If I can turn to you, Your Excellency Mariam Al-Miheri. We heard about the potential co-benefits in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Green Initiatives, and also the co-benefits in the context of equity, which speaks very much to the developing countries' challenges. In what ways can international cooperation, capacity building, and support be enhanced to assist developing countries, particularly in building their adaptive capacity?
Thank you very much, Nora. Sorry, I didn't want to speak so close to the microphone. I hope you all hear me, and I just want to say thank you so much to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important platform that we're in today, and it's so great to be amongst my colleagues here. International collaboration. If I look back at the root of it, and I think His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz showcased when he brought forward the young team that he has, and they all spoke about their work stream that they're working at. I think this really shows from the root of any organization, the collaboration part, making sure all voices are heard, the voices of the youth are heard. I think it comes from that, and this stems from how important collaboration is. We wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for international collaboration. It's so important because every country has its own resources, every country has its own strengths, and the whole idea of having a COP is convening all parties to collaborate and fight a cause that's affecting all of us in very different ways. So if I look about some of the platforms that the UAE has spearheaded, on the energy space, for an example, it's PACE, the Partnership to Accelerate Clean Energy. What's that about? It's the UAE and the US really catalyzing $100 billion to be able to deploy 100 gigawatts globally on the clean energy transition. Again, this is a way of making sure that it's not just about the US and the UAE, but the developing countries as well, because we all need to be responsible global citizens when it comes to climate change, and we need to support each other. When it comes to adaptation, which is the topic we're talking about here, it's not only the energy, by the way. We can, for example, overcome all the causes of energy, but we still won't be able to reach the 1.5 degrees if we don't transform all other areas as well, such as food, such as water, such as health. So when we look at food, for example, we need to also transform our food systems, because the food systems today actually are the cause of 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, so the second largest emitter after energy. Now, I'm in an honored position to be supporting the COP28 presidency. I'm leading the food systems conversations, and we have announced the food systems agenda for COP28, and we've also announced in the agenda the actual political will stream. When I was doing consultations with the international community, the two things they said to me was, Mariam, we need political will from countries, and we need an agenda. And this is exactly what we have today. I've actually written to all my counterparts, the ministers of agriculture, about the Emirates Food Systems Transformation Declaration. I'm getting all the feedback, and hopefully in October, our president will be sending out to all heads of states this Emirates Declaration. And I really urge all of you, again, we can only do this together, to sign in onto this so that we can create that political movement that we need for food systems transformation. Then on the other area, it's nature. In our region, we don't have the typical forests, such as the Amazon forest, but we have mangroves. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is on a mission of planting 10 billion trees. The UAE is looking at 100 million mangroves by 2030. So these are all our efforts on how we can make nature our ally, which is so important. My colleague Razan spoke about it just now. Making nature our ally is one of the tools we have to combat climate change. And so we've developed a platform called the Mangrove Alliance for Climate. Again, this is about bringing together people who have the same vision to combat the climate crisis that we're in, and to really use all these tools, all these collaborations to share knowledge, to share experiences. And this transformation, by the way, the energy transformation, the food transformation, it's not just about a physical transformation, it's an intellectual transformation as well. So the capacity building aspect is so essential in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, on these pioneering efforts, as always, by the UAE. If I can move to you, Your Excellency, Leila Shekhawi Mahdawi, and bring in the Tunisian view on the same question. So what other ways can international cooperation, capacity building, and support be enhanced to assist developing countries in building their adaptive capacity?
شكراً. قبل كل شيء أريد أن أشكر ترحيب المملكة السعودية في هذه المناسبة القيمة. وفيما بعد اسمحوا لي أن أتكلم باللغة الفرنسية. L'adaptation, comme vous l'avez dit, ce n'est plus un choix, c'est une obligation pour nous, États de la région Afrique du Nord et Moyen-Orient. Car nous sommes les États les plus exposés au changement climatique, même si notre contribution au réchauffement global est extrêmement réduite. Pour ce qui est de la Tunisie, sa contribution a été évaluée par le groupe international d'experts sur le climat à 0,07%, ce qui est réellement très peu. L'adaptation, nous l'avons vu, est vitale. Et les derniers événements qui ont eu lieu au Maroc, en Libye ou en Syrie, ou même les incendies que nous avons eus en Tunisie, démontrent cette triste réalité que nous vivons, sans oublier la sécheresse. Pour faire face à ces défis, pour faire face à l'accroissement des événements extrêmes, évidemment, j'ai assisté au panel précédent et j'ai bien écouté, les aspects financiers sont très importants. Et les aspects financiers, ce ne sont pas des aspects secondaires. Ils sont vitaux. Nous ne sommes plus aujourd'hui, comme l'a dit un éminent ministre, nous ne sommes plus à la période des expériences pilotes. Les expériences réussies existent. Que faut-il faire pour s'adapter? Il faut planter des arbres. Déjà, c'est une première chose et la moindre des choses. Et la Tunisie pourrait abriter une muraille qui pourrait aller du Maroc jusqu'en Égypte. C'est un projet qui existe, que nous avons présenté à la Convention sur la lutte contre la désertification, mais qui n'a pas encore trouvé les financements nécessaires. Alors, il s'agit de quelque chose qui serait bénéfique pour l'ensemble de la région. Et nous avons en Tunisie l'expérience technique de la réutilisation des eaux usées traitées pour mener à bien un tel projet. S'adapter, c'est aussi partager les expériences réussies. Et ce ne sont pas des expériences forcément coûteuses. Ce sont des expériences qui sont aussi tirées de l'expérience du passé et de la nature en ce qui concerne l'irrigation. Mais ce sont aussi des technologies très modernes, y compris dans le domaine agricole, comme par exemple l'agroforesterie ou bien l'hydroponie. Cette modalité de culture qui utilise le moins d'eau possible. Car aujourd'hui, dans notre région, la moindre goutte d'eau est une goutte d'eau précieuse que nous devons préserver et protéger. Et pour apporter de l'eau, encore, il faut planter de nouveau des arbres. Donc tout se répète en définitive. Il n'est pas possible aujourd'hui de parler d'adaptation sans parler de financement. Et jusqu'à ce jour, jusqu'à il y a 2 ans à Glasgow, quand on a commencé à tenir compte de ce paramètre, et aussi l'année dernière, et nous attendons beaucoup de la COP présente, eh bien l'adaptation est devenue un sujet réel, un sujet qui mérite que l'on s'y attarde. Et ce n'est pas du tout une facilité accessoire. C'est un débat vital. C'est un débat qui peut permettre à nos pays de la région de nous en sortir. Nous rendons des services écosystémiques en tant que pays qui contribuent peu au changement climatique, car nous avons quand même encore certaines réserves. Par exemple, dans le bassin méditerranéen, la Tunisie a encore des réserves de posidonie qui sont le poumon de la mer et qui rendent des services à l'intégralité de la planète. Pour lier le financement à l'adaptation, pourquoi ne pas envisager à l'échelle de tous nos pays, dont certains sont lourdement endettés, cette idée souvent présentée mais assez peu mise en pratique de reconversion de la dette en projets climatiques ou environnementaux. Cela pourrait aussi être une solution pertinente. Donc, là aussi, l'échange de technologies, l'assistance technique, l'assistance financière sont des éléments vitaux et bien entendu la collaboration entre toutes nos entités présentes ici. Je vous remercie.
And cooperation among the different institutions is of great importance to the whole region.
Yes, if I can move to you, Your Excellency, Dr. Rula. As we convene here in Riyadh and the MENA region prepares to bolster the momentum in the lead up to COP28, can we focus the discussion on the region and delve deeper into the adaptation needs of the MENA region? What are the current gaps in assessment of regional needs and challenges?
Thank you. Thank you, Noura. And I think my colleagues shed some lights, but maybe I'll put them all together. First of all, the governance of the water sector. Water sector is a key issue in adaptation. And governance of water sector is a common challenge across the region. When I'm talking about water governance of it, first, from the supply side and from the demand side, the consumption side. So we need a better management on water resources from the supply side, but also from the consumption side, we need a better management because there is a lot of wastage. So the governance of the water sector has to be a priority on the management. Second, water policies itself has to be looked into a more integrated framework which encompasses water, energy, and food nexus. This is, and Mariam just mentioned a little bit on relationship between water and food. Agriculture is a very high consumption of water in the region, and that relationship is extremely important. We managed at ESCO and the UN with the League of Arab States to bring together the ministers as a joint committee in the League of Arab States, the ministers of agriculture plus the minister of water to speak together, because it's extremely important. But you need to bring also the energy sector later on with it, so you need to see it in the totality of it. This is a challenge, but this is an important issue from that thing. And more importantly, we need to look at water as a regional common good. What I mean by regional common good, it's extremely important to look at it and work together to enhance cooperation between regional countries in the region, because the majority of water that we consume is across boundaries. It crosses more than one political boundary. So regional cooperation is extremely important. We at ESCO with the World Bank started an initiative of enhancing technical cooperation about the Mashriq area countries plus Iran and Turkey to discuss technically, build the trust, and start to bring up solutions to understand of regional. To us, this means that we need to advance and enhance water diplomacy. This is missing in the discussions, and water diplomacy needs to be enhanced further so that we bring to the table a better water security and stability for the region. We think a precursor down the line is a water issue, and conflict could arise in the region due to water. So enhancing water diplomacy from now and strengthening them is a key also issue in the region. And lastly, and we just heard it from Leila, financing. Today, number one, and we heard it in the first panels, majority of the financing that comes to the region is through to mitigation and not adaptation. Almost 80% is going to mitigation vis-a-vis adaptation, despite the fact that we heard also at the beginning of the opening, adaptation is the priority of the region. But however, the financing are not matching. Today, the region needs, based on 18 countries who submitted their NDCs, we need around $130 billion for water-related projects. What comes to the region? $7 billion in the last 10 years. There is initiatives on our regional development banks to support. For example, the Islamic Development Bank has the $1 billion sukuk. Saudi Arabia Development Fund has signed around $1.8 billion of water-related projects. We have Kuwait, 18% of the Kuwait fund is in water, but we need much more. And we need also to highlight the commitment that the regional development institutions are putting forward. It's also missing in the taxonomy and missing in the reporting. But financing is very important. We at ESCO are starting to think of also what innovative financing instruments than the traditional financing instruments, because the majority of these financing that I told about, the 7 billion came to the region, is a majority of it is debt related. Concessional and grant loans are becoming decreasing further and further. We need to reverse the process because water projects are not something quick, profitable projects. They are long-term returns. So we need concessional loan to be a buffer, a catalyst, so that additional investments, we're not talking about financing, but the Minister of India was speaking about that needs investments. To need investments, sometimes you need to start having a bridge financing, which is a concessional loan, to make these projects profitable and getting the investments part of it. The second part of trying to expand that innovative financing, we're looking into SDG Climate Debt Swap 2.0, a new initiative by ESCO to increase also the liquidity space and have more financing mechanisms for the adaptation projects. We're looking into also credit enhancement guarantees, also to expand. So financing plays a big role, as Minister Leila spoke about. This is extremely important. $127 billion, a huge gap in financing that needs to be filled so that we do. These are quick 4 challenges I think the region needs to address as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, on shedding light on the unique challenges of the MENA region and highlighting the need for water diplomacy, but also discussing the importance of adaptation needs in the region, adaptation funds and adaptation finance. You also discussed the mitigation versus adaptation, and I think this is a perfect segue to bring in Her Excellency Shawna Aminath. If I can ask you to talk more about adaptation. Indeed, loss and damage starts wherever adaptation ends. How can we support the latter to prevent the former? Like, what do we need to continue to increase mitigation ambition, but why does the world need to also focus on adapting in line with the temperature goals?
It's a pleasure to be here. Let me also thank the government of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the invitation, and it's such an important topic for us to be discussing. And this conversation has to be held many, many years ago, maybe 20 years ago, but nevertheless, it's never too late for us to be discussing adaptation and, like you said, loss and damage as well. Why does the world need to focus on adapting while we're talking about the temperature goal as well? As someone from a small island nation, the Maldives is about 1,200 islands, and just for reference, most of our islands are just about 1 meter above sea level, which makes us extremely vulnerable to any amount of sea level rise, any amount of extreme weather, and any amount of loss and damage makes a huge impact on the daily lives of our people in the Maldives. With any amount of increase in temperature, it threatens the survival of our coral reefs, which is the only source of protection for our islands as well. Already we have run out of fresh water in our islands. Almost every island in the Maldives, freshwater lens has been contaminated, and we are having to invest our own revenue to invest in desalination plants, which again is a huge expense for countries like the Maldives. We have heard from some other ministers before about how challenging it is for us to access finance. And this is why we need to invest more in adaptation. We cannot have enough finance to be able to compensate or to be able to finance loss and damage. Adapting and investing in adaptation is the only way for us, for a small island nation like the Maldives, to survive. Our survival depends on how much we are able to prepare and how much we are able to increase the resilience of our islands.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for shedding light on this very important and critical matter for a very vulnerable country like Maldives. If I can go back to you, Your Excellency, Adel Al-Jubair, what are the regional best practices and initiatives that may enhance cooperation on achieving the global goal on adaptation?
I think we, my apologies. I think we have a lot of examples of best practices in the region, and I wouldn't know where to start. I think in Saudi Arabia, for example, what we have done in terms of redesigning our cities to make them more efficient, to reduce traffic times, commuting times, which results in less pollution, which also results in more time. If we can save you an hour of commuting a day, that translates into 4 years of extra life by the time you're 80 that you can use to do all sorts of things. We have engaged in terms of agriculture, reusing of water for watering vegetation and plants. We have engaged in launching the Saudi Green Initiative that I mentioned with its 77 initiatives, all the way from turning waste into energy to planting of mangroves, planting of shrubs and trees, making sure that we don't do it in a haphazard way, but in a very carefully studied and scientific way to determine which shrubs and plants are best suited for what areas and how we plant them and how much water we can use in order for them to be sustainable. Looking at things like designing of our industrial factories, looking at things like carbon capture, making our energy, making sure it's as efficient and as clean as possible, making sure that we set very high standards. So these are a lot of initiatives that we have and a lot of practices that we've done. And I believe that the approach of a circular carbon economy, which is the whole of government and whole of society approach, is really the way to go. And we don't believe that we have the solutions for everything. We are open to new ideas. We're open to new experiments. We are very practical, pragmatic, problem-solving people. We believe very strongly that this is an issue of the highest priority, not only for the kingdom, but for the world, and that we must find a way to deal with it. We are optimistic that we have the technology as human beings to confront this challenge. We are optimistic that we have the resources to finance those challenges, and we're optimistic that we will be able to positively confront this challenge. On the downside, personally, I think the emotions have to come down, the hypocrisy has to come down, the realism has to go up, and we need to see this as a cooperative approach globally if we want to deal with these challenges in a productive and in a positive way. And I believe that we are slowly moving in that direction. When you look at previous COPs and previous gatherings with regards to climate change and how to deal with it, the conversations are now becoming more practical, more pragmatic, more problem-solving, focus more on what can be done and what is being done and how it can be done better, rather than pointing fingers and trying to assign blame on one way or another. And we in Saudi Arabia, as I said, are practical, pragmatic, problem-solving people. We breathe the same air as everybody. We suffer from high temperatures. We suffer from the issue of dust storms. We suffer from lack of water. And we need to find ways to confront those challenges to create a better future for our children and grandchildren. And we know that this cannot be done alone. It has to be done regionally and it has to be done globally, and we're committed to this.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And if I can, Indeed, we heard about the Middle East Green Initiative and the groundbreaking circular carbon economy. If I could ask you, Your Excellency, Mariam, to add on that, what are regional best practices from your perspective that enhance cooperation on achieving the global goal on adaptation?
First of all, I think we all can be very proud in the MENA region that we've been adapting to the challenges that we're facing. I mean, if you look at the temperatures that we face in the region, and we're living and thriving, we're growing food in these environments. I mean, these are real-time cases that are happening on the ground since 30, 40 years. If you look at where we were and where we are now, we've been actually adapting all the way. And I think it's really important to elaborate and showcase these adaptations effort. I mean, going back to the food, if we look at ag tech technologies of how to grow certain foods in the desert 4 or 5 years ago, you didn't see berries being grown in the desert. You didn't see high premium vegetables being grown in the desert, but now we're growing them all year round, and at the same time, water is being recirculated in the system, round and round again, so the water footprint is going down. Plus, with all the efforts we're doing on solar parks, that's coming into the equation again. So now it looks like actually growing food in the desert is becoming much more commercially viable than many other places around the world that are not having enough rain anymore. So I think we've got a lot of examples which we can showcase to the world, and we should do that. But we also have challenges that we should work more on. I'll give you an example such as food waste. When we look at our region, the high level of food waste that we have per capita is actually something that we should work more and more in to look at solutions. And this brings me to innovations. And I think all of us here, I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and many countries here, the Maldives as well, we need to look at research and development and innovations for us to be able to really accelerate efforts. And something I've said before, climate crisis, to be able to win this crisis, we cannot win slowly. Winning slowly doesn't mean winning. Winning can only happen if we move fast. And Dr. Rula, you mentioned water. Water is such an important issue that I feel that it needs a lot more attention than it's getting now. At COP28, there will be focus on water, just like it will be on food, on nature. There's, for the first time, a health day as well. So it's really important that we look at the challenges that we're facing. And there are, for example, in the UAE, we're very much dependent on the desalination. But we're looking on how to make the desalination more cost-effective and how we can make it more greener. Then this technology and know-how needs to be taken elsewhere. We're doing cloud seeding. The cloud seeding in the UAE is helping us increase our rainfall actually up to 30% in some areas. This is also knowledge and know-how we need to bring to places that are now facing extreme long durations of drought. So we've got a lot of examples that we can bring to the table, and I think having COP28 in the region is really going to give us a stage to take those technologies, take the partnerships forward. One of the things that I'm proud of is Aim for Climate. Aim for Climate was something we started with the US 2 years ago, and we're now at more than 500 partners with $13 billion of committed investments. And in this, we have 51 innovation sprints. So our partners have identified areas, whether it's smallholder farmers, water irrigation systems, alternative proteins, and really putting efforts and money into these sprints to help each other in it. So it's a platform made by partners for partners. And I think these are the kind of examples we need to showcase and elaborate on.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, on this very comprehensive overview on different sectors, water, food, and other sectors that are important. If we can move the discussion to the Maldives and bring in the view, Your Excellency, Shauna, what are the key challenges faced by countries in implementing and measuring progress towards the global goal on adaptation? If we can delve deeper into the Maldives case study.
I think one of the key issues and challenges that we have had in the climate space about adaptation is how we define adaptation, and particularly finding a way to quantify a global goal on adaptation particularly has been a huge challenge over the years. But in Glasgow, we launched the work program on global goal on adaptation that will be hopefully concluded in UAE in COP28. I think one of the main things about adaptation is that it's so complex. When we think about mitigation, it's easy and it's in a way, we have a goal, we have a 1.5 goal that we should reach. But adaptation is very complex because it's also very local in nature. What is adaptation in the Maldives is very different from what is adaptation in the UAE or even in Saudi Arabia. for us, for instance, adaptation means building seawalls and coastal protection around our islands. It also means building desalination plants. It also means finding ways to diversify our fisheries sector and finding different ways of bait fisheries as well. But that may be very different for a country, a developed country that is in the north. So finding a common narrative, a common way to define this global goal on adaptation, I think has been the main challenge in terms of it, because it's so complex and it's because it is local in nature. But because of how transboundary the impact of lack of adaptation pushes us all to have a global goal on adaptation. So that is a challenge we have, and I sincerely hope that we will be able to conclude this work program on GGA in COP28. And this is an exciting time as well, because a lot of the finance, a lot of the discussions on adaptation, really the heart of the problem is not having the global goal on adaptation.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and also on highlighting the vulnerability of Maldives to the physical climate change impacts, which highlights what Her Excellency Mariam was saying, we can't win slow, we have to win fast. This shows the urgency of and the importance of adaptation. If I can move back to the MENA region, Your Excellency Leila, what are the adaptation needs of the region, and what are the current gaps in assessment of regional needs and challenges from the Tunisia perspective?
Alors, les lacunes aujourd'hui dans nos pays, et je pense qu'il s'agit de nos pays d'Afrique du Nord en général, sont souvent des lacunes liées à l'évaluation exacte des besoins en adaptation. Nous n'avons pas encore effectivement réussi à évaluer tous ces besoins. Ce qui est certain, c'est que nous devons nous adapter, notamment en ce qui concerne les risques de catastrophe, car ce sont des événements extrêmes qui se rapprochent de plus en plus. Auparavant, il y avait des inondations une fois tous les 10 ans. Aujourd'hui, nous subissons cela presque une fois par an. Il y a aussi les incendies. L'année 2023 a été calculée en Tunisie la plus chaude depuis 100 ans. Et vous avez vu les catastrophes qui ont eu lieu. D'ailleurs, les 2 et 3 octobre, s'est tenu à Tunis le Forum arabo-africain sur la science et la technologie au service des risques de catastrophes, qui a émis un appel de Tunis sur le nexus secteur public, secteur privé et sciences et technologies au service de la réduction des risques de catastrophe. Pourquoi? Car ici, ces événements sont tellement proches, sont tellement aggravés par les changements climatiques qu'il est vital de faire participer tous les acteurs, non seulement les acteurs publics, mais aussi et surtout le secteur privé, le secteur financier et aussi la société civile et tous les acteurs, les organisations non
the private and public sectors in all these aspects. Therefore, there is a very important factor, which is the human factor. We have tried
qui inclut la transition industrielle énergétique et qui est fondée sur 5 axes, parmi lesquels un axe très important qui est la science, la connaissance et la culture au service de la protection de l'environnement et de la lutte contre les changements climatiques. Car si le facteur humain n'est pas conscient, n'est pas sensibilisé à tous ces problèmes qui nous affectent et au changement climatique, il sera extrêmement difficile de parvenir à une solution. Par conséquent, la science, la technologie, oui, mais aussi le facteur humain et les éléments financiers.
Besides that, we have the scientific and physical and finance factors.
Highlighting the importance of the role of science, technology, and especially the human factor. If I can move to you, Your Excellency, Dr. Rula, and if you can shed light on the pioneering work that the UN ESCWA has been doing on the MENA region, in what ways can international cooperation, capacity building, and support be enhanced to assist developing countries in building their adaptive capacity?
Thank you, Noura. There is a couple of things, and maybe I dwell on my colleagues what they just mentioned. First, adoption of innovation. Adoption for innovation for adaptation solutions. It's very key because innovation will speed up the process and resolve also to support us in our adaptation solutions as we move forward. This is a key issue. Along with the adaptation and the adoption of innovation needs capacity building of also civil servant, public service, of a capacity building of understanding this innovation techniques, capacity building of implementation of them. Why we're talking about this? Because this will build us also regarding resiliency, because you will enhance and strengthen resilience capacity so that to protect vulnerable areas or to protect vulnerable people from climate crisis. So capacity building becomes important in various stages. In addition, we spoke about financing. Now what we're seeing, you will see a lot of investment companies, investment banks, regional financial institutions, MDBs, always say, we do have the finance, but we don't have the projects. And then when you speak to the member states, they say, we do have the projects, but we're not finding finance. And what we find out is that there is a problem in the capacity building of developing these projects to become bankable projects that financial institutions and development banks and investors can come to fund these projects. So building capacities, building the narrative, a climate-related narrative in these projects and the importance of these projects is extremely important. So we need also to build the capacities in the developing countries and our member states, how to present these projects. So the gap in this area is extremely important to bring the supply and the demand of financing to the region as we move along. Third thing is that everybody used to question about climate impact, climate change impact. I think it's not becoming a questionable issue. It is there, it's impacting us in various degrees and dimensions. So now we need to make sure that our policies are science-based policies also regarding climate. So you can't just address a policy without seeing the climate implications of it on that thing. So also you need the capacity building in this area. So, and looking into the matter, as I said, in an integrated manner. So you can't take a water policy without looking into the agricultural needs, without looking into the energy intensive, because you can get the renewable energy to feed into the water projects that you want to invest. So you look into an integrative nexus policy dimensions that addresses all of your issues. And these, at the end of the day, these are commitments of countries. I mean, when we talk about Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, these are important agenda goals that we need to do in addition to our commitments to the Paris Agreement. So these are needs, but also the political will is not enough if there is no capacity building to implement these political wills. So we do have some countries that they do have the political will, but they're not seeing a quick, fast movement because the capacity and the ground is not there yet. So we need to also accelerate the capacity building in various areas so that also to map up with the political will as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, on this overview on the MENA region and the integrated nexus, highlighting the need for technology transfer, capacity building, and finance. Now that we're approaching the end of the panel, I'd like to ask one question, if you can answer it in a minute, starting from you, Dr. Rula. With only about 50 days to COP28 in Dubai, what result must be achieved at COP28 to further the global goal on adaptation?
We're expecting a lot. I mean, the globe, the world is expecting somehow a lot from UAE on the outcome of the COP. But I think a good success is the implementation, operationalization of the loss and damage fund. That will be a good, big success if we can go and operationalize the issue of this. If we can come up with a solution to advance the commitment of the $100 billion in some way, some mechanism, and putting the adaptation issue at the forefront of it, especially for a lot of the South countries. I mean, the developing countries, adaptation is becoming a key issue. A third success, and I think we heard it in the morning, that we could, if we can advance it, there is no one track for energy transition, just energy transition. There is different tracks, and this needs to be mapped. And if the voice comes up loud and push that everybody is committed to net zero carbon emission, it means, but give a space. Let's become innovative in the solutions to reach this goal. It's not one-way stream. Different countries have to approach it in a different way, and we need to be adaptable to approving these different ways so that policies and people move forward. And I think this, if we could make sure we can advance in this could be a good success. Plus a lot of issues, I think, in the food systems and other things that the UAE will be coming up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Leila, if you can answer the same question. What outcomes are needed in COP28 to advance the global goal on adaptation?
I agree with, pardon, je suis d'accord avec ce qu'a dit son Excellence au sujet des buts en question. Alors j'aimerais ajouter quand même que les pertes et dommages, oui, mais il y a un vrai problème en ce qui concerne l'adaptation, car pour obtenir les pertes et dommages, cela suppose qu'il y ait des pertes et dommages. Or, nous souhaitons éviter les pertes et dommages en amont. Et là, il faut des fonds pour l'adaptation et il serait vraiment très pertinent d'avancer sur cet objectif mondial d'adaptation.
And to give this solution,
Your Excellency, Mariam,
the requirements, the international requirements needed.
Shall I go at the end?
Okay, let's do that.
So we'll be hosting the UAE.
Your Excellency, Shauna.
From COP28, I think it's really crucial that we are able to conclude the work program on GGA. Over the past 2 years, negotiators have been working really hard on developing the framework for GGA. And I really hope that this framework will be ambitious, it's clear, and it's also globally applicable. One of the main issues and one of the main concerns, particularly of the most vulnerable and the developing countries, have consistently been the lack of flow of finance on adaptation. Even the Maldives, over 80% of the limited climate finance that we do get goes to mitigation. So for us to systematically have access to this finance, having this framework on GGA and concluding this work program at COP28 is so crucial. And the Maldives has been advocating the elements of the framework, and it should include food security, and it has to have water, health, ecosystems, and infrastructure. And if we can really find ways as developed countries and developing countries to agree on this framework that has these elements, that it focuses on well-being, I think can be a way that we can conclude this discussion on the GGA. I don't think that it has to be such a divisive a discussion. And I think if we can really focus on the concept of well-being, developed and the developing countries can agree on these elements for adaptation. Because despite whether you are a developed country or a developing country, because of climate impacts, it does have an impact on food security. It does have an impact on water resources. It does have an impact on health, ecosystems, and infrastructure as well. So I think this is a way that we can find a common ground on GGA, and I hope that this is not the part of the negotiations that will be compromised for ambition and for loss and damage fund as well, because this is equally important for us to have systematic access to adaptation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Excellency. If we can move next to you, Your Excellency Adel.
Thank you. I think there's not much for me to add than what my colleagues have mentioned earlier. I think the important thing is that we come up with something that's practical, that's doable, and that's realistic. I think emotions we have no need for. This process started with the Rio Summit in almost 30 years ago with regards to the Earth Summit and dealing with the climate. We went through Kyoto, standards were established, not met. We went to Paris, standards were established, commitments were made, not implemented. We went through Glasgow, we went through various COPs, and now we're heading into COP28. We're beginning to move slowly towards implementation and being more realistic. I hope that we can leave the emotions and the past and the hypocrisy behind us and focus on more in terms of problem solving. How can we improve our environment? How can we make our life better? How can we learn from experiences of countries that have been able to achieve things? We in Saudi Arabia, I believe, are a great example of what a desert nation with no rivers, high heat, dust storms, and no food production or limited food production has been able to do, and the resources it has been able to commit to combating climate change and dealing with the environment, while at the same time being the largest exporter of crude in the world. I believe what the Emirates has done is very commendable in terms of the same restrictions, the same challenges it faces as Saudi Arabia, and how they were able to use the resources they have to be on the forefront of this issue. And I think we can get there if we stop looking at it as us versus them and look at it as all of us in this together. Unfortunately, there has been this trench warfare mentality where people are sitting in a trench, not looking beyond the trench, and doing the same thing over and over again that they have been doing for decades. We need to get out of this. We need to deal with our neighbors. We need to bring in the region and the world together in order to solve this critically important problem. And I believe we can.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and Your Excellency Mariam.
Thank you, Nora. So you hear everyone has a little bit different idea of what they hope to achieve at COP28. And this is what makes it so complex, but at the same time, very interesting. So just to tell you from a COP28 point of view, there are 4 tracks that we'll be focusing on. And it's all based on what my colleagues have said here. Fast-tracking the just energy transition, fixing climate finance, focusing on nature, lives, livelihoods, and people. And then the last one is about being fully inclusive. This is going to be one of the most inclusive COPs that we hope anyone has ever seen. Now, from a UAE perspective, what I hope that we will achieve, as Dr. Rula said, the 100 billion. It's been 14 years that we've been discussing this. This needs to be solved, and it needs to be done, hopefully before COP28. I hope for the declaration, for the Food Systems Transformation Declaration, I hope I can get at least 100 heads of states signed up for it. I'm talking about some of the things that I hope to achieve. On the nature side, I hope, and on the adaptation side, I hope we see a lot more financing coming into that. The Green Climate Fund needs to be replenished, and I hope we see new vehicles of how to unlock finance from the private sector to the projects that need to be funded. I hope we see these starting already before COP28 and then being scaled up. And then the last thing, I hope, because we're going to have a huge innovation hub at COP28, I hope we're going to see innovations there that will really help us accelerate to win the fight against climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and for recapping and emphasizing all the issues that was raised here in the panel. With that, we end our discussion, and I would like you, ladies and gentlemen, to help me thank the esteemed panelists.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Your insights have been truly instrumental in elevating our discussion. And now we'll break for a few minutes and we'll reconvene again for the GST panel. The GST panel will host His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, His Excellency Sameh Shukri, His Excellency and President of the World Economic Forum. Thank you. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome back. We are now entering a pivotal segment of our event, the GST Regional Dialogue on highlighting enablers and technologies for ambition and just and inclusive transitions. Our distinguished panelists, experts in their respective field, are here to share their insights and expertise on these critical topics. They will shed light on the enablers and technologies that can pave the way for an enhanced ambition and implementation. Let us extend a hearty welcome to our panelists for our inspiring discussion moderated by my colleague, Noura Al-Isa, Senior International Policy Specialist at the Ministry of Energy.
Thank you, Asid. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Noura Al-Isa. I'm a Senior International Policy Specialist at the Ministry of Energy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I also happen to negotiate the Global Stocktake Agenda item within the UNFCCC. For today's regional dialogue, we will have two segments. The first will be a series of high-level keynote speeches from ministers as well as international organization representatives. This will consist of the key challenges, opportunities, and political messages for the global stocktake set to conclude at COP28. We will then have a panel discussion to reflect on views and discuss enhanced climate action and support within the MENA region. With that, allow me, before we delve into the actual session itself, to give a broad overview of what the GST is and why it is important for the MENA region. So the global stocktake is part of the Paris Agreement, and it periodically takes stock of the implementation of the agreement to assess collective progress towards achieving its purpose and long-term goals. So essentially, we are doing an activity of where are we with regards to adaptation, mitigation, means of implementation and support, as well as loss and damage and response measures. The purpose of the global stocktake is to inform parties in updating and enhancing their nationally determined contributions and support, as well as enhancing international cooperation for climate action. As part of the global stocktake, a technical assessment was conducted over the last 2 years to assess collective progress and identify these key challenges and opportunities. And we have now entered what we call the political phase, the consideration of output, which will conclude in a decision and/or declaration at COP28 in Dubai, inshallah. And this will be a moment to highlight key political messages to the world on what we need to do next. So for the MENA region and the developing world at large, we are contending with various challenges which were mentioned by our various esteemed panelists throughout the day. I will mention a few which will be particularly relevant for the global stocktake, and they'll allow Excellencies to elaborate further. So we are assessing collective progress and outlining future implementation within a very important historical context. His Excellency Shri referenced this important historical context within the concept of emissions and historical emissions and what this means for current and future actions. So a very important question for us today is how do we house the outcome of the GST in the fairest and most just way, considering this historic context? We also discussed the costs of transition from an adaptation perspective, but also from a mitigation perspective. So how will we effectively unlock finance and investment in line with the needs and priorities of this region and all regions alike? There was also a concerted discussion within the energy transition panel on how can we balance effectively eradicating poverty, diversifying our economies, but also conducting the energy transition in a manner that benefits all people. And of course, something that was mentioned very importantly was that a haste transition will not be effective nor sustainable. And so how do we do a just transition in a manner that actually leverages the national strengths and the resources of every region and creates synergies with sustainable development? And His Royal Highness very rightly mentioned that human ingenuity can deliver us, which means there's a very important role of innovation and technology within the outcome of the GST to send signals to the world on what's next for mitigation and adaptation alike. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to invite our first keynote speaker, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia. Do I go off stage?
Just a word of warning. If I sleep while talking, I'm sure you understand why. It has been quite a hectic few weeks to try to bring this event together. This is also yet with the availability of capable teams that had worked to put this event together, yet I still run the risk that I may crack asleep while making my speech. But here you go. I was warned by Noura and company that I should keep up to the speech before me, because otherwise I may gyrate somewhere where we will start talking about the weather, not climate. But the weather in Saudi Arabia is inviting today, and I think I want to stress that we have a gala event tonight. I'd hate to see you missing it, because we have all of the above. Music, culture, food, all sorts of things. I'll keep you mesmerized, or at least wondering what we have for you. And that's the secret. We will keep unfolding our adventures piece by piece as we go. Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, the global stocktake is a crucial component of the Paris Agreement to assess collective progress and outline challenges and opportunities for implementation of the agreement and enhancing international cooperation. With the outcome of the first GST for COP28, we need to ensure a number of political messages are not sent to the world on where we are and where we should be going. In this regard, the GST should be used to outline a few cross-cutting messages. First, Paris Agreement represents a milestone in multilateralism and political unity around climate action. The adaptation of the Paris Agreement was able to bring everyone around the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities and respect of capabilities in the principle of equity. That outcome of the GST is an important momentum to highlight our collective commitment to preserve and continue to advance these principles aforementioned: equity and nationally determined climate action in future implementation of the Paris Agreement. 2, climate action is most effective The climate action is most effective and most ambitious when it aligns with countries' various development pathways, just transition priority, sustainable development, poverty reduction, and economic diversification, and within the wider context, energy security. 3, the outcome of the GST should outline historical progress and gaps and future opportunities in a manner that is inclusive and consistent with the national determined contribution element of the Paris Agreement. 4, the most important thing will be to outline a message of positivity to the world on progress and on solution and on hope to all stakeholders. Everyone will need to be on board to support ambitious climate action. Across the various thematic areas of the Paris Agreement, we have an opportunity to send strong and inclusive message that will enable everyone to enhance their action and implementation. We shall collectively scale up all solutions and approaches to support emission reduction, abatement and removal as needed to achieve the Paris Agreement temperature goals. This includes scaling up renewable energy and energy efficiency, reducing non-CO2 emissions such as methane, scaling up carbon capture, utilization and storage, and the deployment of carbon dioxide removal methods. The science outlined that pursuing effort to limit warming to the 1.5 degree would be impossible without all of the above solutions. We owe it to ourselves to be very clear to the world through the GST that we will be investing in and deploying all options to support us in achieving the Paris Agreement temperature goal. We in the Kingdom are pioneering the circular carbon economy to enable us to advance all of these solutions and invite all countries to join us. 2, we shall preserve advance the principle of the Convention and its Paris Agreement by ensuring the following. First, obligation and pledge made and agreed must be delivered in accordance with the UNFCCC Convention. 2, inclusive opportunity for enhanced climate action are presented to be adopted in a nationally determined manner. 3, historic gap and challenges to enhance climate action are presented in a just manner. And 4, the right of countries to pursue their sustainable development and poverty reduction while pursuing ambitious climate action is preserved. On adaptation, the GST must highlight the importance of enhancing adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability to climate change. To protect the livelihood of everyone, we have made a significant progress on the global goal on adaptation. with the framework set to be concluded at COP28. We need to make sure we have a consistent space within the progress to operationalize and advance the implementation of the global goal of adaptation. On means of implementing and supporting, the important message need to be highlighted. As we examine progress, we see that pledge support under the agreement has faced repeated delays. Fulfilling these obligations will not only advance implementation, but help to restoring trust. The obligation and responsibility under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement are clear, and any attempt to change these obligations will erode trust and progress. A transformation of the financial system will only be possible if it accounts for the need and priorities of all regions and all countries. This means underscoring the importance of investing investing in and scaling up all technologies and solutions to address emissions. Increasing capacity building, knowledge transfer, and technology development and transfer to developing countries, international cooperation and partnership will all be crucial enablers for increasing ambitions and implementation. We need to leave Dubai. I have said it before, I will repeat it again. We need to leave Dubai with one resounding message to the world and all stakeholders closely watching. We are all on the same page on the urgency to act, but each country and every region will have their own approach and individual pathways to respond to that urgency. As our right under the Paris Agreement, the real impact will be felt in achieving an outcome where all our challenges, opportunities, and solutions are well reflected, and we feel a clear sense of political unity and the international cooperation needed to implement our collective and individual goals. I will repeat it and repeat it all the next few days. There is nothing that we could do that we should not do to ensure that COP28 in Dubai turn to be not only a successful COP, but a pivot and a cornerstone to what we collectively need to do for the purpose of attending to this serious issue, which is climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your insights. It is my great pleasure to welcome our next keynote speaker onto the stage, Honorable Shri Raj Kumar Singh, the Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy from India. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, our gracious host, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The global stocktake is actually a solemn moment when we look back on what we have done, what we have achieved, and what we need to do, what lies before us. The situation is not very good. If we need to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, with a 67% chance of achieving it. The available margin with us is only about 400 gigatons of carbon dioxide. That's all that we can emit. Now, the bad news is that the globe, the Earth, is emitting at the rate of 52 gigatons per year. That was in 22. So if we continue emitting at that rate, this will run out in 8 years. If all of us follow our NDCs, then we would have reduced the global emissions from 58 what would have been on a business as usual track of 58 gigatons by 2030 to we would have reduced it to 52 gigatons by 2030. That means that the gap is about 20 gigatons per year. Now that is the status. That is one aspect of it. And this has been pointed out by the global stock tank. So we need to increase our ambitions. There's no doubt about it. But before we increase our ambitions, we also need to think about what actually have we done? Have we, all of us, achieved our NDCs, or are we on track to achieve that? Now that is one aspect which needs to be addressed, which I think the global stocktake has missed out. Especially the biggest emitters, those who are emitting at 2 times, 3 times the global average. What have they done to reduce their emissions intensity? Now that is a question which we need to answer. And that is the focus which needs to be there as we go forward. What the planet needs to do, what we humans need to do, is very clear, has been mapped out in previous conferences. But we have not actually acted on it. Now we've always stated, we begin all our confabulations, all our discussions, with a statement that the transition has to be just, has to be inclusive, and it has to leave no one behind. So we say this. But have we actually acted on it? Now the global stocktake does not dwell on that. So that's our friends who carried out the global stocktake, they need to note this. Have we ensured that whatever transition is happening, has it been just? Has it been inclusive? It has not. Because the number of people who do not have access to energy is still 750 million across the world. We, in our country, we ensured universal access. We connected 29 million homes in just about 19 months. The International Energy Agency called it the largest and the fastest expansion of access anywhere in the world. But we did it. We have the resources. But other countries don't have the resources. We need to go out and help them. We are trying to do that with the International Solar Alliance. And I invite all of you to join with us to go out and help the countries who have these vast numbers, millions of people who do not have access to electricity, to give them access to electricity using solar, using renewable energy. We need to come together to do that. We have not done that. So the transition which is happening, some transition has happened, but that has not been inclusive because we have not covered that. We also agreed that though the developed countries and countries like us will not have need for finance because we get investments. So we don't need any finances. But there are developing countries who need finances, and we will not be able to transition without access to finance. Now, nothing has happened by way of making such finance available. The $100 billion a year is just talk. It has not been realized as yet. Now, the global stocktake mentions that. It mentions that. And it has said that the finance which has been made available has been grossly inadequate. Now, another challenge before humankind is technology. We talk about going to net zero. Do we have the technologies for it? No. We'll need to develop the technologies for it. Now, the technologies we need to develop, we have thought of, but we are in the process of developing it. Now, one technology we need to develop is round-the-clock renewable energy. So we need storage. You have lithium-ion. The problem is in the supply chain issues. The problem is that the known reserves of lithium-ion are limited. and the processing is located all in one country. We have supply chain issues with that. It's expensive. It's very expensive. Now, what are the other forms of storage? Pumped storage? Yes. But we are exploiting pumped storage, so the whole world needs to do that. I think that is simpler, that is cheaper, but it is constrained by geography. You can't have pumped storage everywhere. It's constrained by geography. So you need other storage solutions. Sodium ion. Now, that has future, that has a promise. We need to think about it, what has promise, and we need to work together at it. We have our laboratories working on sodium ion. So are some laboratories in the United States working on sodium ion storage. But the world needs to get together, humankind, Homo sapiens need to get together to work on it, because that is an essential technology required for energy transition. You can't get to net zero without round-the-clock renewable energy. Without round-the-clock renewable energy, you will need fossil fuels. Now that brings me to another technology, which is absolutely essential. And again, we are just working, starting to solve it. Though we've already, all of us have declared our net zero targets, but we haven't solved that problem. We haven't solved the problem of green steel. We haven't solved the problem of green cement. We are just doing pilots. I'm doing a pilot. Some other countries are doing pilots. Those pilots need to succeed. Those pilots need to become commercial scale. The third is carbon capture, CCUS, as my friend mentioned. And CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Without that, you don't have net zero. So that also needs to expand, and all of us need to come together to expand it, to bring down the costs of carbon capture, and to work on more and more ways of utilization, because storage will be limited. By its very nature, storage will be limited. We need to make sure that we discover ways and means of utilizing the carbon dioxide which we capture. Without that, you don't have net zero. Now that, again, brings me to the nature of the discourse which I mentioned in the discussion in the morning. We need to make sure that our discourse is honest, because without that, we won't succeed. Unless until our discourse is honest, it's fair, it's just, we will not succeed. So what is an honest discourse? An honest discourse is that we don't divert attention to here and there. We don't fall into diversionary tactics or whatever. Now, to take the discourse away from emissions reduction is diversionary. We need to keep focus on emissions reduction, because there are many ways to build the cat. There are many ways to reduce emissions. One, of course, is transition to renewable. We are doing that. That's one of the ways which we worked out. So we have one of the largest capacities, renewable energy capacities, already in the world, and we have the fastest growing renewable energy capacity in the world. It's already 185 gigawatts. It's already 43% of my total installed capacity, and it's going to be about 70% of my installed capacity by 2030. So we are adding capacities, almost about 50,000 megawatts a year. But that has constraints. One, of course, is storage. So if you don't have storage which is viable, then you can't triple. We said that we need to triple our renewable energy capacity. I've done that. But there are pitfalls. Now, there are areas in my country where during midday, I have to let go of solar free of cost. Why? Because midday, the solar insolation is so high that I have more electricity than I can absorb. So if I had storage, then that electricity would not have been wasted. So that's storage. Now, storage capacity needs to come up. I am constructing storage capacity. I already have about 20,000 megawatts of storage capacity under construction. We are going to add another 30,000 megawatts of storage capacity, manufacturing capacity I'm talking about. Again, so we are building up manufacturing capacity, but the other countries also need to start building up manufacturing capacity for storage, because we can bring down the price of storage only by adding volumes. I am adding volumes. My question to the developed world is, are you? That's my question for the developed world. If you are not, you're not actually very sincere about energy transition. Hydrogen. Now, hydrogen, when I first started out, in 2018, I requested my friend in the International Energy Agency to send me some experts on hydrogen. So the experts said that the hydrogen is has a great future, but time has not yet come. It has come already. But the problem is, again, electrolyzer manufacturing capacity. I was very limited and concentrated in just one or two countries. I am building up electrolyzer manufacturing capacity. So does the rest of the world. Because if you don't have electrolyzer manufacturing capacity in volumes, you do not have hydrogen, green hydrogen, at viable costs. Similarly, as I said, CCUS, the costs need to come down. Otherwise, you don't have clean hydrogen at costs which are affordable. So these are the technology challenges. And there are a number of technology challenges which we need to get together to solve. Without that, we don't have net zero. And the time is running out. As I said, the time is running out. But as the time is running out, we again need to make sure that our focus is on the right spot. And this is, where are the biggest emitters? Where is the maximum emission on a per capita? It has to be on a per capita basis. The emission, anything has to be on a per capita basis. So where are the biggest per capita emitters? We have to identify that and see as to how we can reduce that per capita emissions. Now that will put the focus fairly and squarely on the developed world, because they've been responsible for the bulk of the legacy carbon dioxide load, and they are still responsible for the bulk of the emissions on a per capita basis. And they're still so how are they going to reduce their emissions? Now the answer, of course, is life. That means we have to talk about individual responsibilities on a per capita basis. What is my carbon footprint? We need to ask ourselves that question. I need to ask myself that question. What is my carbon footprint? How many SUVs do I own? Lifestyle for environment. That is the key. That is the only thing which will bring down the heavy emissions in the developed world. And that is something which we need to focus on. And that is something which we need to talk about. And that is something which we need to talk about as we go ahead to the next COP. These are questions for all of us to ponder. And we can't, shy away from these questions anymore. And shying away from these questions is that we, say that, okay, we'll triple our renewable energy capacity without knowing what it means. It means that you'll be wasting energy unless you add storage, or that we'll double the rate of our energy efficiency. Now, we've done that. We've done that. I already achieved what I pledged in COP21 in Paris, reduction of emissions intensity by 33%. I achieved in 2019. And by 2030, actually, we'll have reduced our emissions intensity by 50%, even though our per capita emissions are 1/3 of the global average. And we have some of the, we can share what we have done. For example, in industry, we have a program called PAT, Perform, Achieve, Trade. We set emission standards, we set energy consumption standards. And if somebody does not achieve it, there are penalties, or he has to buy energy saving certificates. And if some industry overachieves it, that industry gets energy saving certificates. Now that has resulted in a reduction of emissions by about 107 million tons per annum already. Then we changed our entire lighting to LED. That has resulted in a saving of about 127 million tons of carbon dioxide per annum. We came out with a star rating program for appliances, under which we rate appliances on energy efficiency. That has resulted, and we rule out inefficient appliances. That has resulted in a reduction of CO2 emissions of 57 million tons per annum. That's how we achieved our NDC target way ahead in advance. We have energy consumption targets for housing. We have the energy consumption building code, which is mandatory. So we've done all that. And we can share what we have done. What we have done, I think we have succeeded. But that has had a cost. We have the money. We had the money to build 197,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines. The poor countries don't have the money. Find the finances. I see that I'm running out of time. I see my friend standing there. So I'll stop here. But my only request to you is, let's get honest. Otherwise, we don't achieve our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That was certainly a lot to unpack. I think maybe two very important messages is that a lot of action is being undertaken in a lot of developing countries that is often not highlighted significantly within the COP process, which I think there's a lot of space to do so within the GST. And secondly, of course, I think there's a bit of a chicken and egg sometimes when we have negotiations on the global stocktake. Should we just focus on needs and priorities, or should we talk about global targets? And they seem to be two ends of extremes and not very productive in terms of the how in the middle. So I think this is going to be our difficult task when we arrive at COP. And with that, it is my pleasure to welcome our third keynote speaker, who will be Borge Brendi, the President of the World Economic Forum. Borge, you have the floor. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests. First, to His Royal Highness, thank you for your leadership, and also thank you for bringing us all together here today at such a critical journey, at juncture. The world is experiencing both hopeful progress and daunting challenges on the path to a sustainable energy transition. As we delve into discussions about the Middle East and North Africa's role in this transition, let's acknowledge the complexities of our journey, also mentioned by the Honorable Minister from India. We need to keep in mind that 2022 was the first year in decades where we had an increase in the number of people without access to electricity, reaching around 775 million people. As such, we need to make sure that the transition doesn't leave anyone behind, that it is sustainable and green, but also that it is maintaining both energy security and energy access. This is the triangle we are faced with: access, affordability, and decoupling from CO2 emissions in the future. But there is also a cause for optimism. In 2022, global investments in clean energy soared to a record $1.6 trillion, marking a 15% increase from the previous year. Renewable energy capacity additions continue to rise, promising a greener future. This assessment comes, though, after a record warm 2023, marked by extreme weather events affecting lives and livelihoods worldwide. This challenge is particularly acute in the MENA region, which is warming at twice the global average. Under current trends, we would be looking at a 4 to 5 degrees increase in temperature. This will, unfortunately, have knock-on effects on food security, water availability, migration patterns, and potentially peace and security. As such, the MENA region has a vested interest in ensuring that climate action is as swift as possible. MENA holds the potential to transform the global energy landscape with vast solar, wind, and land resources, coupled with technology investments and infrastructure connections to Europe and Asia. The region can become a leading producer of renewable energy, low-carbon technologies, and emerging energy vectors like clean hydrogen. For instance, research done by the World Economic Forum has shown that a dollar invested in solar energy in MENA reduces emissions twice as much as in North America and Europe. Technology-based solutions in MENA reduces emissions 4 times more compared to similar investments elsewhere. But turning this potential into reality will require unprecedented collaboration between governments and companies. The World Economic Forum, as a key driver of public-private cooperation, actively cultivates and fosters such partnerships. From our end, the World Economic Forum stands prepared to take meaningful action, mobilizing our resources, expertise, and global network to further accelerate the transition to sustainable and equitable energy systems to shape a more sustainable and prosperous future for all. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, Barge, for your wonderful insights. And it is my pleasure to hand over to our final keynote speaker before moving into our discussion, or our panel discussion. And that would be Joseph McMoneagle, the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. Joseph, you have the floor. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's indeed an honor to be part of this high-level regional dialogue along such distinguished speakers, marking the opening day of MENA Climate Week. The International Energy Forum, the IEF, our mission is to strengthen energy security and the sustainable functioning of global energy markets through collaboration and transparency. The MENA region's long-standing contribution to energy security is well known. The inspiring interventions we heard this morning now show that the region is taking on an equally important leadership role in helping the world find the policy and technology solutions to achieve just and inclusive transitions to reach the UN climate and sustainable development goals. The IF is actively pursuing intensified global energy dialogue and collaboration to overcome differences, keep global markets open, and to scale the clean energy technologies that we need to confront climate change. The first ever global stock take marks a significant milestone that is crucial to assess our collective progress and help identify areas for improvement. The stock take report so far emphasized the urgent need for greater ambition and highlights that circular carbon technologies are needed to achieve net zero emissions without missing out on other goals such as universal access and poverty reduction. The IEF has been a persistent advocate for the circular carbon economy since the G20 leaders endorsed the framework in Riyadh here in 2020. In particular, the IEF has called on governments to give a green light to carbon capture, use, and storage, which enables significant emission reductions while supporting market stability and sustainable development goals. And the IF will continue to advance the circular carbon economy framework and enhance collaboration in the MENA region and beyond. This year, the G7 also recognized CCUS as one of the main solutions to achieve net zero after US President Joe Biden announced the Carbon Management Challenge at the Major Economies Forum in April this year. The IF supports the Carbon Management Challenge and looks forward to seeing it successfully launched at COP28 in Dubai later this year. By the end of this decade, the MENA region is expected to provide at least 50 megatons of CCUS capacity. That's more than what's available worldwide today, and on par with the first legally binding targets that the EU set in March in its Net Zero Industry Act. Success stories here remind us that collective efforts can lead to tangible outcomes. The UAE's recent announcement to double down and capture 10 million tons of carbon emissions annually by 2030 are part of this rising carbon abatement ambition and leadership. We hope other countries will follow this lead to enable investors and industry stakeholders to move CCUS investment from the mega to the giga scale by 2030. Beyond the circular carbon economy and the Carbon Management Challenge, the first climate conferences hosted by Egypt and the UAE, as well as the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, all of this demonstrates, I think, the dedication with which the MENA region is embracing a leadership role on climate and sustainable development goals. CCUS is a great example of the more pragmatic approach to climate and energy issues, which I see gaining traction in energy and policy circles. This reinforces my belief that leaders must prioritize progress over perfection and take concrete actions today on the low-hanging fruit in the battle against climate change without imposing unacceptable costs on consumers. Accelerating renewables deployment, methane elimination, coal to gas switching, phasing out emissions from fossil fuel production, and nature-based solutions can all help us move forward towards net zero. But perhaps the most important of all, the cost of living crisis. We must keep energy markets open, strengthen price stability, and make the transition affordable. This means policymakers must stop erecting barriers to energy investments, including upstream oil and gas. Instead, policymakers should turn their focus towards managing energy demand and promoting carbon management technologies, while continuing to encourage technologies of the future, such as clean hydrogen, small modular nuclear reactors, and even fusion. I hope you will join us at the many events that the IEF is engaged in this week at the MENA Climate Week to gain deeper insight and also to forge lasting alliances that we can build on to make progress here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you to all of our esteemed keynote speakers, Your Royal Highness and Excellencies. I think everyone highlighted multiple elements in common. We all agree on urgency, but we also agree that energy access and energy security should not be at the detriment for enhanced climate action, and finance should flow everywhere in order to enable all of our nationally determined priorities across all solutions. And with that, I would like to announce the second part of our GST regional dialogue, which is a panel discussion to reflect on some of the views that were mentioned, but also discuss widely what is needed to enhance ambition and implementation support in this critical decade and beyond. So with that, if you would allow me to announce our speakers and call them onto the stage. His Excellency Majid Al-Suwaidi, Director General and Special Representative of the COP28 Presidency. Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC. Ambassador Pedro, Chair of the G77 and China and the Permanent Representative of Cuba to the United Nations. Mr. Khalid Abou-Leif, Senior Advisor to His Royal Highness the Minister of Energy and the Chief Climate Negotiator of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And Engineer Sharif Abdulrahim, Head of the Climate Change Department at the Ministry of Environment of Egypt. You are kindly welcome on stage. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to have you in this very important and crucial and timely discussion on the GST ahead of COP28. In order to facilitate this discussion, I wanted to start with perhaps the bigger picture. So many references to the GST at the moment, at least within the negotiation sphere, are a bit tense. A lot of people are talking about historical gaps, both in terms of the ambition side, but also in terms of the access to finance and other means of implementation and support. So this is a key aspect to increasing ambition implementation in the future of the agreement, is trying to figure out as a collective, how do we overcome this moment of tension? So with that, I would like to go to you first, Ambassador Pedro. And my question is, in assessing progress and gaps, why would you say that we are experiencing this moment of tension? How can we be truthful to the global community on where we are in terms of progress?
Hear me?
I think it may work automatically, if you may try, Ambassador.
Okay, let me say at the outset, first of all, thank you very much to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much to the Ministry of Energy of Saudi Arabia, and thank you to the Saudi delegation to the climate change process for the kind invitation. It's lovely to be here with you in this important event. The first thing I would like to say is that the GST or the COP28 is not a single undertaking in terms of outcome. COP28 is supposed to be a very comprehensive undertaking, where the GST is one of those undertaken. The others have been mentioned in the panel that preceded this panel. We're talking about the Glasgow climate change, 2 years program on the global goal on adaptation. We're talking about the loss and damage, operationalization of the loss and damage fund. And we're also talking of laying down the foundation for a new collective and quantified objective on climate finance. So it's a very comprehensive outlook that we have for COP28 as G77, as countries of the South. Coming to your question, I think that we all have to recognize that we're quite behind in terms of fulfilling the targets that we have laid down for ourselves, and particularly in keeping temperatures at 1.5. And this year is very telling of what is the situation with the climate crisis, with breaking the records in global temperatures once and again. So that points to the challenges that we really face. The GST is a process, the first process of evaluation of the Paris Agreement is very rooted in a set of comprehensive principles, which are the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And that is very important to keep it in mind. It's not just how we put ourselves to face this crisis, but we have to make a retrospective view of what we have done, which are the gaps, and what needs to be done to face those gaps. And those gaps talks to gaps in means of implementation, which is ultimately when we talk about adaptation and mitigation, we have to talk about the enablers to do that. If we don't have finance, if there is no technology, if there is no capacity building, and the panelists before us talk very much on that. So what really makes the difference is the political way to put the enablers to make us all, capable to reach that ultimate objective of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And we're very far behind. Reaching the $100 billion in Dubai, to me, will not be a measure of success in Dubai. The $100 billion is already a failure, was supposed to be for 2020. There is a big gap in terms of reaching that commitment by developed countries, and we really have to look at what we do to set the basis for a process of a new collective finance objective. So it's very, and we have to be honest. I listened very careful to the Minister of India, and he put it very clearly, which are the gaps, which are the constraints, and what we have, what we haven't done, and what we need to do, and what are those enablers that ultimately would allow us to be in the place where we need to be. So it's critical. We have too many gaps to address. The challenges are great, but I think if it is possible, that is possible if we all come together and we all do what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Pedro. I think you mentioned a lot of the sticking points that we seem to be having, at least within the GST agenda item. CBDRC, which is a very core principle within the convention and subsequently the implementation of the agreement, faces a lot of, if I may say, resistance in terms of the GST discussion. Likewise, we have elements such as the 100 billion, elements such as pre-2020, and a lot of key historical elements which we are finding difficult to contend with in terms of shaping a just outcome from the perspective of developing countries. So with that, I would like to go to Your Excellency Majid. As the COP28 presidency, you have a very important and crucial facilitative role to get us an outcome that has the buy-in of all parties involved. So given these specific challenges and perspectives that developing countries are pushing for, how do you view these to be reflected within a final outcome? And subsequently, how do you view the GST as a moment to regain political trust in the multilateral system?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Of course, thank you to His Highness for being our gracious host, and to the government of Saudi Arabia for this very, very important meeting. And I can't stress enough how important meetings like this are in the road to COP28, because the more that we have these conversations exactly like this one and in those sidelines to address the details of things like the global stocktake, the more we move towards COPs. And that's the point that I think a lot of people forget, is that it's the climate change process that we talk about, and it is in fact a process. It's not just an event that happens at the end of the year. It's a process of discussions that happen throughout the year, and then when we get to COP28, we summarize what work happened that year, and we move to the next. What makes COP28 different is this global stocktake. And I want to reiterate the point that the ambassador made. We know that we have 3 mandated outcomes at least, amongst others, but the main ones being delivering the global stocktake, the global goal on adaptation and doubling of adaptation finance, operationalizing the loss and damage fund, and of course the many other outcomes as well. When we negotiated the Paris outcome in 2015, and as you know, I was the lead negotiator there with many of our friends here, we put the global stocktake there on purpose because we wanted halfway to 2030 to assess where we were. I think it's important that we step back sometimes from those details of what should be in the stocktake to remember what it's about. It's about making sure that we achieve the goals of Paris. And we can't say that Paris is successful if we don't achieve its goals. And we know, unfortunately, today that we're not on track. And so that means that we need to focus on what are we going to say within this stocktake about where we're going to readjust our efforts to get there. And all the issues that you've mentioned around equity, around finance, around different action elements are all of the problems that we've seen in our tour around the world when we've engaged with different stakeholders, that we're hearing about how we get, we are off track. But it's really important that we say where we're going. For us, that's around these 4 areas that we've identified. It's around energy. How do we fast track the energy transition? How do we transform the energy system we have today and decarbonize it and move to the energy system we want of the future? It's around making sure that finance is working, that we fix it to be more available, more accessible, and more affordable. It's around people, their lives and their livelihoods. How do we make this relevant to people on the ground? How do we make adaptation at the heart of what we're doing? That's about food, it's about water, it's about health. And then it's about how do we do that in a very unified and collaborative process with full inclusion, and we don't exclude groups from the conversation. How do we bring everybody together to have that conversation? And that's our job as presidency. Our job as presidency is not to come and say, this is the answer, take it or leave it. Our job is to bring everybody together, to have the conversation, and we've laid out these areas where we think that the action needs to happen. And now, through conversations like this, the parties need to come together, and we need to see that happen. And I feel very excited because over the last few months, I can very confidently say we've seen that enthusiasm, and in the meetings and conversations we've had here, we see that step forward. And so it's through that process, and the pre-COP is the next important meeting, I think, as well as the Marrakesh meetings. Through these conversations, I think we move forward, and then we deliver real steps. And hopefully, if we can bring the private sector and NGOs and civil society together, the key thing is that this COP is different because we're not addressing just one item. We're addressing the full suite of items. And I think that makes it really powerful because since Paris, we haven't had a moment like that where we address all the issues simultaneously in one negotiation. And I think that gives us a really, really powerful moment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insights. I think it's also a very difficult task because we're having to do everything at once and it has to work for everyone. So, but we're certainly working towards that. I wanted to move on to Your Excellency Simon. I think we've discussed some of the challenges that we face, some of the barriers and the sticking points that perhaps we have to contend with. But we also had a lot of discussions today on the solutions and the way forward, specifically on the mitigation side. And I think I heard inclusivity and solutions mentioned at least 40 times in the last three panels. So my question to you, Simon, is what are the major opportunities in technology innovation that can be accelerated by the GST in light of sustainable development? And I also invite you, since we mentioned inclusivity so many times today, to reflect on what that could mean for you within this context specifically.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon to my colleague panelists and to you in the audience. The global stock take it provides an opportunity not only to identify the gaps, the shortcomings, which we are all very much aware of. It certainly underscores that, but it also provides an opportunity to identify solutions. How can we start filling or bridging some of the gaps, identifying those solutions? What are the enabling environments that are required? Where are some of the best practices that can be shared amongst parties, amongst non-government entities? And it's been mentioned the international cooperation that is required to, again, opportunities to bring parties and knowledge and that sharing together. And the synthesis report that was just released, I mean, it reflects the voices of 180 countries, parties, in addition to non-state actors. And some of the areas that have been identified, and there seems to be some convergence among the submissions in terms of targets and setting global targets. So this is presenting parties with an opportunity as we approach the COP to agree on what some of those targets should be. So whether it is the tripling of renewable energy, whether it's doubling of energy efficiency, whether it's the phasing out of fossil fuels by 2040. There was a call from some submissions there, the ending of inefficient subsidies by 2025. These are some of the elements that have been put forward. And what's very clear when you start looking at these submissions is that the energy sector is going to be at the center of the transition and the center of innovation. And then expanding onto that is what needs to be done within industry, and whether it is steel, whether it is cement, and identifying energy efficiencies that can be brought to those sectors. And then finally, transportation and the role that electric vehicles and targets that could be set for emission reductions through electric vehicles. And then that then feeds to what some of the technologies that are going to be at the heart of this. So that whether that is alternative fuels, such as green hydrogen, whether it is technological advances in solar PV efficiencies, battery technologies, battery management, electric vehicles, and of course, CCUS. So these are the technical elements that can potentially move the needle. But reflecting on the presentation by the Indian minister at the beginning, the need to bring volume, to bring scale, to bring down the costs of these technologies so that we can see the value brought to the fore is also an important part of the conversation. So what we are seeing is, yes, in terms of the fundamentals, the significant shift and transition to renewables. The shift from fossil fuels, absolutely critical, but then creating that enabling environment for both sides of that equation to actually work.
Thank you, Simon. And if you would allow me, I'll just make short interventions to make this a facilitative discussion. I think you heard my intervention in the beginning of the day on that specific point. I think the question comes to be, when we're looking at the global scale, which comes first? So if for some reason, for some regions, their energy security is contingent on having that kind of energy shift, then it makes sense within the context of now to be able to say that. But when we look at regions which heavily depend on such sources, is it not more fair to discuss the solutions first? And I think this is the honesty and perhaps the transparency that needs to infuse into the GST. When we're talking to the world, is it the same message? It might not be. Is it a message this year that could be different in 50 years, perhaps? But what is the message that is relevant to everyone today is something that we need to collectively think of. And with that, perhaps I'll I'll go over to Khalid Abouleif with a similar question. And I know Mr. Khalid has worked deeply on the circular carbon economy from a theoretical perspective. But perhaps you can provide us with a bit of insights on what kind of innovation is needed in technologies through the GST to enable the kind of reduction we all agree is needed at the global scale.
Thank you, Nora. And let me just, before I go into that questions, just reflect how important the Paris Agreement is and what we have to do to come to an agreement that important. It took us almost 6 years after Copenhagen to try to see how can all of us collectively, whether the developed world or the developing world, all put our hands together and come up with an agreement that could really collectively make a difference as we move forward. Of course, that agreement put all the conditions, it put all the principles that are very important in a charter that takes us forward. And no doubt that GST is one of the most important mechanisms to make sure that that agreement continue to be a landmark. I mean, that journey wasn't easy. We had the agreement. Everybody was on board because it was inclusive. We had implementing laws that are effective and are being applied. We started this process in Glasgow, and we even pushed our ambition forward. And now we're coming to the first review, which is the stocktake, that we really need to come and look at it. Now, the difficult issue that would be there in front of us is going to be how inclusive that review would. And it would be really trying to be realistic, less ideologic, more pragmatic. Understanding that a future transition has to be a smooth transition, and such a smooth transition has already conditions. An overall most important condition is security of energy. Another extremely important is affordability. And the third is climate change actions. And none of them is more important than the other. All of them are a nexus, as a matter of fact, for that smooth transition to go and move. Now, if we come if we look at that trilemma and visit the different regions, we see clearly that some regions their energy security would be extremely linked to moving away from fossil fuel. Other regions, we see that as a matter of fact, their energy security is heavily linked to trying to manage and ensure that their utilization of hydrocarbons are clean utilization and make sure that emission does not go to the atmosphere. And what brings that all together is the Paris Agreement. As a matter of fact, if you go to the mitigation goal of the Paris Agreement, you'll see that it is based on emission. It was a very inclusive agreement that we would like to see us keep as we move forward. And this is the difficulty with focusing in one solution or a narrow band of solutions. For example, one of it is phasing out fossil fuel by 2040. It has a lot of question marks. Let's say, I mean, do we really believe that with the current demands and the current predictions that we see, that by 2040, we phase out fossil fuel and at 2050 have net zero emissions? With all the different regions' requirement, with all the different regions' security that comes into it. It was very clear in the science that this decade is the decade that could make the difference. This decade could be the one that would really determine whether we will be able to get to 1.5 or not. And if this decade move forward with countries that have capacity utilizing these resources until 2040, and countries who does not have capacity, we force them into moving into other energy systems that may not be part of their nationally determined contributions to make their development. I think there is a great unfairness here. I think what we really need to do, no matter what kind of source you use, as of today, you want to make sure that that utilization of that source does not provide emission. If you're using renewable energy, you want to make sure that life cycle emissions should be removed as of today. And if you do have the capacity, you should do it right away. If you are utilizing hydrocarbon, you have, as of today, plan what kind of abatement you're going to do, as well as what kind of removal you have to do to make sure that you are moving in the right path. And if we are all together, those that have the capacity, work together to make sure that MDB's reforms and the financial system reforms are made to make governments really support their national NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, and make sure that we are helping them move forward in the right track. We really need to work with them and see how we can help them move that track forward. So the issue here is that all of us collectively, those who has the capacity has no excuses, has to do all now. You cannot wait until 2040. Those who doesn't have the capacity, we really need to work with them and make sure that their development plans are going right, and see exactly what do they need from technology point of view that we need to advance so that that could happen at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid. Maybe an additional thought for this discussion is that we look at the science and we look towards the science as a whole in terms of what it's telling us and what we can take to the policy sphere. And within that very science, we see the presence of fossil fuels in all pathways that are consistent with the Paris Agreement. And in the very same context, we find ourselves having this discussion on kind of a global trajectory. And even within that very same science, there is no consideration of the principles we very rightly discuss within the context of the Paris Agreement. So that is an additional layer of doubt to the practicality and really a usefulness of such a focused discussion on sources. And perhaps the last point before I hand over to the next speaker is that what kind of message are we sending to the world if we're talking about phase out but nothing to do in the interim? It's as though we are not promoting the solutions that are needed today. We are talking about something hypothetical in the future that doesn't give us any means of addressing emissions today, which is desperately needed at scale, in reduction, in abatement, in removal. So that would be a very, very crucial piece of perhaps nuance that we need to bring to the mitigation element of the GST. And with that, I will perhaps slightly shift to something that we also discuss as critically important, which is the adaptation agenda, and how to create a GST package that balances between mitigation, adaptation, and positions adaptation as the lifeline for countries worldwide. So my question to you, Mr. Sharif, is what is needed through the GST specifically to raise momentum on adaptation and support in achievement of the global goal on adaptation? And what are next steps for the GGA that we can operationalize through the GST?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, and thanks for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important meeting. First of all, GST is about backward assessment and forward looking. Whether we need to acknowledge and confirm that globally we are so behind on adaptation. And even more when it comes to developing countries, which is clear in the current economic and non-economic impacts of climate change on vulnerable sectors like agriculture and food system, like coastal zones, like fishery and grazeland. Also, adaptation finance is way less than what is needed to complement what developing countries are already paying to face the social and economic consequences of climate change action. A latest report by UNECA for Africa pays up to 5% of its GDP for adaptation. So GST should course correct that both in terms of capturing and assessing progress to build resilience and have clear target to reduce impacts and before all, provide finance in line with needs is very, very, very important for this issue.
Thank you very much, Sharif. I think the GST outcome definitely needs to have a strong component on the adaptation needs, but also on the support needed in order to support developing countries in this regard. So for the second round of questions, I wanted to ask each and every one of you, what are the key political messages that the GST needs to send? So Simon, I will come to you first. What are the key messages you see as being critical to a strong GST outcome? And how do you see that within the context of the principles and provisions of the Convention and the Paris Agreement?
Well, thank you. Well, the first thing is, again, underscoring that the GST is a key deliverable of COP28, and it needs to send a very strong message that as a global community, collectively, we are not on track. So one is that political message. The second is then the call to action. How do we close those gaps? And what are the actions that need to be taken in order to do that? And the architects of the Paris Agreement back in 2015 envisaged the GST as then informing the next round of NDCs, which are due in 2025, and the ratchet in terms of increased and accelerated action and ambition. So the elements that have been identified as submitted by parties, which will be negotiated in Dubai, those elements have to be clear enough and strong enough to inform that next round of NDCs, which are the primary tool within the process of driving national action. And then what comes through that is the call for international cooperation. How do we work together? How do we, so based on the first question, how do we share knowledge, share technology, share experiences in a cooperative manner to, again, accelerate the action? And then that very critical element that speaks to implementation ambition and the closing the ambition gap is finance and the means of implementation to actually make all of that happen. And finance will be a significant part, and it goes beyond just the 100 billion or the doubling of adaptation finance, the replenishment of the GCF adaptation fund, all of those elements. Those are the starting points but then we also need to be looking forward as to what the post-2025 finance goals are going to be. How do those billions transform to the trillions that we know are needed in terms of meeting that collective action by 2030? And then within that, that key message about justice, about equity. You'd asked the question about inclusivity at the beginning, and it's important that everyone is at the table. It is clear that everyone is not equal in this. Everyone is not starting at the same point. Everyone will not end at the same point. But what is absolutely essential is that collectively we reach that same place at the end of this, which is the halving of emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050, and to be clearly on that 1.5 trajectory. So right now there are, out of all of this, the party submissions, there are areas of deep convergence, which is encouraging. That needs to be communicated. But there are also areas of divergence. The what is clear, the how and the who is what is in question. And the report outlines some of those areas of divergence, which over the next 53 days, as we head toward Dubai and over the course of the COP, parties need to agree on how they're going to close those diverse areas as to the who and the how.
Thank you, Simon. We actually are going to discuss that in a few days in Abu Dhabi in the intersessional workshop on the GST. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And I will ask you, Your Excellency Majid, the same question. What are the key messages you think should be sent through the GST? And particularly from a presidency perspective, what would be particularly important for the MENA region?
I think I'll start with the MENA region. I think that we have to look and say that this is a real opportunity for us to showcase the real actions that are happening on the ground in the Middle East. I think that all of us who work and live in this part of the world know how our leaderships have really been pioneers. I think our region has been doing a lot. We're a region that is impacted by climate change. And as you've said, we're a region that has economic a makeup that makes it a challenge in terms of how we are going to transition to this new world that we want to get to. And we're able to be very innovative. We have very dynamic populations, very dynamic countries. And I think that what's exciting for me is that at COP28, the world is going to come and visit us. And this is a real opportunity for us to showcase all the great things that we're doing, as you see here this week. Our countries, I think, are really at the forefront, and we need to take this opportunity to showcase to the world what we're actually doing, not in words, but in real action. And I think that that's a very exciting moment for us. I think the global stocktake has to have that moment of hope. We can talk about what we haven't done to get on track for 1.5, but we've achieved a lot of things. I think that the dynamic of how we talk about climate action has changed a lot since 2015. I think we can all agree we've achieved a lot of positive things, and we have to really lay out that moment of hope as we go forward. What are we giving people rather than what we're taking away? How are we creating new opportunities for young people, for business, for the business community, for academics, for NGOs, that we can create a system where people are incentivized to action and that they're driven to want to be part of this story? And by the way, there's a really great transformative story there for all of us, that we can be part of a really exciting future that is dynamic, that our development needs can be really matched with climate action. And I think that that's the key thing that the global stocktake has to tell the world is, we have a challenge ahead of us, but hey, that can be a really exciting opportunity. And let's all come together and let's try to make that future that we all want to see.
Absolutely, very, very well said, Your Excellency. And I think I'll hand over to Engineer Sharif on your perspectives. You also have, Egypt has the unique perspective of the beginning and the end of the global stocktake. So what kind of messages would you like to see in the outcome?
Thank you. We were very clear in COP27. We all agreed to work based on science and principle we did in convention and later in Paris and in between in Kyoto Protocol. We believe equity and CBDR are crucial and that just transition pathway are the only way forward. We should not focus on environment and the climate and totally ignore poverty, eradication and development needs for developing country, which need its own carbon space to develop.
Thank you very much. Nice and succinct. I'll move over to you, Ambassador Pedro. From your perspective as the chair of the G77, what are the key messages to be sent? And particularly, what are the key messages to be sent from a means of implementation and support perspective?
Thank you, Nora. I agree with my colleagues that COP28 presents an opportunity to demonstrate that it is possible, that we can make it collectively, and in that session, our partners would have to lead, because this is a process that, as I said before, is very much rooted in a comprehensive set of principles, which is CBDR, equity. The transition has to be just and respective capabilities. So if we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we all have to recognize which are the gaps. I think it's very important to talk about that the COP28 points to what needs to be done and what is the next phase. But I think there are three conditions which are very important. First, we have to be honest. We have to be sincere. There is a need for trust. And that those who bear the bulk of the responsibility have to lead. And we need to observe integrity between what we do internally, what we do in our economy, and what we ask the others to do. I cannot be telling you, phase out. I cannot be telling you, net zero. And at the same time, as we speak here, those who bear the bulk of the responsibility, those who has contaminated more, those who have emitted more, are coming back to fossil fuel. That is a major contradiction to me as we speak. This is not the past. This is the present. That is what is taking place right now. Major developed countries coming back to increase their oil fossil production. And that is an issue that we will have to address. And we need to address it with sincerity, with honesty, and with integrity. It is possible. I believe it is possible. The other thing is present an opportunity, because we all know what needs to be done. Cuba needs to know what needs to be done. We come from the Climate Ambition Summit in the G8. And my president reiterated the commitment of changing our energy matrix by 2030 to 24% of renewable. And that looks very fine, very fashionable, but nobody talks that requires massive, massive investment. And where is that investment? From where it's gonna come from? It's not that easy, because the transition, it would have an impact that is economy-wide. It would have an impact in the structure of employment. It would have an impact in your food production. And when you have countries that depend on a single basis, and then you put it to the option, phase out or leave your people without food, I'm sure governments are responsible to their people. So I think it presents an opportunity, really presented, and we all would be for that, but we need to be honest and we need to provide the means to make possible that transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I think I'll move over to Khalid for the final set of messages you think should be sent through the GST, and particularly, what do you think the role of international collaboration is, and what is needed to enhance international collaboration?
Noura, just to reflect on the question that you had earlier on, what do we really need to see that this upcoming GST is a great success? I think that this GST is a pivotal one because it could really show how wonderful and how good this Paris Agreement is. It's the first one. It has to be right. And COP28 is going to be the day for it. Now, truly I will measure it against 3 bars. How successful we are in this GST. The first bar, with regards to an ambitious and just mitigation program that is inclusive enough for everybody. Now, when I say just in all the 3 pillars of sustainable development. Just socially, when I say socially, for those who have capacity and for those who doesn't have capacity. Also, it has to be just for the environment itself, making sure that we are really serious in getting the goals of the Paris Agreement. And then finally, just on the economics of it, which is making sure that we are helping countries, achieve their, future sustainability, yet worrying about all the other aspects. Now, that bar is extremely important for the mitigation. That will be measuring how successful we are. On adaptation, I think that bar would be on, are we ready for a world of 1.5 or a world of 2 degrees? Are we? We really need to be sure that we really do have the plan and we have the time between now and that to make sure that we are ready and enabled to raise our adaptation. That adaptation has to be good enough not to move us towards loss and damages. So if we are really coming out with actions in COP28, we really need to measure it against, are they good enough to make sure that we are adapting, yet we're not moving into loss and damages. And a third one is with finance. I think the only thing you can say with finance is that bar will be measured whether we are helping countries achieve their indices, their aspirations, or we are imposing on countries, finances and investments that would move in a certain direction without really thinking of exactly how these countries are drafting and drawing their plans. So these 3 bars will be a great measure for us when we come out of the COP28, hopefully.
Thank you, Khalid, and thank you to all esteemed panelists. This was, I think, a wonderful discussion. I will attempt to very poorly summarize the rich discussion that took place. I think the one thing that is common and there is convergence on is that in reflecting progress, there has to be an element of gaps and the fact that there are a lot of areas which have a lot of work still to be done, but also balance that with a set of hope. Because if there is no hope, there is nothing incentivizing the world to be on the same page with you and actually commit to climate action. I think substantively speaking, we need to ensure that everyone will be on the table and feel like their solutions are well respected. How that looks like, we're going to try and work it out in the workshop this week, and I'll get back to you on that. So with that, thank you, dear esteemed panelists. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your invaluable contributions in fostering a highly productive exchange of ideas. I would also like to thank the audience for their attention, and we will now break for lunch and reconvene again at 4 p.m. for our next segment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Dear guests, please note that the 2023 MENA Climate Week will be conducted in English. Arabic and French translation will be available through the headset devices available next to the entrance of the hall.
Thank you all for your patience. The next segment will be an engaging panel discussion titled A Multidimensional Path to Net Zero. This discussion will provide us with valuable insights to the multifaceted journey towards achieving a net zero carbon future. Our panelists are experts with diverse perspectives and experiences. They will discuss the complex pathways to net zero emissions and explore various dimensions of this critical endeavor while offering us a holistic view of what it takes to address climate change and foster collaboration for robust, pragmatic, and sustainable solutions to achieve our climate ambitions. In the build-up to COP28, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists, and leading this insightful discussion is going to be moderated by Mr. John Defterios.
Seal, thank you very much. And I'm delighted everybody came back in the afternoon to join this session. It's the first CEO one-on-one session for MENA Climate Week, so it's a special one. We're delighted to have one of the leaders in global energy, to be candid. Amin Nasser is the president and CEO of Aramco. It is the world's largest integrated energy company, of course, and chemical enterprise with the collaboration with SABIC over the years to make the most, if you will, of long carbon as you go downstream into the market. He's had a 40-year career. For most of the room, that's not a surprise, but for the visitors coming from afar, as CEO, he's evolved the group to be the forefront of both upstream and downstream production to expand its role in the energy value chain. In my 30 years of coverage of Saudi Arabia and the energy markets, I always said that Aramco is the crown jewel of the kingdom. This is someone who takes that stewardship extremely importantly, and one who's not a climate denier, but understands the role of the energy trilemma, which is security of supply, affordability for those in the global south, and trying to mitigate climate change as fast as possible. We're going to have a very honest discussion here, what that means in terms of Aramco today, the Aramco of tomorrow, and making sure that's a just energy transition along the way. Can we give a warm welcome to Amin Nasser, His Excellency, the CEO and President of Aramco. Thank you very much. So we were allotted 40 minutes, and I'm delighted to have that time. We had a chance to catch up behind the stage, and he says, you know, I want to be updated in the narrative that we're going to be presenting today. And one of the narratives, I think, which is actually a compliment to the UNFCCC, is to see the COP28 president, the president-designate, His Royal Highness Abdulaziz bin Salman, Simon Steele as executive secretary, singing from the same hymn sheet on the urgency of what needs to take place, right? But one of the things I think has changed dramatically, Mr. Nasser, is that has there been a shift in the recognition of that energy needs to be supplied? I always say the pendulum swings in society and it rarely lands in the middle. So do we have an overshoot kind of post-pandemic and the rush to renewables in realizing that it is today 5% of primary energy demand being met by the renewable sector, and the role of oil and gas in this transition? How do you see that role?
Thank you, John. Definitely, you know, the renewable is showing significant growth, but it is starting from a low base. Today, as you highlighted, it is almost 5% of the primary energy. We've seen what happened as we came out of COVID. It was not enough to handle the growth in demand that we have seen. Prices started going up. So conventional energy, you know, continue to be the primary product in the market right now, which almost constitute 95% of what's available. And the industry, as I highlighted, continue to, while growing, continue to decarbonize its resources. We've seen a lot of initiatives by the industry in terms of decarbonizing existing resources while building the new. And just an efficiency improvement over the last 15 years, the industry was able to, in efficiency alone, to eliminate a growth of about 80 to 90 million barrels of oil equivalents in 15 years, just by efficiency improvement. Solar and wind introduced almost 15 million barrels of oil equivalent. So there is a lot of things that happens just by the industry in terms of efficiency, by decarbonizing existing resources, while bringing additional resources to the market.
Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, the president-designate, was saying at ADIPEC in his opening remarks that we need to decarbonize by better than 40%, 43% by 2030. Can you give us a sense what that means in reality at the Aramco of today and what you're trying to do in realistic terms to decarbonize?
Well, there is today, if you look at Saudi Aramco, in methane emission, we are around 0.06. While the global average is around 0.36. In CO2 equivalent per barrel, we are about 10.3 kilogram per barrel of oil equivalent, while the industry average is around 38. So the company started the program since the 70s with the master gas system, which eliminated almost 100 million barrel of oil, 100 million ton of CO2 equivalents by just building the master gas system in the mid-70s. And since then, it built a lot of efficiency where we reached this stage of 0.06. For the rest of the industry, just to meet Aramco rate in methane and CO2, you will reduce approximately more than 1 gigaton just to bring them to that level. Now, looking at it going further to 2030, we are in hydrogen currently, blue hydrogen. We are in renewable. We are in carbon capture and storage to further reduce carbon emission. We are in e-fuel. We created a sustainability fund of about $1.5 billion. We have announced through our sustainability report, first we announced that we will be a net zero in scope 1 and 2 by 2050. And by 2035, that low carbon intensity in methane and CO2, we will bring it further down by 15% and by eliminating around 52 million tons of carbon emission. That will happen through introduction, as I said, of renewables, of hydrogen, of e-fuels, of carbon capture and storage, which is very important and critical to reduce our carbon emission, and by investing in further efficiency improvement in our system. So we have milestones to achieve our net zero by 2050.
So in the opening remarks today, we heard that 20 NOCs, like an Aramco, and IOCs in the world are made that pledge that you're just talking about. But should it be more pervasive in the industry, in your view? Because the prevailing view outside of the oil and gas community and the energy community that we all live in is that it's just a smokescreen to try to produce oil. So how do we get the industry to embrace what needs to be done on decarbonization, wide implementation of CCUS, as you're suggesting, methane reductions? Is the industry not doing itself any favors?
No, I think the industry is doing a lot. You know, the industry is trying currently to cater to the demand that we are seeing today. You know, in the second half of this year, the call on the industry is around 103 million barrels per day.
It's a record.
It's a record, definitely. This is an industry that is looking at huge demand. This is in the middle. Think about it. 103 in the second half of this year, in the middle of an economic crisis or economic headwinds, in the middle of China didn't pick up fully, in the middle of about 240 million barrels that came out from inventory by different countries and from offshore stocks that came to the market to add additional supply. With all of that, in the middle also, of aviation industry didn't pick up fully to the pre-pandemic level. It's growing, it's around 90–95% now, but still there is room to grow more. So in the middle of all of that, the call on the industry for the second half of this year is 103 million barrels. So the industry is trying to cater to ensure that there is adequate, available, reliable, affordable supply of energy while decarbonizing at the same time. I mentioned what we are doing, and I'm sure the rest of the industry is also doing the same. We are investing a lot I mentioned our number in methane and CO2, but that's not enough. We are investing in, as I said, in renewable and hydrogen and e-fuel and carbon capture and storage, by availing funds for venture capital, for sustainability funds that is available for others. So we are doing a lot to decarbonize. As I said, the industry over the last 15 years in efficiency improvement eliminated the growth rate of about 80 to 90 million barrel of oil equivalent just by efficiency improvement. This is done by the industry. Going forward, there will be more efforts to decarbonize existing resources while making sure it's available. Because if it's not available and you have an issue with supply, then you'll end up with higher costs. This is what happened as we came out of COVID with the renewable is not enough to handle the burden of higher demand, and you needed additional supply.
Good. Is it a constant wrestling match with the trilemma that I talked about in my opening remarks? Security of supply, particularly after Russia, Ukraine, affordability, which is crucial, and keeping on the climate mitigation pathway.
Do we have the mix or the balance about right at this stage? Do you think that the narrative has changed in the world with the view of oil and gas?
I think there is a much better balanced, approach right now that we see from certain leaders around the world when it comes to the transition, and that we need to be balanced. We need to build the new before we discard the old. All much better understanding. However, you need to continue to invest and make sure you have, as I said, adequate supply. Without affordability in coal alone, look at it this year, or go back to 2000 and I would say 15 or 2010. Go back to 15 years back. Oil grew by 17%, gas grew by 22%, coal grew by 13%. In 1 year, we added more coal, just the growth in coal. In 1 year, that can wipe out the 15 years of solar and wind that came in the USA. In 1 year, growth in coal. If it's not affordable, because the priority differs between developing countries and developed countries. They have different priority, different requirements, different needs. They did not make their basic needs yet, while in the developed world, they met their basic needs. The priority, as I said, is different for them. Making sure it's affordable is very important and integral. And without affordability and security of supply, you cannot meet your sustainability. So you need to make sure first it's affordable. Otherwise, we are going in the reverse. We are building more coal plants and we are adding more emission. And we need to understand, by the way, when you talk about emission, there is no barriers. If you are emitting in one part of the world, the other side of the world will see it. So we need to make sure we have a balanced strategy of building the new while adjusting the mix going forward. As we build more new, we adjust or moderate conventional energy, but we cannot say you need to stop investment. You don't need to grow your conventional energy. What we need to be saying is that we need to decarbonize existing resources while building the new resources until you have a balance that you can depend more on the new while moderating the growth in conventional energy.
You alluded to it, Mr. Nasser, there about the global south. Are you concerned about the divide between the global north, who wants to aggressively pursue a climate agenda, rightfully so, and the global south? You have 2 billion people in the global south that don't have access to energy on a daily basis, 800 million that don't have energy. Are you concerned about this energy exclusion narrative that's emerging, that we don't take that threat for these people seriously enough?
You said it, the current transition policy or strategy does not really adequately take into consideration the priorities in the global south. As you said, there is 2.3 billion people that do not have, that have polluted fuel for cooking. There is, as the minister, the Indian minister highlighted in the sessions before, there is about 750 million people with no access to reliable electricity. These are issues for the global south. They need an adequate supply of affordable energy. While looking at the population alone, OECD countries put together, they are 16.5% of the total. If you have 8 billion population, they constitute about 16.5%. What about the 84%? And there is 2 billion additional consumers coming to the market. They have their own needs. They want to also raise their living standards. So the priorities are different. One size fits all doesn't work. The transition will happen at a multi-speed, depending on the maturity or economic maturity of every country. And as I said, the priorities in the global south is different. Their priority is to ensure that the basic needs for the population in these countries are met, and then they will be looking at other issues. But the basic needs is the most important, so we need to make sure there's adequate supply that take into consideration their needs. The support that everybody's talking about, from developed and rich countries to developing countries, is a must in order for them to have that transition, or a just transition that meet their needs.
I was going to ask you a question about how it is to be a CEO of the largest energy company when you see projections to 2030 that we should be at 75 million barrels a day. If you roll out to 2040, you see projections at 40 million, 60 million, 80 million. And how do you plan for a future like that? I would imagine your stakeholder sees the reality and your data is very good. But if I was an IEC or an IOC today, I'd say that's pretty hard to bank on these projections because you don't know what the future is going to look like. What does the future look like for oil demand in your view? By to 2040 even, if you can.
You know, the same agency that talks about 75 million barrels in 2030 is the same agency that's talking about 103 million barrels in the second half of this year. And a further growth of 1 million to 1.5 million next year. So the way we're looking at it, there will continue to be growth for decades while we are decarbonizing existing our conventional energy. It's a necessity, it's a need, because as I said, the trilemma is they need to meet affordability, security of supply, and in order for you to meet your sustainability goals. That's why we are investing. We are making sure that we have adequate supply, while at the same time recognizing the need to reduce our emission, even though, as I mentioned earlier, we have one of the lowest carbon emission or carbon intensity in methane and CO2. Even with all of that, we are continuing to invest to decarbonize our resources, building the renewable, building the hydrogen, building the e-fuels, building the new, basically. And the kingdom is also is involved. We're talking about 50% renewable in the utility sector by 2030. So there is a huge growth. We are availing funds. We just recently announced the $1.5 billion sustainability fund to encourage investment in green energy. So all of these things are important for us. That's why the way we look at the future, we are very realistic. We understand this business. We have been in it for 90 years. We will know how much it will be in 2030 and beyond, and we are planning accordingly.
It's very interesting. I'm doing a panel tomorrow with your CTO, Ahmed Al-Kuwaiter, on the 3 M's, right? Minerals, metals, and materials, right? Materials for the energy transition. Isn't this the focus? How do you make long carbon, make the most of oil? So even in the transition, it has a role, but it's not being emitted. So you'll have this material demand for EVs, for windmills, for the solar panels, right? For the next generation of industrialization. Isn't that the widest strategy? And does that fit in your demand scenarios today?
You know, are you talking about minerals that will be required for the new energy? Yeah, I think it's important and it's critical, and we need to make sure over the long term we don't get away from dependency on the fuel to dependency on minerals. That's why adequate investment needs to be there. The concern is that as we grow the new and you don't have any adequate, available, and reliable and affordable mineral resources, you will be having a problem over the long term, because there are labor issues, there are concentration issues of these minerals that all need to be taken into consideration as we build more of the new.
But the other side of it is long carbon, to use the precious resource of oil into projects and products that last longer, right? So you're not burning it downstream into chemicals. You're the one that came up with the SABIC strategy, right? To go downstream in high-valued products. Is that the future of Aramco in your view?
Well, our strategy is talking about 4 million barrel liquid to chemical by 2030. Wow. So we're basically putting more of our barrels. If you notice, a lot of the agreements or the JVs that we signed lately, it's all into major refining integrated petrochemical complexes that have a converging capacity of 50% plus, 50 to 60, 70%. So our investment is going into that direction, basically to achieve our 4 million barrels of liquid to chemical in Kingdom and out of Kingdom. That is important to diversify and to have less dependency on the transport sector over the long term. And this is where we are putting a lot of resources. At the same time, we're looking at the use of chemicals in creating a lot of products. Pipes using chemicals, we're looking at, so more use of the oil and our products into building pipelines and for construction, for auto manufacturing. So a lot of technologies is the issue is the cost and how we can reduce the cost to make it more affordable and more durable over the long term.
Great. What are your thoughts on hydrogen? We were talking before about the role that government had in policy to set the framework for solar take-up, right, PVs, and then for wind turbines. There was a role and an incentive. You know, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a horrible name for something that puts that much money into $378 billion into energy infrastructure. But what are the incentives, in your view, Mr. Nasser, of what's needed to foster offtake customers for hydrogen in the future?
Well, hydrogen is very important. It will be part of the energy mix over the long term. The issue with hydrogen at the current stage is it needs a lot of incentives. And it's very difficult to sign an offtake considering the price is high. If you think about blue hydrogen, it's about $200 to $250 per barrel of oil equivalent. If you talk about green hydrogen, it's about $400. Customers around the world, power stations, well, whatever in different parts of the world, they cannot absorb that cost. They need government incentives. So a lot of our customers are working with their government to receive these incentives. So it will be enabled by government support. I think that's what the IRA in the US availed for the industries, is basically availing around $3 to $4 per kilogram. So it's around $150 to $200 per barrel of oil equivalent of support for green hydrogen, for example. So it needs government incentives for the customers at the other end to sign an offtake agreement. At the same time, to build the infrastructure, you need that demand to materialize. So you cannot scale up until demand materializes, because the infrastructure is costly to have the pipelines to transport the hydrogen, or even if you transport ammonia, you need to crack it to hydrogen, and then you need to transport it and you need to store it. This is a huge cost. And unless you have this infrastructure done, it will be difficult to scale up. So unfortunately, you know, some of the forecasts talking about, I think His Excellency, the minister this morning alluded to it. Some people forecast $1 to $2. His Excellency Al-Mazroui highlight. Some people highlighting or forecasting that by 2030, the kilogram of hydrogen will be $1 to $2. Now, some customers say, oh, we will wait for 2030. Why should we buy it, for example, at $4 or $5 or $6 today? Because by 2030, it will be less. Well, it's not going to be less until you scale up first at a significant amount, you know, of infrastructure and build of hydrogen plants around the world for the price to go down. So the bottom line is, I think hydrogen will have a lot of future in terms of being part of the energy mix. It's a clean energy. It should be available. It's a good energy that needs to be available for the world. However, it's going to take a longer time for it to have full deployment to the rest of the world.
What are the market signals that automakers are getting today? I mean, you have to kind of gauge demand for fuel, number one, but you see some are sitting on the cusp and they can't sell combustion engines in certain markets after 2030, for example, in Europe, in some of the countries. What are the market signals that the automakers need to be getting, and how does that affect your decision making?
As you know, certain countries announced shifting to electric vehicle by 2035. However, still, for the rest of the world, there will be still a lot of internal combustion engine. We are working with auto manufacturer. We are looking at some collaboration right now with some of them. We have one of our centers is dedicated to improve the efficiency of internal combustion engine. And there is an agreement that we are right now, a memorandum that we are working with Renault and Geely to look at how can we improve the efficiency of internal combustion engines. There will still be a lot of internal combustion engine in the world. You know, everybody talks about 30% build this year in electric vehicles in China. Yeah, okay. But there is still a lot of vehicles internal combustion engine. And even this year, there's 70% of internal combustion engine that came to the market. So this is still a market that is important. What's needed and what we should focus on is that we need to improve the performance and the efficiency of internal combustion engine to make it compatible or in terms of emission compete with electric vehicles in a life cycle. So you have to look at the full life cycle, and then you need to make sure how can you improve the efficiency for it to compete. Don't forget, a lot of the electric vehicles growth in certain areas are dependent on coal. So 70% of the power generation that's feeding these electric vehicles is coming from coal. So we need to be balanced that we need electric vehicles, more and more of them, but we should not let go of internal combustion engines. We need to improve their efficiency until the replacement is fully ready and all internal combustion engines are phased out. So we are putting investment in terms of research, in terms of collaboration with the auto industry to improve the efficiency of internal combustion engines.
And how about the focus? I always found it interesting. As you know, my last project for CNN was the Global Energy Challenge, where I interviewed you for it. And we looked at the entire value chain of energy demand and emissions. We don't look at the agriculture or farming sector on the emissions, particularly cattle. It doesn't seem to get anybody's attention. The emissions from buildings, depending on the cities you live in, are 12 to 15%. I know you're in a very sexy part of the value chain because there's geopolitics of oil and gas, right? But are we making a mistake not looking at the totality of emissions today and abatement in the farming sector or the building sector in city centers around the world?
No doubt, John, a lot of other sectors is not receiving the right attention in terms of their emissions and what needs to be done. I'll mention the hard-to-abate sector, aluminum, steel, and cement, for example. If you look at their total emission, it's about 20% of the total emission. And you cannot really solve the problem there without carbon capture and storage. So when people talk also going back to carbon capture and storage, it's not for our industry alone. It's for the power plants. The power plants that using coal and using fuel and using gas, they need carbon capture and storage. The hard-to-abate sectors, they need carbon capture and storage. Blue hydrogen, you cannot do blue hydrogen without carbon capture and storage. E-fuel, you need carbon capture and storage. So yes, there is a lot of sectors, like the hard-to-abate sectors, the agriculture, a lot buildings and all of these things are not receiving. I think they are putting them in terms of priorities and the focus on the industry while the other sector are not receiving the right attention.
Good. Are you a believer in direct air capture? Do you think it has the potential? It's expensive now, but again, if you incentivize it to get more pervasive distribution, same thing with carbon capture. It is an expensive proposition for a company, is it not?
Yeah, I think direct air capture, right now it's very expensive. I don't want to mention the number because I was going to scare everybody. It's very expensive. However, we believe that over the long term, it will have a lot of future. You can extract CO2 from the air. This is also where you need carbon capture and storage, and store that CO2. We are signing an agreement tomorrow with Siemens to build a pilot project for carbon capture and storage, a mini pilot. It is important. We believe that direct air capture will work, but it will take more time and it needs more research and innovation and technologies that will bring the cost down. Today, the cost is prohibitive, except if you have huge incentives like, I know some companies are doing it in the US because of the IRA.
It's a fantastically good conversation we're having, because we're covering the landscape here. The latest IRENA report, the International Renewable Energy Agency out of Abu Dhabi, as you know, for the G20 meeting in May, I looked at the numbers and they said for us to have any hope of trying to cap
wind and solar power. There we go. Do you want to try yours now? Yeah, I can't.
Okay. Can we test His Excellency's microphone on the table mic too, please? Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay, this works. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll spend just a couple of minutes. If I need to, I'll hand you the microphone.
Okay.
Is that okay? I was looking at that IRENA report, and they were saying for us to maintain a target of 1.5 degrees centigrade, that you would need to invest $5 trillion a year in the transition. There's less than $1 trillion a year going into hydrocarbons today. It's about the same amount into renewables today, right? About $1 trillion.
Yeah.
Are we being realistic? Like, where is that money going to come from, if I can ask you? Then I'll have one follow-up question, and then we can wrap. Thank you.
We need to be realistic about, first, the time frame to deliver on all of that, and where is this funding is going to come from. Today, if you try, for example, to bring more hydrogen, it's going to cost you a lot. So I believe these numbers, if you need to build them today, because it's going to cost a lot. We are willing to build them, but we need the offtake, the buyers. So it's going to be difficult unless the cost goes down. And we tested the market. I said we tested it with blue hydrogen, which is half the cost of green hydrogen. It's very difficult to secure offtake. We're working on it. We are hoping that we are doing the engineering for the project, so the project is going to happen, hopefully. But it is very difficult, and we are talking about a limited amount. We're talking about 150,000 barrels of oil equivalent of blue hydrogen. It's nothing compared to the 260 today system. There is about 102 million barrels of oil, 86 million barrels of oil equivalent of coal, and about 74 million barrels of oil equivalent of gas. Add them up, it's 260 million. So we're talking about 150,000 barrels of blue hydrogen. And you are finding it difficult across the world for that to land, to sign an offtake. So, yes, countries will have to manage and see how much they can afford to make this happen, unless you are willing to. That's where putting a realistic time frame is important, unless you are willing to wait for innovation technologies to kick in and reduce the cost. This is how much it costs today.
Good. I think my microphone's working, so why don't you keep that? And let's see, we'll use it as a backup system. That's a backup load. I just want to ask one question, because I've known you and the stature you hold in the energy business as somebody who believes in reliability and resilience. This industry's been thrown a lot. I mean, but even Aramco with the Apcake bombing, you had to suffer attacks and then reboot. we had a pandemic where we didn't know how much demand would drop. You come out, there's inflation, there's a conflict with Russia, Ukraine, and then you're asked to make an energy transition. What's it like as a CEO today to try to manage what I call extreme complexity in the world? I would think when you started 40 years in Aramco ago that you wouldn't expect the sort of constant chaos we face today. What's it like to try to keep the supplies coming, manage a transition, and then have a conflict that nobody ever thought would filter into energy supplies? It's not simple, is it not?
Well, you know, to go through and manage all of that, you need to ensure that you have a good team and you have the good talents in your company to manage these type of crises. You know, and
it's a poly crisis, though, in some ways, right?
But ultimately, you need to always focus on the long term. If you focus on the short term, you are not going to manage. If you focus on the long term, you will always find a solution, because things in the early years might sound difficult, but if you look at the long term, you will find out it makes more sense and it's more profitable and it will yield a lot of benefits for companies. But unless you have, going back, unless you have a strong team, the right talents, the right system and programs, the right contingencies, the right scenarios that cater for all of what you have said. You know, when you talk about the attacks on Abqaiq and Kharis, if we didn't have the different scenarios, if that plant goes down, what do you do? If that train goes down, what do you do? You can execute against that. And then also you need to have the execution arm. If you have the execution arm, the people that are trained to execute, the minute you give them the order, you will not be able to deliver. So it takes a lot of things, that it's preparedness of companies depending on what they went through there. This is a 90 years old company. We have been through so many things through the cycles, but we build the system and the reliability. You know, we are always proud that COVID attacks, we maintain 99.9, 99.8% reliability in the middle of everything. That takes a lot of experience and a lot of, you know, focus by not only the management team, everybody in the company that see how important it is for them to execute according to a plan, how to make sure it is their contingency and scenarios and drills are done taking into consideration the worst scenarios. You know, attacks or no attacks, if you didn't have scenarios that cater to interruptions happening due to this or that, and what do? You don't think about that when it happens. You think about that before and you put your plans forward. I remember in the attacks, you know, we had 6,000 people next day readily available to execute, knowing exactly what to do, putting train over train, working in parallel. You cannot do that if you wait for something to happen and then to say, what do I need to do? You would have need to look at that in the back and through the scenarios, identify vulnerability in your system and your plans, and execute accordingly. And you need to make sure you have the right team and right resources and right support and the right delegation to deliver.
It's fascinating. We only have 2 minutes left. How would you apply that then with this expertise in engineering and planning to the energy transition of tomorrow? Would you say, what's the advice you'd give for somebody who has to supply energy today to make sure this is a just transition that takes everyone on board, would you suggest? And this, we'll close it here.
You know, when we do a plan, we do feasibility. And in the feasibility, you come up with plus or minus 50%. And then we do engineering, and that takes us 2 to 3 years to do engineering. And then we get to plus or minus 10%. Then we make sure that we have the right resources, people to execute, funding, and all of that. The transition, you know, that we are seeing is all about, some of it is about, you know, putting numbers in the air and say, we want to do this by this. You need to make sure you have the resources, the funding, the people who can execute against it. Otherwise, you end up with a lot of difficulties and bumps along the way. And if you want to do it right, you need to make sure it is a realistic time frame. You need, as I said, take into consideration the global south and the global north and the needs, and that this need to be a multi-speed transition, taking into consideration the priorities for different countries, especially developing countries, and one size fits all will not work. And it needs to happen across the world, because if it doesn't, you end up in certain areas doing the right things, and other areas, because of other issues, affordability, lack of resources, lack of funding, going to coal and other things that will pollute the atmosphere. This is what happened with coal. Coal is growing instead of declining. And now we're talking about oil. We are, as I said, for the last 15 years, coal grew by 13%. So if we want to do the right things, we need to put the right plans, a realistic time frame for delivering, not by 2030 coming and saying it will be 75. You need to put a realistic time frame for delivering all of these projects. There's so many projects going on right now. It require, you mentioned the 5 trillion per year, and maybe more that you would need. So all of this, it's different. You know, that's why you need industries that have experience, they have execution arms, that understand what needs to be delivered, to be part of the solution, not to exclude them. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for you to implement any of that.
Good. Thanks for rolling with the punches with the microphone. Anytime we had the satellite go down or something happened in the studio, I'd get very frustrated. Said, I can't believe that happened. And then the head of CNN called one time and says, you know, you're not a surgeon, nobody died. So we got through it. Right? We had a microphone problem and we found a solution. Can we give a nice round of applause? It's great to have you. Thanks. Thank you. Nicely done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
How did you fix it?
Very enriching discussion. Thank you both. Our next session will begin shortly. Thank you all for your patience. We've now come to our final compelling panel discussion of the day, titled Decarbonization of Power Generation in the Private Sector. This discussion will dig into the critical role that the private sector plays in driving the transition to a cleaner and more sustainable power generation. Our panelists, each a leader in their own right, are here to share their insights and expertise on this pressing topic. They will explain the challenges, opportunities, and innovative strategies that are shaping the decarbonization efforts in the private sector. And with that, join me in greeting our panelists as we prepare for our last discussion today, moderated by Reem Al-Halawani from the Saudi Electricity Company.
Thank you, Asil. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for staying until this hour. Let me call upon our esteemed panelists to start our session. First, Engineer Ibrahim Al-Jarbour, our Executive Vice President Generation Business Line at the Saudi Electricity Company. Hisham Al-Bahkali, the President and CEO of GE General Electric in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. Yasser Mahmoud, Executive Vice President for Business Development at Aqua Power. Engineer Amir Al-Ajmi, Executive Vice President at Al-Fanar. And last but not least, Dr. Robert Williams, Director at Clean Combustion Research Center at KAUST. The MENA region is renowned for its abundant energy resources. However, as the world moves toward a low-carbon future, our region faces the dual challenge of sustaining economic growth and meeting the increasing demand for energy while reducing carbon emissions and addressing the impacts of climate change. Numerous initiatives have been launched in the region, such as the Middle East Green Initiative, Saudi Green Initiatives, to ensure environmental objectives are achieved. In this discussion, we will explore the multifaceted dimensions of decarbonizing the power sector, the integration of renewable energy, technological innovation, and how to ensure a just transition with reliable access to energy for all. For our panelists, we have a common question to introduce our topic. So how can the MENA region effectively decarbonize its power generation sector in order to align with the global climate objectives? From Saudi Electricity Company, what is the role SEC can play as a major player in the electricity generation? Engineer Ibrahim.
Thank you, Reem. As you have started already stated the targets and the Vision 2030, SEC has been doing a lot for the last 2 decades, and we know the improvement in the efficiency that optimized the emissions and reduced the expected emissions before. Efficiency has improved a lot, plus that in alignment with the vision and the speed that we are going today, and the target to reach 50 gas, 50 renewable, we need to do a lot. Not only SEC, but we have a lot of initiatives and projects that we have to work on. The first one is that as we go along and to meet the demand, either with the conventional or the renewable, we have to eliminate the old, non-efficient assets that we are having. And we have a decommissioning plan, a retirement plan for the existing power plants that can reduce these emissions and meet the targets that we have set. The second is that as we have a renewable plan, the 50% renewable, we will be participating strongly either in the investment in the new projects or even expanding and investing in the infrastructure, the grid expansion, the interconnection, the integration of renewable projects, solar, wind, and other technologies. Plus, investing in more, not only just renewable, but also new technologies. In the R&D, we have to cooperate with our partners. As mentioned by Aramco CEO, he was mentioning, the projects in decarbonization, carbon capture, hydrogen projection, hydrogen utilization in the energy production. These are all initiatives and projects that we are collaboratively, with the institutionals and the R&D, the partners, we're doing together to be aligned and to do more in reducing and optimizing and controlling the emissions. Plus, the significant investment that we have to invest. Taking the burden of investing and injecting a big investment, this is not an easy job, but also we have to create our model of financing, controlling, managing these initiatives and projects, and be aligned with all partners, either from the oil and gas until the consumer. We are providing smart solutions and all other means that will lead to the control and reduction of emissions by the next 2 to 3 decades to reach the net zero target in 2060.
Thank you. From a global organization such as General Electric, Renova, what role do you play in supporting decarbonization efforts across the MENA region?
Thank you very much for the question. And to echo what my colleague, Engineer Ibrahim said, first of all, we totally understand that it's not all about, the power is not all about sustainability, but affordability and security, and reliability is very important. So in this case, we believe that the current plants that need to be supported, we cannot just change them overnight. And these need to be supported by the private sector and by the OEM. The areas that we are looking for, it's either in the fuel itself or in the carbon capture at the end of the gas turbine. So we can provide, like, for example, if we have old units, old technology, we can change them with a very high efficient technology, like, for example, from E-class to H-class. This is one of the things that the OEM can help the power plant with. For example, the old units, if you change 2 gigawatt of the old unit with the new efficient units, you can save 5 million tons per year, for example. Other than things, you can invest in the grid solutions as well. I mean, GE can always have this solution. We can, at the same time, we can go through the units and we put some advanced gas bath unit parts that can help the efficiency of the units and reduce the emission as well. From outside standpoint, we can work on a solution that we are working on, how to capture like the direct carbon capture that we are working on it. GE is investing on it. We hope that we will be working together with all of our partners in order to support these things. Besides that, also we can help with the R&D. I mean, as Mr. Ibrahim said, GE has established a decarbonization center in Eastern Province, inaugurated by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz last year. And SEC is a strong partner in that, and we analyze the fuel and see the way how we can improve the fuel in order to have less emission. Also for other projects, we can help with financing. Given the relationship that GE has worldwide, we can help with project financing.
Thank you. What are the key levers to Yasser Mahmoud regarding aqua power, and how can we utilize and decarbonize the operations for generation power?
Thank you very much. Aqua Power take a full commitment to deliver water and power from cleaner technologies at affordable price. This also accompanied with the accountability to reach to carbon neutral by 2050. And we translate this through our strategy, which is related to, we focus in renewable energy. We focus also in water desalination, green hydrogen, and advanced high-efficient combined cycle technologies. So we structure and refocus our business to ensure that we reach to the decarbonization target by 2050 to net zero. Taking into our consideration that this will require huge investment. This will require also to partner with many stakeholders from the supply chain. Therefore, we build a strong relation with China, for example, in relation to ensure that the capacities, the localization topic as required by the policymaker in Saudi Arabia are all addressed. And we are happy to declare that since last 15 months, we managed to achieve financial close of 10 gigawatt of different renewable projects in Saudi Arabia. That gives a lot of comfort and confidence that the market at this level of 10 gigawatt per year can be delivered. And as you know, this is something more than 12% of the current grid capacity. From the point of the policymaker, we are aligning our objective with the country, and we are working with more than 12 target countries, and all these countries have their own specific target, although there is full alignment at the global level, and we take that into consideration. So from the last few years, we managed through our innovation strategy, and we have very good team that very relevant to the business, so they understand what exactly required. And we develop a lot of optimization, because it's very important that to ensure we can achieve through a path to decarbonization, very realistic path. So the first option is to ensure that the optimization can be achieved in the design, in the operation, and for the new technologies. And then we also work with the financial investors in order to encourage their participation in the industry. And also we work with the lenders to ensure that we have sufficient fund to implement these projects. I think this is a high-level brief about what Aqua Power can do and can support.
Thank you. Mr. Amr Al-Ajmi, how is the infrastructure around power generation sector gearing up to support the energy transition, decarbonization, and carbon circularity? For example, building grid infrastructure for renewable integration and providing carbon capture storage.
Thank you, Reem. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala ashraf anbiya wal mursaleen. First of all, let me thanks and appreciate the organizer, where they put all the efforts to see the wonderful event of today. Second things, for the infrastructure, I believe in Middle East, we have one of the very strong infrastructure grid. Once we want to incorporate the renewable energy resource in that infrastructure, it's required a massive investment in that, especially to transfer it to more modernization grid and digitalization. When we're talking about digitalization, let us highlight one of the initiatives and one of the projects led by Ministry of Energy via Saudi Electricity Company 3 years ago during the pandemic for replacing a world record, actually 10 million smart meters in around 12 to 13 months to whole of Saudi Arabia. That's, in my opinion, will allow that's the basic for the infrastructure and will allow consumer to install rooftop or solar and feed the utility and feed the grid. And it will give also to the grid operators more control to the grid and to the utilization and increase the efficiency. And also, it's very important for grid reliance. Again, for carbon capture, it's a very important and new technology. And we've seen storage, facilities in the world, in US, in Brazil, and Australia. Here in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, we have in Al Uthmaniyya, Aramco, a storage, carbon capture storage with a total 800,000 metric tons, and the plan to build carbon capture hubs in Jubail with a total 9 million metric tons. I believe it will import a lot for decarbonization. Recently, Ministry of Energy via Principal Bayer floated 7 gigawatt in conventional power generation in Taiba and Al Qasim. That's including carbon capture unit and option. That definitely will help for achieving the target of decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bill, how research and development efforts are propelling the transition towards cleaner power generation methods, specifically in the MENA region?
Thank you. So if you look at university-wide research, they typically are at the low TRL level scale. And we really need to accelerate these. We need technologies that are scalable, deployable, and in a time frame that's relevant, right? We hear we're behind schedule. So many universities across the world are very interested in working hard in a whole range of technologies, whether it's absorption, purely thermodynamic techniques. They will all have a role. They will all be necessary because each power plant is different, each power source is different, each fuel is different. The maturity of the plant, the other emissions. For example, if you're trying to decarbonize cement, there's no steam typically at a cement kiln, right? So you can't use an amine. So you cannot have a single solution, right? You're going to need all the solutions. You're going to need tremendous scale, again, scalability, deployability, and on a time frame that matters. And this is a challenge for universities. We typically don't work on scalability, deployability, and short time frames. So I think it's challenging for universities to accept that they have to change how they do business, that they have to work more closely with industry, with government, to accelerate, again, the impact and deployment of the technologies that are being developed in the lab. And there are some very exciting ones, but if you can't deploy it in a time scale that's relevant, it's not important, it's just a science experiment. So I think that's the challenge, is changing the mentality of these very bright people, that you got to get it out into the market and make an impact. So.
Well, thank you, Bill, for mentioning challenges and opportunities. This is our next point to discuss. So what challenges and opportunities, Engineer Ibrahim, does the integration of renewables like solar pose for grid stability and energy storage solutions? And what are the importance of grid interconnection in the region when addressing decarbonizing the MENA region?
We're coming to challenges. If we don't have challenges, we will not be we'll be doing nothing. You know, we're all here, you know, to manage challenges. Of course, the renewable energy, what's what's concerned about it, or the managing the renewable energy from operational point of view is not easy. It's very difficult. We have to invest more in the infrastructure of the grid to manage the uncertainty of the power availability from renewable. And this leads us also that we have to invest in the automation and the smart of the grid, plus the diversification or the diversity of the resources. We shall be needing a diverse resources enabled to control and stabilize the system. We have to provide a secure, reliable service, plus affordability. We will not forget about the affordability.
Mike.
It's okay. So the diverse of resources and the mix of resources, this is one of the things that we need to balance. It will help the grid to be stabilized and manage the operation. In another point is that the interconnection between either areas or like in the MENA region, it's going to be a very big challenge because we have to invest a lot on interconnection within the MENA region to be able to optimize our utilization of resources, where all resources, energy resources, can be used from one region to another. So a big investment is needed there. The other challenge, the last challenge that I think we are somehow strong from one part, but how to manage it and how to assure implementing the investment is very challenging. Implementing the investment, it's not providing the investment. The financial aspect of this investment is very important. What is the mechanical structure of the finance? How are we going to finance it? But also, how are we going to execute this financing or investments on 1 or 2 decades in the future to manage all this penetration of renewable and to enhance the system, the energy system within the MENA region?
Thank you. And between challenges and opportunities, Engineer Hisham, what does the grid of the future need to look like to support the decarbonized energy mix with greater renewables penetration? And how is it different from today's transmission and distribution system?
Thank you for the question. Again, I will echo what Mr. Engineer Ibrahim said. The grid in the future should not be like the grid now. At least the variable power that we are facing in the future should be accommodated. For example, the majority of the rich work will be renewable between PV, solar, and wind. So this should be accommodated. So if we can talk about the main 3 points, number 1, the new grid need to accommodate, first of all, should be without wasting. I mean, the waste of power or energy should not be there. And of course, with the carbon associated with it. Number 2, it has to accommodate the different power input, whether from renewable or from the fossil power. Number 3, which is very important, the value or the quantity of the power that increasing with time. I mean, from, let's say, from 40 gigawatts, 60, 70, 100, should be also able to accommodate all of this. For example, if we are talking about the electricity cars, for example, the feeders that, for example, Saudi Arabia, 30% of the cars by 2030 should be by electrical cars, right? So I believe there will be a lot of feeders built by SEC in order to support all of these cars. Also, these things, for example, need to be accommodated by the new grid. Between the OEMs, between the manufacturer like GE, and between the provider like National Grid, we have strong collaboration in future. We are building our strategy together. We are aligned with them. We're aligned with the vision of the kingdom, overall vision and power vision or energy vision is specific with the ministry and with the national grid and with the CEC as well.
Thank you. Talking about decarbonization, we should mention the circular carbon economy. An initiative was launched by the kingdom. So, Engineer Ibrahim, can you explain the concept and how it can promote a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable energy system, the CCE framework?
I guess we have a strategic plan and initiatives that we are working together on. One of them, is what we are talking about today, is that improving or decarbonization, or improving the carbon emissions or reducing the carbon emissions. We are aligned today in the plan with the Ministry of Energy on the liquid displacement and the conversion of liquid to gas, and this will impact the emissions in a huge amount. For example, today, as numbers, we are producing almost 130 megaton annual. By 2030, if we complete the journey to conversion to gas, we'll be below 100, maybe 70, 80, or maybe less. That's it's a 50% reduction in emissions. This is the biggest initiatives that we are doing. But there is a lot other things that we started earlier and we are doing now that will participate, in the journey. As mentioned, the smart meter has an effect. It is an enabler for even the individual and consumers to connect their individual renewables. We have the other projects, or the automation, the smart grid of managing our assets and managing the power production to be optimized and in an optimum way to reduce and optimize the emissions. And this is part of, I think it's both. Even the grid operator, he can economically and manage either the cost or the emissions, plus that we should be doing more within the generation sector, either within SEC or the private sector, that automation and smart control and management of these assets can reduce and optimize the emissions. Other than that, there is more other R&D projects that we are doing. I think we have with KAUST a pilot project in Green Liba that we are working on carbon capture, or hydrogen also with the NEOM. We have some other research projects with our partners, Sun and Sand, and other projects that we are working. There is a lot to be done, but no one can do it alone. We have collectively to work together, to cooperate, so that we can achieve our targets and be productive, serve our community, and prepare something for the new generation, as His Royal Highness this morning was talking about the new generation. So we are responsible to prepare something and make something ready for the new generation that they will hand over and continue the journey to the next decades.
Thank you. So covering the CCE framework, I believe the conventional power generation will take care of the reduce. But what about reuse, recycle, and remove? From the R&D point of view, are there any examples of circular carbon economy technologies that are in the research and development stage that may contribute positively to managing emission? Dr. Bell?
So within the CCE concept, there's there's biologically based solutions, mangroves or trees. There's e-fuels, particularly for hard to decarbonize sectors like aviation. There's deep sequestration, permanent geologic sequestration through mineralization down well. And then there's the capture piece, which is essential, right? I think everybody recognizes that carbon capture will play an essential role for the next several decades. A couple examples within the carbon capture sphere. We have a pilot plant that's going in at Neom in the Northwest, where we're going to capture 30 tons per day from an SEC power plant that's world class. It's combined cycle natural gas, integrated solar. So it's a fantastic facility. And then you add carbon capture to it, and it becomes the model of a new generation power plant. So the CO2 that we'll capture will be delivered to a methanol synthesis plant. And this methanol synthesis plant, or the methanol from this plant, will then be sent to Aramco for a methanol to gasoline upgrade. So an e-fuel of a large macromolecule. So I think that's a very good example. But we can't just be looking at new power plants, right? We have a huge legacy of existing facilities, existing pipelines, and these also need to be decarbonized. So we need to have bolt-on solutions to the existing facilities, and some of these are burning heavy fuel oil, right? Or would like the ability to burn sour gas. So we need to be cognizant not just of CO2, but the other criteria, air pollutants, and other climate forcers, other radiation, suppliers like soot is dramatically important in the radiation balance. So we need more holistic abatement solutions that are fuel agnostic, that are heat engine agnostic, so that it doesn't matter, what fuel you're burning, because that's going to change with time based on market dynamics. You need technology that, will work for the lifetime of the facility, which could be 30, 40, or 50 years. So one of the things that we're doing with SEC is a carbon capture that will capture other pollutants as well at the same time. And I think this is hugely important because it then allows you to start to decarbonize facilities that that are not going to be amenable to amines or other, MOFs or other technologies. So there are lots of techniques, technologies that are available, but that's just a couple examples.
Well, very interesting. Between investing in carbon capturing and putting money in that, Engineer Hisham, how do you think the utilization of the captured carbon will be utilized in the power generation sector? And what about hydrogen? Can you give us your opinion about that?
Thank you. One of the solutions that we are working on, and actually it's working, but for some frames, which is to burn hydrogen at certain level, up to 90%. We had very good experience the last COP27 in Egypt, in aeroderivative unit, when we blended hydrogen and it worked, and the carbon was, the output carbon was very, very less. Ammonia, the same thing. We're working on it. We have a rig testing machine that we are also working with this EC. We invested on it in the R&D center that we are having, the decarbonization center in Dammam, to test the flow and the performance of that. The problem, the challenges, is the cost, as Mr. Amin and Nasser said. I mean, the cost, the affordability of the hydrogen. The off-taker is not, the off-takers will not take it without incentive. So the majority of them, maybe they will wait till 2030 to get it. But for us as an OEM, we are working to overcome those challenges. As I said, some of the frames that we are having burn hydrogen up to 90%. Some of them burn blended hydrogen. But at the end of the day, the OEM is committed from decarbonization standpoint is to work on the fuel in their machines.
Well, as His Royal Highness mentioned, the just transition. So finding a balance between the energy transition and energy security, where we need to ensure the security of the power sector and also decarbonize our way through that. Engineer Ibrahim, how can the MENA region be a leader in ensuring a just transition and energy security in the area?
Thank you. I think what we experienced. I'll talk about something which I'm experienced. I've seen it. That the GCC countries, in the GCC countries, they have invested heavily to meet the demand. And today they are in the transition not just to meet the demand, but even to transit their energy production even to renewable. Plus, we are investing in the interconnection, either within the countries or between the countries. And today, what all the investments that has been invested within the GCC countries for the last 2 decades, today it is bringing a stability and security of supply to the region. And we experienced this summer that this interconnection is helping all countries because there is a mix of conventional baseload and even renewable, and it was very efficient. Now, in the plan for the next decade, we have a new interconnection and collaboration within the MENA region. There is there is a continuous discussion with the neighboring country. With Egypt, there is a new interconnection with Saudi. Also, it is today under finalized the study, the interconnection with Jordan. We have 2 interconnections. One is under execution between the GCCIA, which is the GCC interconnection to Iraq, and there is another interconnection Saudi to Iraq. I think these infrastructure will improve the stability of energy and assurance and security of supply, of energy supply within the region. This is, I think, a very good example and could be expanded in the next 2 decades so that the whole MENA region can support each other and have a better, stable energy resources and energy supply to meet all demands and even to manage the new investments in renewable.
Thank you. Engineer Yasser, why is it important to continue investing in technological advancement, R&D, and efficiency improvement within the conventional energy sector? And how do we overcome issues for financing new technologies?
Thank you. Look, innovation is a key factor for achieving a decarbonization within the global target of 2050 or 2060. Now, in the innovations, we realize that this is a trade-off between getting to where we need to be from environmental perspective, but at the same time, we have also to balance the economical factor in relation to people, because there is a cost will impact the life of the people. So innovation is a key factor, research and design is a key factor. The area of interest is to ensure that the technology, which has no contribution to carbon emission, is to be adapted. This technology, it comes with variability. So, for example, wind and solar, they have their shortcomings, which need to be addressed. It can be addressed by integration, by hybrid system. It can be addressed by the storages. And all this is also linked to a dynamic and complex model of demand, because the demand itself is subject to behavior of people, subject to the seasonality, and this is why digitization is a very important concept on the way forward. So my view that many opportunities, but also it comes many challenges. The challenge in the financing, it comes from the scale. The scale of this investment is huge to achieve carbon neutral, and therefore the expected, even in the worst case scenario, the expected investment will be in trillion, and therefore deploying all this, it requires a lot of partnership and a lot of collaboration.
Thank you. I'm taking this question to Mr. Amir and Dr. Bill. So what role do emerging technologies, such as grid modernization and carbon capture and storage, play in achieving decarbonization goal? Starting with Amir, please.
Thank you, Reem. I believe grid modernization definitely will help to achieve decarbonization goal, as it will improve the efficiency of the grid itself and will increase the stability and also demand management. So definitely that will achieve the goals of decarbonization. Carbon capture, it's required actually. Today, what's covering the base load, as example here in Saudi Arabia, all it's coming from conventional power generation. So to keep that conventional power generation and achieve the goal of decarbonization, it's required carbon capture storage units to be there in all this power generation or conventional power generation to reduce that carbon, instead of let it emitted to the environment, to capture it and store it. And that's what also, it's not only for the power generation, it can be applied in the cement plant, steel plant, and petrochemical too. And there are different also emerging technologies can achieve towards the decarbonization, some of that which is highlighted with my colleague here, to replace the fuel, the green hydrogen fuel, which is applied in GE turbines, and biofuel instead of liquid fuel. That's definitely will have that impact for decarbonization too. Thank you.
Dr. Bill.
Thank you. So, I think it's important to remember that most of the power plants, steel, cement, aluminum, these were all designed around conventional fuels that produce a lot of soot, which greatly enhances the radiative heat transfer. You can't take these devices and change the fuel to a non-carbon fuel and expect them to work. They won't work, right? So gas turbines are the exception. So we have to be clever in how we change the fuel, how we modify the device. We can't just take a steam generator and convert it to hydrogen. It won't work. And we have to be careful in how we slowly decarbonize conventional fuels. For example, we've recently realized that if you try and decarbonize a hydrocarbon with ammonia, not only does the amount of soot produced decrease dramatically, but you produce a new class of molecules that are extremely carcinogenic and mutagenic, right? Which we hadn't foreseen before. So we have to be clever, we have to be smart, we have to be flexible, and we have to keep finding other solutions. So it's not easy, right? Right. That's why it takes all of us to do this. Thank you.
Engineer Yasser, so shedding light on the supporting the other industries' decarbonization, just give us a small brief how the power sector can support other sectors, such as transportation, by providing electrification.
in my view, that moving to electrifications is the second step after optimization. So first is we need to ensure that the efficiency enhancement of the existing asset and also the new design is used, because this is something as a quick win. The electrifications will be necessary, but that also bring an additional requirement, because when you do the electrification, you double the load to the system. And then what's important is to identify if all the consumer will have the same ease to connect to the electricity. For example, it's very easy to, for example, to transform into utilization of personal cars, electrical car. However, for heavy transportation, this is, for example, it's a little bit constrained, and maybe you need to use hydrogen. So we need to classify the industries. We need to see which industries can do a quick transformation to electrifications. Of course, always the industrial load will be a challenge. But I think innovation will help and support.
Thank you. So as a last point, Engineer Ibrahim, within the MENA region, what are the most important factors in which we should focus our efforts moving toward in order to ensure sustainable, reliable, and secure energy generation?
I think a lot of things that have been highlighted today is that the new technology, the innovation, and innovation doesn't stop only on technology, but even on managing our assets, utilizing the assets, utilizing the data, and planning for the future from what we are today. We need to be smarter going for new projects, smarter on managing our assets, be aware of what customer expect from us, and always think about the customers. We are here a private sector. I'm not gonna talk more about that. There is a lot of things that need to be done, but I might close. If you are closing, I will ask you as a question, because you are an environment specialist. You're expert in the decarbonization. We are all private sector. So what the customer and you as an environment expert expect from the private sector?
Well, if we talk about environment, that's a different case. But let me shed light about the sustainability, which we have to look at the economy, social, and environment. So even for you as a private sector, yes, provide me with a clean energy or a smart grid or a green grid. But eventually, yes, we have to cover the three main factors: socially, economic, and environment. Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we conclude this insightful panel discussion, it is great to see the optimism and opportunities to transition the sector to contribute to global net zero targets. Our panelists have illuminated the complexities of this critical endeavor, the role of renewable energy and emerging technologies, the importance of policy and regulations were shed light on the ministerial panels, and the adoption of a circular carbon economy approach. I want to express my gratitude to our distinguished speakers and our audience for staying up this late. I hope through our collective efforts, we can move towards a more sustainable and resilient energy landscape. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all for your enriching discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the opening day of this remarkable Climate Week event, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your active participation, insightful contributions, and unwavering commitment to the major topics we discussed today. They have set a powerful tone for the days to come. Stay tuned for the upcoming days of this week, where more insightful discussions and impactful initiatives await us. Thank you and have a great night.